Mhm.
When my back was messed up, when I was having bad back spasms and all that, and pinched nerves, I was going slower on curves in the mountains and shit because I could feel every little bit.
Indeed. Let's try again. The body is wildly finely tuned to observe and exist within its environment at the very tip-top level.
Yep.
Yeah. But don't trust
Both sides,
that
both
stuff.
sides, both sides.
Yeah, don't trust that stuff that was literally programmed for you to be able to flourish here in this place. Don't trust that stuff. Trust other folks. And not only other folks, it's not friends and family people you trust. You'll never meet these people. Some of them may not even exist or didn't exist. That's right. Trust those flimsy avenues instead of your own senses.
Dude, you're scaring me, man.
Well, self-esteem is a 4-letter word in these folks' vocabulary. I'm kind of fucking around, kind of serious.
I don't really know what it is.
Spitballing about Globers.
Oh my, what?
Yeah. Anyway, I do that. Somebody needs to step in and be like, hey, no. I know you're a ref and everything, but shut up. Let other people talk. So I'm going to do that.
You keep saying that.
No one's stepping in, so he just keeps going.
What am I supposed to do?
Aerials in the sky. When you look small, shall you free your mind? Life is a waterfall.
Truth backwards to hurt.
Wow, that's deep.
I still don't know what they're hiding from us.
Who's they, and what do you mean what they're hiding?
The spaghetti.
Who's your daddy and what does he do?
The spaghetti monsters.
Hiding the
What are they
best cookie.
hiding?
I'm not too worried about spaghetti or monsters.
No. The government. Like, if they had information, I still never really got, like, I heard spaghetti monster, and I know that was being goofy, but like,
Is it kind of like that's like the octopus idea, where there's just a bunch of tentacles everywhere, a bunch of spaghetti limbs?
So like
I don't know what the fuck it
Kraken?
means. Yeah, Kraken, spaghetti monster. Got it.
Okay, so why would that scare anybody?
It's huge and it devours life.
The Leviathan? Have you heard about the Leviathan?
You mean like temperature itself?
Temperature?
Yes, sir. If you're super cold, there's going to be no life. If you're super hot, probably going to be no life. You know,
I'm
the
having
melting
trouble.
point.
I'm sorry,
Oh,
it
I
must
know,
be
but it's
me.
in Antarctica.
Go ahead.
If I freeze you solid, you're not going to be able to breathe or live or do anything?
No.
I'll set him free. I'll set him free with my fire, dude.
Right, but
Yeah.
if you burn him too much, then you're going to melt him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is you have those two are monsters in their own. A Van Allen belt, the idea of heat or dissipation of something that pulls it straight fucking from you to suck all life or heat energy from you, whatever that is, right? That's what coldness would do in an idea. So like a cartoon idea. If you get cold, you're like,
Seems
What
like it'd be
evidence to
easier to see
support that?
coldness coming.
space, the idea that they tell you space is a vacuum. If
So
anything,
Van Allen belts suck heat energy?
no. A Van Allen belt's supposed to be hot. That's their story. I'm just telling you. I mean, you've heard about it.
Radioactively hot. Yeah.
Exactly. Burn the fuck out of you regardless. I don't care.
I just came up with something.
That's a different word. A whole different
Right.
meaning.
And then space is supposed to be cold vacuum, which means if you go into a vacuum and you got lots of energy in you, guess what's going to happen? You're not going to have it long. It's going to take it from you.
Yeah, I quit going into vacuums a long time ago.
Yeah, it's no good. I wouldn't recommend it for anyone.
I think I have an idea of what they might be trying to hide. It would be the truth that would unite us all. The truth that the Earth is flat and stationary. I mean, it'd be hard to divide and conquer us if everyone knew that and it openly acknowledged that.
Yep.
So basically, just that the realm we live as they know it, flat and stationary, and there's some temperatures we might not be able to fuck with. I mean, that's it. I mean, it's good enough. I'm just wondering. I'm just getting some ideas, spitballing.
Well, yeah, but I mean, just keep in mind if you convince so many people to think that they're on a planet in the vacuum of space and your own little tiny speck of dust in a big, vast universe and all this nonsense that's not true, it's much easier to just convince them of so many other stupid things and also, divide and conquer them. Get, a certain portion of people fighting for some bullshit cause, another portion of people fighting for another bullshit cause, and have butt heads in front of your house. Divide and conquer. It's powerful.
Well, yeah, imaginary lines. Yeah, all the other shit. Yeah, I know. Yeah, definitely divide and conquer. That's the military's greatest tool.
Yeah, but it's the psychological factor of it that I'm talking about.
I don't think he understands what you mean.
Well, I mean, I've heard other ideas too, like an alien life that'll kill anybody that goes over there.
What?
An alien life, like a group of fucking aliens that don't want you to go past a certain point, and they'll say "fuck you" and kill you. In a way, like, I guess, you know what I mean?
That's interesting.
Is
that many of us believe in?
No, I mean, I've heard a lot of different things. That was one of them.
I don't know about that, man.
Well, what I do know is the way they hold power over societies and where power comes from is secret societies, and part of that is maintaining the illusion that you have sacred information, you have secret information that others don't have. And in order to maintain that, once the technology started to prove this nonsense esoteric theory of a sphere, they had to reverse it and maintain their separation from the so-called profane so that we can be stupid and in the dark, and they can be the special boys with the real knowledge of how the earth really works. Because the further you separate people from knowledge, the further you can hold power over them.
There you go. I would add that. Yeah, that made a little more sense. Adding the actual idea of like physics and knowledge and how you can really like do way more cooler badass shit.
Yep.
I don't know what he just said, but I agree with everything you just said.
Because once you get all the information about the world around you, you can't go really any further. So what you have to do is dumb down the other people to create that chasm. And I'm just basing that on Freemason books that actually talk about how heliocentrism was the esoteric so-called knowledge of these Pythagoreans and stuff, and that the exoteric for the dumb public was geocentrism. In my opinion, once they discovered that their esoteric knowledge was bullshit, they reversed the occult.
Now think about it. If you're an evil individual and you're powerful and you have a lot of money and there is no vacuum of space for you to flee to or go to get away from this place, Earth, then if you're an evil person and you're on a flat and stationary Earth that's contained, well, what are you left to do other than fuck around with everyone else that's here?
Yep. They know they're stuck here, and they hate that they're stuck here. They see it as the basic Luciferian perspective is they want to break out of there. They are claustrophobic in this reality. They want to break on through to the other side. That's been their goal from day one. But like you said, Orion, they know that though, and so they
got
know
us chanting
on
it.
this ant farm here, and they see it as a horrible thing. But other people see it; they're more grateful for it. Like, wow, whatever created this created a pretty awesome place for us here. They're thankful and grateful.
Dude, it's Thanksgiving, bro. Tomorrow.
Yep. And we should just be grateful for it, because what if we did break on through to the other side and realize there's nothing out there, nothing but death? And
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, I
like,
don't know, like
we should be
maybe
grateful for what we have. We have a bird in
Yeah.
hand right now.
like look at it like maybe we're supposed to be here or something, or like the other side is like
Yeah.
promoting this experience, like because like if there is another side, wouldn't it make sense? It's like, well, I don't know, there's a reason for there being another side or something like that. I feel like
What
it's
if-
all one thing though or something.
Well, what if the thing is you can't go nowhere? This is it. It's the only plane we live on, and I mean this is it. And the information and whatever, and like the way physics works and stuff, like it's all been like whacked out because this is it. We can't go nowhere. Certain temperatures we just can't go beyond. Certain depths we just can't dig or see below. You know what I mean? There's just things we can't do.
And we never will.
Domain.
Well, no, it doesn't mean we never will. Like it's just like digging 1 mile at a time or 1 foot.
Over beyond this realm. We've been given dominion over this realm. That's it.
Exactly.
We haven't been given dominion beyond. We belong here. That's it.
We're not great enough to destroy the dome or whatever it is. We're not great enough to do that.
Well, hold on.
Over that area, we're not going there by the
Well,
creator.
E equals MC squared is what we've been given to you. That's our fuel that, like, I don't know. That, like, kicked off a bunch of goofy shit, and it kicks off a bunch of cartoon science, and they're scared of electricity. They're scared of a lot of other things. They're scared of mixing shit and doing other stuff. They want to explain stuff to you this way, but can't demonstrate it in any. But no demonstration. They explain science to you in so many different ways, whether it be the chemicals, the periodic, just whatever, the electricity, magnetism, but does it really work that way? So to say, hey, we couldn't make it out from what we understand the globe to be and the information we have now, sure. But if things are slightly different and we can do way cooler shit, if we can come up with that, you know, the idea is that it's possible.
Well, yeah, it comes down to speculation and opinion and stuff. It's just my opinion that we can't get through that dome, and there's people who have been trying to do that, and they've give it everything they've got.
That's where they fuck up. They try to force it. It's like trying to punch through 18 foot of cement. Is that the best way to go through it every time? Every single time? Just keep punching it. Just keep punching it. Break your hand. Next guy. Next guy. I mean, it wouldn't make no sense. I mean, eventually you're going to put little chips in it and little chips, but you're not getting through the 18. I mean, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
They got
You're
to
talking
think of a
about
better way to,
strategy
right.
and stuff. But
Exactly.
I'm talking about us not being on par with whatever the hell created this. So, in my opinion, humans can't destroy this Earth. Like all this Tikkun Olam, climate change, heal the world shit. We can't destroy or create the Earth. Like, I think that's arrogant to think that we could even destroy the Earth.
I mean,
the Earth will destroy us before we destroy the Earth.
Well, isn't the first law of thermodynamics you can neither create nor destroy energy or matter?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Anyway, continue.
Humans might destroy themselves, but they're not going to destroy the Earth. That's just my opinion, obviously.
I heard that we already defeated the aliens, man.
What aliens? And what do you mean by aliens?
I read in the Bible, bro, about defeating the aliens, man.
The fallen angels?
I don't know about that.
So where does it talk about aliens in the Bible?
I don't know. I forgot. I have to find it again, man.
It talks about fallen angels.
Let me look into it.
Yeah, you should really look into that, because you can't just come in here like making claims like that. You have to back up your claims, right? Like if I just came in here, like, or in a court of law, and I said something bad about your mom, then it would be like, like uncalled for, unless I had evidence. If I had evidence, then
well, I mean, I don't know, but it's like, yeah, but then it would be better for the other part, or like the others, whatever, dude, or like responses.
Can you define alien?
No, well, I defeated aliens within my mind, bro. Because I'm like, okay, so if the alien, like the
That's fine.
humans,
Are you doing
That's where they existed
DMT?
at. They existed in your mind, and
Are
if you
you
wait,
on
I,
defeated them in
DMT?
your
I don't
mind,
know. I don't know. Maybe in all our minds,
you're
man.
good,
Maybe
man.
I don't know.
Yeah, dude. Fuck it.
Yeah.
I
Sorry, I
just
was
want
gonna
you to
say
draw
something
one
before
on
that guy
paper.
started talking. So like, if you think about like law and how it works, like every word has like a really like important meaning. It's not supposed to be ambiguous at all, like one singular meaning. So if it can't be created or destroyed, so that just means that you can't create energy, but it doesn't mean that you can't harness what's already there. So you can't create energy, but there are things you can do to tap into the fields that are already there.
Yeah.
Oh, and I'm going to unmute the alien guy. We'll see how he does after this.
But yeah, okay, so in my mind, I was like, if the humans called aliens aliens, what if, like, the humans and aliens were one? And, you know what I'm saying? Because it's like, I don't know, something like that. I don't know.
What
I have,
if they're
Well,
one
that's just
or
it.
they're
It's all in your
separate?
mind.
Which one?
well, I mean, because it's like the mind is putting the label alien on something, right? And so it's like if you erase that label, then it's like the aliens are us, or like we are the aliens, or like, you know what I'm saying? Like it cancels itself out or something
No,
like that.
it's extraterrestrials, right? So we're talking about extraterrestrials when we're talking about aliens, unless you're talking about illegal aliens crossing borders or something. So it's not just a label, right? Are you saying that we are
Well,
from
yeah,
somewhere that's not Earth?
there's definitely like different experiences that people like that they tell about and stuff like that. They see ships or they've been abducted or something like. There's definitely different experiences. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
like
but people can see all sorts of things
that's
that they
only
take psychedelic drugs too, but that doesn't mean that their hallucinations are real.
well, I mean, it's real to the perceiver of the hallucination though, because they can literally communicate what they saw later on, like, and remember it and have like a place within themselves that is like. So the hallucination is real in some sense, right, to the person, and they have a reaction or a feeling towards the hallucination. So it's real in a sense, right, for sure.
Well, no, by definition, it's not real because it is a hallucination. I mean, you
Right. Yeah.
could get
Yeah. But
philosophical and say that dreams are real while they last, but they're still dreams.
Yeah, but still, you feel a certain type of way about a dream or something like that, and within the dream, there's different like it's a dream, right? I mean, there's different. I don't know.
Well, yeah, the feelings it gives you are real feelings, but that doesn't mean it's real. It's
I
not
mean,
really real.
well, I mean, but I'm affected emotionally like by it, so it's like that's just as real as me like being awake and conscious and like stabbing my finger on a pen and bleeding from it, and poking myself consciously. It's almost like, you know what I mean? That's just as real to me personally.
So you're redefining words, and like Hank was saying, you're making words instead of having a specific meaning, you're making them ambiguous to fit whatever philosophical stuff you're saying. So when you mean real, you have to define what real is, especially when you're talking to other people. You have to have some kind of dialectical ground where we agree on basic words, right?
I mean, yeah, that seems really
So
reasonable. Sure.
if you were to cut your hand in real life, it might take a few weeks or a few months for it to heal. If you were to cut your hand in a dream, it would more than likely be healed when you woke up.
Well, I mean, yeah, okay, yeah, good stuff. Yeah, but I was talking more like emotional impact and stuff of like experience in general or something like that.
So emotions equate realness.
I would say so. Yeah, that's pretty like I would say like the closer you are to your emotions, the more realistic like the way that you view reality would be.
So now we understand what you mean by real. So I would have to disagree, but it's really not a big point to disagree about. It's just opinions, right?
So if I were to make the claim that unicorns are real, what would I have to do in order to prove to you that they're real? Just say that they're real, or would I have to present a unicorn to you?
The thing would be one person would be tearing it apart while the other person saw it as a whole. So like the person would be like, "That's a pony," and they had a whole picture or feel like or concept within themselves, and the other
What if I
person is
just
tearing it apart.
Yeah, but forget about the pony idea. Like, let's just say I point at an empty field with nothing in it but grass, and I say, "Hey, look, there's a unicorn." And you don't see a pony or anything even vaguely resembling a unicorn, does that mean that there's a unicorn in the field?
No, I mean within your mind, and then like you saying that it is there, puts something within my mind that it could be possibly there. Yeah, but doesn't make it manifest. I guess.
You just said nothing. Congratulations.
Yeah. So real is subjective, in other words, right?
I guess so.
That's
Yeah,
all it
because it's
can
like
be.
there's multiple dimensions of the self, so it's like there's more than just emotion. So like
If I
one
emotionally
person.
feel I'm a girl, that means I'm a girl. I'm really a girl, right?
Yeah, I guess, yeah. In a sense, that is, but it's like, I mean, I guess like here you'd have like a man's body though, or like, you know what I mean? I don't know. Even
So
if you felt that
you're
way.
kind of off. You're kind of off way on a tangent. So in here, we're pretty. One of the methodologies we use to separate what's real and what's not is the scientific method, and the main premise of the server is flat Earth or globe Earth. So what are your thoughts on the globe Earth?
I mean, just doesn't. I mean, I don't know. What do you want me to look at like specifically?
Well, I'm just curious if it's a theory that you buy or how you see the world. Do you observe a world that's flat and doesn't move? Do you observe a sphere? Do you feel like you're moving on this sphere?
Mm, uh, I mean, I don't know. The way I look at it, I just see what's before me, right? So like, I
What do you
mean,
see before you?
my own energetic impressions
As far as the Earth,
as far as the Earth. I don't know.
never really thought about it.
I mean, I've thought about it. I've been in the flat Earth community a long time. It's like, uh,
Mm.
but yeah, I've thought about it quite a bit. Yeah, I mean, and I've talked with people like a bunch about it. I mean, still, it's like, I don't know. I think like all like spheroid. I mean, it makes sense that it's flat or whatever because like I guess when you're looking at it from a certain point of view, it's like it's not moving like as crazily as they say and stuff like that. So
Is it
I would say
moving at
yeah.
all? Have you ever experienced it moving
Not
at
sure.
all?
Not sure. Yeah, I don't know. I've experienced myself moving or my body, which is like related to the earth or like an expression of that at least. I don't know.
Well, not necessarily, because you're kind of deep philosophically and out there as far you're going deep, man.
It's okay. Let me try it. I think I can get on this level, and then try to
Don't go so
explain what you're
deep.
saying. Don't
Sorry.
fuck with me, bro. Okay, moving on.
Moving right along.
So, yeah, let's try it again. When you see Earth, do you see like the dirt between your toes, or do you see in your head like this model? Like it doesn't matter what kind of model. Like what is Earth, man? Is it
I
dirt?
mean, I
Is it
don't know.
earthworms? Like playgrounds?
It's like a guide for like spirits and or like a guiding like rock or like something like that or like like mother I don't know. I mean stuff like that. I don't know. It's like I don't know. Gardening really is like if you look at gardening, like you get into it. I guess I still haven't got really, really deep into gardening yet, but it's like I don't know. That helps for sure. I think.
Maybe you should look into getting into gardening because gardening is very important.
And you should look up the legal stuff too, because you said, we're part of the earth, right? And that's like legal stuff, right? Like the land, that's us, right? Because our nutrients come from the food we get off the land. And you are what you eat, so we eat off the land, or you're supposed to, right?
Right.
So we're definitely earth, we're definitely connected.
Okay, so no. Going from that, would you say that everything is from the same place, or like?
It appears that way, right? Because, well, there's two sides to it. There's above and below, right? And as above, so below. Like there's
And then
correspondence,
yeah,
right? There's water
interrelated. Yeah.
above, there's water down below. There's electricity above, and there's electricity below, right?
I mean, yeah, it would seem that electricity flows through everything. Possibly.
Well, in a lot of ways, what are we, 70% water, just like the Earth?
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, aren't we like just like the Earth? I mean, it's almost like we're meant to be here.
Yeah, we're like an expression of it. Yeah.
So the Earth has like all this like stuff growing on it, and it's like grass and trees and all this weird junk that just like lives on the Earth, and then our body is just like that. We got like all these like organisms that aren't us. They're completely separate from our genetic code, but they live on our body like symbiotic like, and they're just like help it grow like fern gully. So we're like little, not Earths like floating in space, but we're like little dirt people like walking around. Like we're rock people, but our rock people designer designed us specifically. That's why we don't look like other rocks. No, the genetic code was obviously what puts our body together from rocks and minerals to what we have here today. The genetic code from our parents, right? So wherever that came from, that had to be designed because that stuff doesn't just spring up out of the rocks, right?
Are you saying we're complicated rocks, Hank?
Yeah, but we're designed to be that way. We're very complicated. In fact, so complicated, I wouldn't want to ask her how complicated we are because I don't think she knows. You got to tell the truth to tell a lie, right?
So you've one upped Michelle or whatever her name is.
Yeah, but that ain't hard. She's just a rock, bro.
That is pretty trippy, though, huh? So the Earth is made up of 70%, most of it being salt water. And I just looked up what concentration of salt is in our body. And according to Google, it says that making up 0.4%, which is at that concentration, the same equivalent to that in salt water.
That's why if you ever get injured and you need a transfusion, the Navy in World War II in the West, they lost so many lives because the Japanese were so fierce that they had to use salt water. They ran out of blood, so they used salt water for blood transfusion because you don't need the particles and all the cells as much as you need the pressure. You gotta have blood pressure.
Hey, I got some flowers. Put them in some water.
That's nice. It's wholesome. It's very sweet.
I have some beautiful flowers too.
All right, so if we're like that physically, right? That's our physical body, right? What if our spirit man is more like what's up there? And I don't want to say nothing, but what if it's just like electromagnetic signals just firing and synapses and everything? What if but more than that, like, what if it's like one of those really big numbers connections where it's all connected and that's how we connect with the eye that drives the avatar. Yeah, so there's two parts of us. We're the human being, right? We're half being, and then we're half like cybernetic meat suit rock creature. Like, what do you want to call it? Like, if we're gonna be loose with our words, what would you call this thing? Like the saltwater electromagnetic battery being? Okay, you want to call it Homo sapien. Like, well, that just sounds gay. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so I want to call it the robot rock creature.
That's really cool. Yeah, I'm enjoying your like building, dude. Really cool.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to be mean to you earlier. I was trying to reach out to you, bro. But I had to say what
No,
I had to say. But
no, that's
yeah,
good. Yeah,
we're
I mean,
we're robot rock creatures with like some sort of light being driving
yeah.
this creature. But it just sprang up out of the rocks. Sure. I'm in the process of cleaning my phone, and I dropped the napkin and sprayed my hand with Windex. It's like, if that was my hand, wouldn't I be able to control it? What do you think? Because I remember being very young and being like too tall and clumsy, just like knocking shit over, like a big stupid llama running through your house. Like,
Not if it's
watch out for that.
involuntary, Hank. Remember,
Involuntary.
not unless you have Tourette syndrome. Remember.
Okay, that's. Man, and then I forgot to turn off my screen. And I think I just called somebody on accident. I was just like butt dialing.
Are you saying you're fat, Hank?
Yeah, pretty much. Compared to what I used to be, I could probably lose 100 pounds and then I'd be lanky again.
Then you
If I
gotta
lost
buy some of
100.
my coffee, bro.
Oh, I'm getting coffee.
Or my
Don't worry about
tea.
that.
Or
Oh,
my
dude, that's a good
lemonade.
idea.
I'm getting coffee.
Or my hot cocoa.
Hey.
I don't want no chugga coffee. That's why, I can't just be buying coffee off the internet. Don't want, none of the mass fanboys trying to replicate what they see on TV.
No, this is healthy coffee. This is healthy for you.
Oh, I know it is, bro. I trust you. I was joking. So fresh and so clean. So what would you guys call this here meat suit? Well, you can't call it meat suit because that one's already taken. What would you call this thing?
Oh, hey, it's called Song of the Skin Bag. Call it Skin Bag.
Skin bag. Yeah, but that's only one part of it. That's just that's just the barrier, the wall.
But yeah, and then it's like, I guess like the meat suit or the skin bag, it looks at itself and it sees like maybe like sacred, or it finds sacred things within itself, and it's like it becomes more than a skin bag. It's like reaching out to other parts of like other dimensions or something. It's like, not only my skin bag, I'm also like a lot of other stuff too, and stuff, or something like that.
Yep. All right.
I'm an ecosystem. I mean, I got organs that have organs that have organs.
That one. It got tore apart, man. Yeah, organs are really important too. Yeah, because like your different organs like receive different types of energies and stuff. I think, or something like that. Or at least emit different types of. Because it's like each organ, or like there's different parts of elements. Like your feet are the earth, or like earth, and then water is like your sacral chakra, like, and then you got fire, air, and then ether,
That's why I said musical instruments are motors, basically.
Yeah, it's like a medium. I would say like everything. I guess could be viewed as a medium. I don't know. And then you're a medium as well, something like that.
Oh, this is.
That's so weird, dude. This is cool.
Oh, it's weird. Like you take minerals, right? Like you can have like vitamin C in your body, like a bunch of it. Like you just found a lemon tree. Like, oh my god, I just scarfed down these lemons, but like your body won't absorb it unless you got like some selenium in your body. So it's like you got all these things like stopping like all these natural processes from happening. And it's like, you know, you don't know because you can't see your blood, but your body's going to tell you anyway. Like you can look up on YouTube like signs that you're low on vitamin this or that or whatever. And it's like your body's like telling you like, bro, hey, bro, like what are you doing up there? I need this. And then you have cravings like pregnant women, right? The same kind of cravings because you don't have a baby, but you got like all this gut fauna. Then it wants to eat and get its nutrients too. It's crazy, man. It's crazy how all this shit's just tied together like a mushroom forest. Sorry, bro. You go ahead. I'll mute. Somebody say something.
Your body plays a symphony with the organs.
Nice. I give that one an 8.9.
Ooh, on the Richter.
Oh no, not the Richter.
Anything but the Richter.
Some people are great at playing the skin flute.
Whoa, Jesus, bro. Take
Holy moly.
My question is, where do you buy something like that?
It's about $40, I think.
Really, guys?
What are we
talking
about?
The streets of Vegas, probably.
Me and this dude are like vibrating on some high level stuff, and you guys are like way down the lower chakras, like.
Just like to mix it up.
We're disturbing his chakras.
Great.
All right.
Laughter excites all of your chakras.
You can mix it up
So
by
there.
yourself.
So your homework assignment is to watch Hunter x Hunter. All right. I'll see you in the morning.
Don't talk to me about homework.
Kumbaya, my lover. Kumbaya. All right, I'm gonna make coffee. Be right back.
Oh Lord. Oh Lord.
I give that one a 9.
Kumbaya.
Yes, when you issue. Oh, sorry about that.
Sounds like someone's having a real good time. I could just listen to that. You guys okay with that? Or do we tell him?
Would you like for me to put some Christmas baking music in the background?
Yeah, this sounds wholesome. I'm imagining a really nice time.
What are you making?
But we're being honest.
Okay.
Well, I
Being
should hope
honest,
that you're
huh?
being honest.
I mean,
if we're going to talk about that.
if we're going to be
Sorry.
honest with each other, Jordan.
Jordan, do you have a problem with honesty? Am I hearing that?
Do you have your phone in your back pocket or the front pocket?
Depends on how you feel about it.
His phone identifies as being in his front pocket.
And identifies, yeah.
Yeah.
He starts talking about his credit card and how many numbers it has, and starts reading it off. And my social security card. This
What?
and that.
Someone doing that?
I just say he just starts like talking to his wife, right next.
Oh,
doesn't realize
shit.
he's on live, and he's just. Yeah,
Ordering
this is,
something on
do you see
the
how
phone.
weird this is? See my number here, my social security number. It's so weird. Just starts talking to her. Just
Yeah, honey. And I thought the thing was 506.
I thought it was 506. Where's that 7 coming from?
No,
Anyway,
that's
so
not
so
too
the rest
far.
is good though. The 9314519. That's good. But he just
She's all freaking out when she finds out. Oh fuck! Fuck!
How do you scrub that from the internet? I don't think you can, man.
Our lives are over. Send our paycheck to this mail at this time, like right at this time. So we got to make sure that we're there. But just send cash, because I'm gonna be the one that goes pick it up. Oh,
That's only fair.
10,000? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Make sure it's 10,000. Everyone's fucking showing up at that address at that time. Oh, first class? Yeah, first class. Make sure it's wrapped really tight in an inconspicuous box, maybe like a big one, with padding on the inside, so no one suspects anything. They'll think it's real heavy. And they won't pad. All right, back to the Earth. That was just dreaming right there.
Someone's name is Just Dreamin'.
Yeah. He's just a dreamer. He's dreamy as well.
Oh yeah.
Jordan, are you?
Hell yeah. Hi, Jordan.
Yeah, Jordan, you were like open micing. You were telling us your social security number and your birthday and everything. So yeah,
You're a lot older than I thought.
I had to mute you.
You're still doing it.
He's still doing it. He doesn't even realize.
I got some coffee, guys. Yeah, I'll mute after this.
You can mute right now too. That'd be fine.
He didn't hear me though. You gave all your information away, Jordan. Just letting you know. Right before I muted you.
All my information? That's fine.
We'll keep your secret for a small fee.
Oh shit! I have no money.
I'm seeing that actually, so never mind.
You just got it? Oh shit! Damn it! I was late.
Yeah, don't worry. You're not missing a thing. It's
Okay.
tumbleweeds in here.
Well, we still got his identity, so maybe we can just rack up.
Hey, Jordan, make something of your life real quick. Invest in Bitcoin crashing in the next 2 years. I don't know how you do that, but yeah. Bet against it. Bet against Bitcoin from now until it crashes. No, I'm just fucking around. That is not financial advice.
He told me to do it. I'm suing you. Karen, calm down. Sorry if there's any Karens in here. I'm not, personally attacking.
I do feel bad for people with the name Karen. Sure do.
They could go by their middle name.
Yeah, and I feel bad that it happens all the time. Like, with the same name.
What happens all
the time? What about Darren? That's even worse. Darren McCarronson? Who wants to be called that?
Well, good thing, because that's not a real name.
Yeah, no, because Mick means son of, and if you're saying McCarronson, you're saying son of Karen, son of.
Exactly.
So
it's a mess. That's a mess.
Or if you were born 100 years ago and your name was Adolf.
Come on, that's just Rudolph with an A.
That'd be bad timing. Like 1932, you have twins. Or you and a friend have a baby, both named Adolf. Oh, shit. World's biggest. I'll leave that alone.
You guys want to talk about Mother Mary? I can open up the book and read some stuff, dude, if you want.
Mother Mary, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Open up what book?
It's the Gospel of Mother Mary. Here, I can even send the link.
Gospel of Mother Mary.
Mother Mary, yeah. I'll read from it.
Read a couple sentences. Let's hear it.
Oh, Mary Magdalene, man.
Are they copyrighted?
It's Mary Magdalene. I'm not sure. Alright, so here, dude. Ooh, wee. Oh, goodness, here.
That's how it starts out?
Okay, so here. Okay. I'll just read, you want me to start from the beginning?
I don't know. I was just curious. Yeah, go ahead. The first couple sentences. See what we got.
You want to read the foreword? Alright, so here we go. The Gospel of Mary first came to light in Cairo in 1896, some 50 years before the revolutionary discovery in Nag Hammadi, Egypt, of what have come to known as the Gnostic Gospels.
Guys, I got to stop you right there. I'm very sorry. That's for biblical. Okay. The channel that's below this one.
Sorry, Jordan.
All right, I won't do that here.
No problem. Listen, under the servers, just keep scrolling down. You'll see religion, philosophy, etc., and then you'll see a biblical channel. That's every Tuesday night, and perhaps probably more frequently. I will imagine.
Just keep checking it because it's
just keep checking it. Yeah, and sounds like you're passionate, so that's a great place to go talk about that.
Not that that's the Bible, but yeah.
Well, gospel and all these things. We try to keep it on scientific kind of flat globe kind of deal, just in here.
Yeah.
Rick, what would you like your name to be? Have I heard from you? Can I actually hear your voice before I change your name?
Samuel Gompers.
What's a Gomper?
It's just a guy's name.
Okay. Maybe I'll look him up real quick.
Yeah, look up Samuel Gompers. He's just a guy.
Was a British-born American cigar maker, labor union leader, so he probably owned slaves. And
I don't think he was alive during that
key
time.
figure, 1850. What are you talking about? Key figure in American labor history, Gompers founded the American Federation of Labor. So yeah, he was a slaver. And served
Just like
as
his
the organization's president from 1886 to 1894 and from 1995 until 1924. That's when he died, 1924.
Was he a slaver or a commie?
I'm just saying it doesn't say anything about slavery because they don't want to on Google. But anyone back in that day that's that powerful to actually get into the book of Americans Federation of Labor? Come on, man. Plus, he lived in Texas.
I just like his name. That's it.
No. Good. But, you know, pretty powerful man.
First sentence says it all.
Pretty powerful man.
That's random.
Just read it. So, if you believe what's said. My personal insight, though, was the slavery stuff. So please don't put that, on Google or anyone.
Yo, you guys alright? Hey, can I get an invite to Jim Panda's server? Does anyone got an invite to that?
By the way, I saw those gifs with Hank Hill doing unmentionable things to Bobby. Like, wow.
Yo, Hank, how are you?
I'm not sweaty right now. It's good.
You're
I've been
sweaty.
outside. Yeah, I've been outside, feet in the ground, covered in ash. Having a good
Oh,
time.
really?
Mm.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
How was that?
It was good. Now I'm having some tea and listening to the wife make noise.
I see.
How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, dude.
She's hanging up Marley. I can't complain. So I just realized that it might be the rain or sweat or both, but I think it's raining outside.
How old are you?
39.
You're 39. What? Really?
Yeah, bro. You
Man,
know that?
that's a lot of time on your hands there.
What are you trying to say, bro?
I mean, that's a potential lot of toxicity.
What
Yeah,
the
you
hell?
think? Yeah, you think, bro?
Yeah, I know, dude.
Yeah, I'm pretty toxic. I'll give you that. Physically, not so much
Well,
psychologically.
just in
Or
case
maybe
someone
I'm
hasn't
toxic
told you,
psychologically.
right? Just in case someone hasn't told you recently, I care about you. So, detox.
Still water, and I know that I need to fast. I know that fasting is where it's at. All the benefits from abstention. How you say that? Of food and other pleasures. Yeah, it's really true that all of you should probably avoid that pleasure loop, right?
No, you just got to get off the biohazard list, dude.
Right.
You got to do that.
Well, I already drink distilled water. I mean, in my tea.
In your tea, really?
Yeah, only distilled water. That's what I
Oh,
drink all day
nice.
long.
So you would recommend that?
There ain't nothing wrong with me. Not that I can tell.
Oh, okay. I mean, have you noticed any benefits?
Drinking pure water?
Yeah, have you noticed any
Uh,
benefits?
yeah, I've been doing it a long time. Okay, so here's what's weird about me. I grew up poor, but we had clean water. So even though we were like dirt poor, we had like Ozarko, like yeah, my boy still had cancer, but we were living at Winsboro and drinking like tap water at that time because I didn't continue how I was raised. So I really think it's important to get clean water. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, very fruitful. Yeah, I had a conversation with my 13-year-old today. I was like, hey, kid, do you brush your teeth? He was like, yeah. I said, well, what's in your toothpaste? He said, I don't have a clue. I said, well, why are you putting stuff in your temple that you don't have a clue what it is? He said, oh my gosh. is so wise. You really made me open my eyes today. These are his words, not mine. This is my 13-year-old.
How long have we used non-fluoridated toothpaste? How long have we used non-fluoridated toothpaste?
Toothpaste. Non-coordinated toothpaste sucks.
At least.
Non-fluoridated, silly.
I was just joking. I know.
Stop joshing, Squid.
That would be funny though.
Yeah, dude, non-coordinated toothpaste is definitely a no-brainer.
What's it taste like?
Mint.
Did I say it wrong? Are you guys pounding on me right now? What did I say?
It tastes like sugar, like everything else, right?
Tastes like cupcakes. My toothpaste tastes like cupcake icing.
What's in it?
What did I say? Did I say something wrong?
No. I'm
Cake
saying,
icing.
what do you think, dude? Like, I mean, what do you really think, Hank?
Probably said something wrong because I
Oh, and
was halfway
fluoride?
finished. Yeah. Did I say something wrong? Did I use the wrong word?
He was trolling. But I mean, these poor people, right, that are sitting there taking showers in tap water. I mean, I feel really bad for those people, you know?
Yeah, I think we should be blessing our own holy water and bathing in that.
What do you mean, holy water?
Whole. Like whole. Nothing else. No parts of anything else. No parts per million. Whole water.
Oh, just
Holy
pure water?
Nothing else. Yeah, bro. Still
Oh,
water.
yeah. I'm all for pure water. But yeah, the thing is
We're having weird ass pauses in between.
you can drink it, right? But like, you can also, you know, go even further beyond. But I mean, all this is simply explained in the ancient text, dude.
Yeah. Perfect.
It might block a certain receptor.
I mean, if you believe acceptors resist, right?
Well, I believe electricity exists. So I mean, something's got to pick that up.
Yeah. Okay.
Else would make a human more docile or less amped to feel or do or react to certain things. I mean, other than blocking, you know.
I mean, all things are possible, but I mean, a lot of people just need to get back on their feet again. They gotta start living to live instead of living to die.
I still don't understand how anybody bought the idea that all these people did this crazy shit without demonstrating any. It's just weird to me how that ever even got anywhere. How it ever even got to be a globe without any demonstration.
I mean, word of mouth is pretty powerful, you know. You just have to fathom the extent of what that can travel and what it means, you know, across a large enough population, you know, what the possibilities are. Because, I mean, technically, the more people you have that are spreading ideas and basically lying back and forth to each other, the lies just go deeper and deeper and deeper, and then you just get farther and farther and farther from the truth, right? That's why it says, you know, anyone that loves and practices lying, right? The lies is what's the problem. Just need people that know the truth and talk about it. That's all you need.
Yeah, I've really been thinking about lately, like moving to another place that has clean water.
Just make your own, bro. I live out in the boonies, right, in Virginia. I got a little well. I don't take showers. I don't brush my teeth. I don't let anything touch me unless I know what it is, right? What's in it. And yeah, I've been doing that for 6 years.
Your heritage? Are you native, or is this like a sacred thing, or what?
I mean, as far as I know, I'm Northern European.
I really didn't have you pegged as a Northern European.
Yeah, I mean that's just what I've heard. I don't have any proof. But that's all I've heard is that my lineage goes back to like Vikings and stuff like that.
Word.
I mean, I have a very fiery red beard, and it's very strange because my mustache is just straight blonde, and then my hair is like more brownish than blonde, but it's kind of like that mixture, right? So I have like 3 different tones from the top of my head to my mustache to my beard. They're all different colors. It's very strange.
I got
Do you have
every
green
color in my
eyes?
beard.
Huh?
Do
I
you
got
have
every
green
color.
eyes? Oh,
What's
I'm
that
sorry.
mean?
Sorry, I was just saying I have every color in my beard, every hair color known to man, like every natural color.
Do you have any fingernails that are messed up?
No, my fingernails look all good.
Okay, one of my fingernails is messed up.
Do you have green eyes?
Nah, blue.
So you're mixed.
I don't know what I am.
Because the full-blooded red-headed people actually have green eyes, like in combination with red hair and green eyes. So
Yeah, my hair is red.
you probably have some Irish or Scottish ancestry as well. Correct me if
Okay.
I'm wrong.
That's interesting. Yeah, I could drink a lot of fucking alcohol. I know that. And I mean a lot. Like,
I can't, bro. Barely 2 beers.
no, I mean I
Or
would chug like a 40 in 5 minutes, and like I was like, okay, yeah, now I have a nice buzz, and that's how it was. But
I can still
yeah,
do that.
yeah, I mean I don't drink anymore these days. I just smoke. But yeah, I mean that's how it was. So maybe that is the truth. It could be some kind of descendancy that comes from those stairs. That fall from heaven.
A lot of people think like redheaded people come from like a certain area or whatever, but it's not really true. It's like we come from all over the world, redheaded
I
people.
mean, it depends. It's more saturated in Ireland and Scotland, and it's spread out.
No, it didn't spread out from there. I mean, you can read stories in the Old Testament about David looking at a redhead, right? And David was ruddy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's ancient Judaites, not Jewish people, but ancient Judaites. Judites, what do we call them?
Hey, Globers still think that. Hey, Globers still think that distance is time.
Wait, really?
Mm-hmm.
Nuh-uh.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Who said that?
Speed. Okay, speed changes the time. They're arguing about time in the YouTube chat. I'm just saying, space-time is still trying to be explained, and it hasn't been shown or measured or demonstrated or anything.
What if everything that we see is a reflection off of the container, right? The inside of the container, and because it's the opposite of the shape of our eyes, that there's some kind of weird reflectionary action going on? That could be neat.
It could be anything.
Hank, are you still there?
Yeah, what's up?
I mean, the thing is, those people in the UK islands, they do have like Judahite ancestry, like quite some of them. Like if you look at certain surnames, for example, Matthews, it's a modern form of the surname McMahon. And it's a clan in Ireland that traces back to the name Meth Gamhui in Gaelic. Matha was the anglicized usage, but translates to Mati. I'm not sure, like Matityahu? Yeah, in the original Jewish tongue, and Matthias in Greek translations. So it traces back to the tribe of Levi, but you can argue Judah as well, but yeah. There's no definite knowledge on this though. So
Yeah, I've looked into this theory. It's a pretty interesting theory. I can't really debunk it, and it's not falsifiable. So it's just like a historical theory that you have to look at it and go, there's a lot of evidence for that. And
It's
then,
very interesting.
yeah,
it's interesting for sure.
but you can use names. Like certain names are like derivatives. If you source it back to the original name, it might give some answers.
But it's also the same with the Hebrew Israelites and the slaves on the ships. They also have the same names.
About the blood
You would
lineage or
expect.
just the name?
Yeah, just the name. So I don't know if they're actually the people of the curse, like they claim. They claim that their people didn't follow, and they got sold into slavery, just like what was it? Deuteronomy, the curses of Deuteronomy. I think it's 28. I might be wrong about that. I haven't spoken with them in a while. It's been many years since I've spoken to a Hebrew Israelite. But yeah, that's what they believe. They believe they're descendants of the Israelites who got sold into captivity, and that they also believe that the Native Americans are also Israelites, and some of them believe that they are Native American. But this is speaking by and large. There's many different types, so I don't know. I can't really speak for all of them. There's different cliques and groups and tribes, I guess.
Isn't there, though? Posted the FE Core laser experiment video and data in PDF form in the live stream voice text, if anybody wants to check that out. Those in the YouTube
Oh, you didn't know.
chat. Those in the YouTube chat. I also posted that in the chat room in there. So take a look at this stuff, guys. Lasers, line of sight, A to B, straight lines. Who knew? Hey, anybody else having trouble hearing him, or is he hot micing, or what's going on right now?
He's got his volume real low. There's some noise in the background, but you can't hear nothing he's saying.
Yeah.
Is my mic acting up?
Now it's good. Now it's good. You're good.
So, like, a lot of people have been telling me this. Like, I have a built-in mute button on my headset. And apparently, when I press the mute button, people tell me I am hot micing for some reason.
How long have you had the headset?
2 years.
It might be time to get a new one. How old? I mean, how expensive is it? How much money do you make every year? Tell us everything. Just kidding. So.
Oh, by the way, Discord sometimes starts picking up your sound when you like mute it. The mute doesn't work sometimes, and it starts picking up your sound somehow. I don't know how, but
oh no, like it's more
it's
like
happened
voice.
a couple times, like about 20 times or so. That it actually starts picking up your audio, even with mute on.
What? I mean, I would imagine that if I press the mute button on my headset, it would like disconnect the mic, but like internally, mechanically, or in some way or another.
No, it's Discord. It does it to me as well.
It doesn't pick up the noises around me, so like it would be more likely to be some electrical inconsistencies within my headset.
So for you, maybe, yeah.
So, has anyone found any proof of the globe yet?
No.
Not gonna happen.
New day, same stuff.
And the pathetic attempts of people to try and prove the globe they're so pathetic that it's just actually you just want to really. I mean, how do these people even bring that kind of junk to the table? It's like they're nothing, and they're just so confident and they're so arrogant. It's like they think that they're right. It's like how do they even think that they're right and not question themselves?
Things they're actually the victims themselves without realizing. Like, the globe model doesn't rely on science, it relies on psychology and sociology. It has implemented various ways to brainwash people and to indoctrinate them and like basically program people think in a certain way and behave in a certain way. And it started very early, like so once you're in that one phase, it's hard to get out of, especially when you consider that a lot of these Glovers have spent like 20 years believing in it. It's pretty. Yeah.
It's like you go through the facts slowly, you try and explain it carefully, you try and do all you can to, to put the facts there, in front of the people. You do it real nice and slow, and still they just ignore complete nonsense they're talking, and they completely ignore what you're saying, and they still just argue with you, but it's like they're just arguing in blindness, and they haven't got any ability to hear what you're saying even, and you explain it nicely, slowly, you go through all the points, and nothing. It's just like it's so weird that people can. I still can't understand why people can't see it.
It's weird, but you need to understand that people aren't robots, and as surprising as it is, people aren't very rational. Like, they have the rational capacity, but you need to take into consideration that they have emotions as well, and often these conflict and it causes cognitive dissonance in the first place. Like, they don't like being wrong. They like the feeling that they've been lied to their entire lives. It's a uncomfortable feeling in general. Like, have you ever been like? I'm pretty sure that everyone had this at least once in their lives, where you were presented facts. It could be on some small topic or some big, regardless of that. But like, you knew you were wrong, and you knew you weren't adding up, but you still try to cling on it as much as you could. That's basically cognitive dissonance, where your mind goes against your feelings. And some people improve and they can actually learn to be more intellectually honest, and some don't. It's different from person to person. That's why a lot of people here are flat earthers now. Not everyone was born a flat earther. If that makes sense.
I was fortunate though, because it didn't take long for them to persuade me, because it was. I mean, the facts were pretty plain. I mean, it's pretty. Once I saw everything, it was like, wow. I mean, you can't deny it. It's right in front of you. You know what I mean? It's there. It's staring you in the face.
Yeah. But it all depends on how honest you are to yourself. More than how honest you are to other people, in my opinion. Like, people lie to themselves more than to other people.
But the big plus is that it's really nice to see that some people can, think about things and be honest. That's really nice.
Yeah.
Refreshing. Yeah. So there is intelligent life on Earth. There are some people that can admit that they're wrong and change their thinking and see things that they wouldn't normally see. So that's great.
Yeah. To be honest, in my opinion, honesty is more essential than intelligence when it comes to this. Sure, intelligence has a lot to play in it, but at the end of the day, it's about how honest you are to yourself and other people.
I totally agree with that. Yep.
I don't think many of these Globers really have a lot of intelligence. I think they're just good at repeating things. Being able to repeat things doesn't mean you're smart.
I mean, yeah, like, I'm not claiming anything, it's a neutral statement. Like, I'm not denying the fact that there are not, like, unintelligent Globers, but I'm also not denying that there could be intelligent Globers out there who simply just cling on to it because of their feelings. But, yeah.
Well, what is intelligence actually? Intelligence is measured nowadays by IQ test, right? Ability to do maths, ability to do geometry, ability to think in terms of lines and spaces and 3D thinking. So most of that testing for intelligence is actually just one part of the brain, the geometric side, which is actually quite an important part to do with flat Earth as well, because we do use a lot of geometry and that kind of thinking. So it is actually quite useful in terms of flat Earth. But it doesn't cover all the intelligence of man, because intelligence is much more than just geometry and maths and thinking and blending and matching colors and matching shapes and things like that. It's much more than that.
I think, honestly, that intelligence is more about the capacity more than your actual knowledge, because otherwise I would say that intellect intellectuality is a better word rather than intelligence. Because intelligence, for example, one person can like look through something for 10 minutes and fully memorize it and or learn it or know how to handle it, while another could take, like, I don't know, 2 hours. So my take is that it all depends on your potential and your efficiency rather than your.
Yeah, that's just one aspect of intelligence, because the one guy might read it in 5 minutes, but he won't know what to do with it. And the guy who's really with a different type of intelligence, because his intelligence has many different flavors and things, he'll know
I'm
what to
sorry
do
to
with it.
interrupt.
He'll know how to
That's
apply
my
it.
claim. That wasn't my claim. I'm saying that for the same amount of knowledge gained, one person can take 5 minutes for it, while another could take 2 hours, while both having learned the same thing and coming down to the same conclusion. If that makes sense.
Yeah, but what I was saying was, it's not about just how fast you can retain
Not
knowledge,
fast. That's
because
not my
as you
claim.
get older,
I'm talking about efficiency. That's a
hold on, let
different
me finish.
claim. Like,
But
you're a
yeah, let me
straw
finish.
man.
Oh yeah. So you can, because as you get older, you're not going to be able to do that fast as well. You're going to be able to do it slow, but you might do it really fast, but you might be or really great, and you might be able to really retain stuff, but you might not be able to do anything with it. And the guy who does it slowly might be able to do much more with that knowledge and actually apply it practically and use wisdom to apply it. So the guy in the first guy, he's got a great brain to absorb it, but he doesn't know what to do with it. So that's another aspect of intelligence too, practical wisdom.
But the thing is, that's beside my claim. Unless you try to bring up a new claim, sure, but if it was as a response to mine, I don't see the connection.
No, I'm not debating you. I'm just saying
Oh, I'm not
intelligence
saying
is a
you're
lot more.
debating. I'm not saying that.
I'm just saying intelligence is a lot more than just absorbing facts. It's actually how you apply those facts is part of. I think it's a part of intelligence too. Wisdom is part of intelligence too, and what you do with it and how you can apply it.
Yeah, application
Actually, I
is
think
also.
absorbing facts has nothing to do with intelligence. So I heard QE say this the other day. I'm trying to remember exactly what he said. And I think it was a great way of saying it. Intelligence is what you do, is measured by what you do with the information you already have. So intelligence has nothing to do with absorbing information or obtaining information. It's just a point of view, an opinion. I guess that's what it is, really, ultimately, at least at this level. It's an opinion of how someone utilizes the information that they already have at their disposal at that moment.
Yeah, that's true. Like
Yeah.
efficiency, like.
And if your heart is like stubborn, say you got this. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about general. But there's people that are arrogant or stubborn or they're prideful. They can take knowledge and then use it as they want, but their own arrogance will trick them up. But when you got a heart, like if you actually humble and you actually think about things and you admit you can be wrong, and you check things, you can actually do a lot more with knowledge than someone who has thousands of things of knowledge, but he actually is so arrogant that he can't change his mind about stuff. But that one guy who's just got a little bit of stuff, he can actually change his mind about things, and he can do plenty more with that little bit of knowledge than the guy with a big backpack full of stuff, but he doesn't actually know what to do with it because he's too arrogant to actually let it affect him or change his mind.
I mean, I agree.
And it wouldn't necessarily have to change his mind. I mean, if he grew up in a household where his parents told him the truth that the Earth is flat and stationary, he could, be intelligent. And I'm just saying, you don't have to change your mind to be intelligent. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, like it has other factors at play, as I mentioned before too. Like, not everyone in here has. Not everyone, but the majority of people in here, I would assume they were Globers at some point. Honesty is what matters more, like being honest to yourself and your surroundings.
And it takes a bit of hard work because you actually got to apply your brain to think through the processes of what people are saying and listen. Sometimes it's hard work to listen to things that you don't understand and then try and think about them and then spend some time thinking about those things to actually bring them to make them understandable in your own thinking.
But back to what Orion said, like it's actually a valid and good claim. Like the application is definitely something important and a key essential point in measuring intelligence in one way or another. But
Normally, when you think that you know everything, then that's when you can't learn. But when you realize you know nothing, that's when you can start learning stuff.
isn't that
or when you
basically?
have,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
or when you don't have the ability to admit you've been fooled.
Yeah, and when you can say to yourself, I don't care what's right or wrong, I just want to know the truth, and I'm willing to sacrifice whatever I thought was right before me, and I'm gonna be able to lay it down, no matter what. I don't care. I just want to know what is the truth. And if you want it that bad, you got to, then you will be willing to sacrifice the lies.
It's a very vague area, though. Truth, facts, knowledge, empiricism.
Yeah, there are a lot of things that have a play in it.
It's sad, but many fall on the wayside of truth, and it's sad because you want everyone obviously to see the truth, but the fact remains that
I don't. Nope. I don't want everyone to see the truth. It's not. Well, first, it's not going to happen. Second of all, it wouldn't be right. It would. So many of the wrong people would know the truth. Imagine there's already the wrong kind of people who know a lot of truths, making life very hard for everything on Earth. Imagine if
you got to give a
even
specific
more
example
of what?
Oh, but I'm not just talking about one type of truth. I'm talking about all truth. So I'm talking on a different level. But yeah, I see what you're saying about flat Earth. Yeah.
No, not about flat Earth. About the bigger truths, the overarching reason all of these struggles are happening more and more frequently. But anyway, it's pretty much just my opinion, so we don't have to go there.
To add to Gladflope's statement, like the ones who know the truth are actually the ones who, basically the elites who put up this whole globe. Like they know the truth, like they're lying, they know the truth, yet they spread out this whole lie. So it doesn't show that if you know the truth that you already are
But do
proper
they
human being.
really know the truth? That's the question. Do they really know the truth? They're missing some real big blind spots. That's what I'm saying.
How do you know? Truth is subjective. At the end, very, very end of the day, truth is subjective.
Well, my whole life's quest has been seeking the truth. So, yeah. So that's what I specialize in.
I mean, some truths can be subjective, but there are things that are objective. Like,
so far as we know,
that's what I've been specializing in for a long time.
I specialize in telling the truth. Sometimes it gets me in trouble.
But I'm not saying I'm arrived. I'm still learning. But what I'm saying is, because there's so many lies that you can get. There's 10,000 lies per day. You gotta get rid of. But what I'm saying is, fighting the lies and every day. And sometimes I'm not always successful. Sometimes the lies can trip you up. But I'm going to get up again and fight them, and continue with the truth.
I wonder if Neil deGrasse Tyson has ever said the words, "I have my own truth and you have your own truth," something stupid like that. He probably wouldn't argue so hard against someone else if they said it in front of him, right?
Well, Neil deGrasse, I mean, I've heard him before. He lies a lot. He's definitely lying. He definitely knows the Earth's flat, because no one could be that deep in the whole thing and not know it. He's definitely insider. And no one could say such silly things that he does say sometimes, because he really says some silly stuff sometimes.
Well, if it weren't him, it'd be somebody else.
He's just a paid actor.
That is what he is. So far, he's got an IMDb page, but no degrees in physics or science.
Yeah, he's a paid actor. But someone like that, it kind of makes me wonder, like, they're a paid actor that we see on TV, but it's like, do they have like any kind of internal, original personality? Like, it just seems like him and so many other people out there. It's just like, it's like a paid actor. It's like that is them. That's their
they
life.
They always have to be in character. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, they sold their souls long ago, you see.
You got to pay the piper.
What's the difference between intelligence and wisdom?
Wisdom is something that you obtain over time through experience of others that you observe or through your own experiences. Intelligence has to do with the choices that you make with the information available to you in the moment.
Well, wisdom is your action upon your knowledge, but there's different types of wisdom. There's different levels of wisdom. There's spiritual wisdom. There's natural wisdom. There's wisdom within different. There's a whole lot of different categories.
There's dental wisdom.
All different types of wisdom. Yeah. So there's all types of wisdom that people don't even know about. But what I'm saying is applying knowledge is where it comes. But it does key in with a lot to do with relationships and your relationships to people around you, to God, to
spirituality
everything.
Is what that is.
Yeah, it's got a lot to do with that. So it's definitely related. Wisdom is definitely, and it can be supernatural wisdom. And there's gifts of wisdom. There's supernatural gifts, words of wisdom. There's wisdom that comes from experience, doing the right thing, and there's wisdom. I mean, there's wrong wisdom, evil wisdom as well. There's all different types.
It sums it up for me. Something I heard recently was one of my good buddies. lost his pilot's license because he was caught drunk on the job, and they usually don't give you your wings back when they take them, but he did. He got his wings back. It's fucking awesome. Anyway, he said, a smart person learns from others' mistakes. A wise person learns from their own.
That's really good.
Yeah.
But you know, sometimes when you're young, you can learn a lot from other people as well. When you're older too, but sometimes because you think that you know it all when you're young, and then if you look at other people, you can actually learn a lot of things from other people, especially older people. And even the most unlikely people that you wouldn't think that you could learn from, there's people that you'd think, oh man, they're really dumb, but actually you could learn from them as well, which is quite interesting.
It's all learning if you know how to pay attention.
You can also learn the wrong things from good people, and definitely if you could learn things that could really devastate you later in your life if you learn the wrong things. That's also another
true
thing.
wisdom is being able to notice the difference between the right and the wrong. Way to go.
And I see so many people, they learn good things, and then they get tricked into another ploy that comes from the side and takes them out.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're out of the frying pan into the fire, basically.
Well, it's like, hey, how do you fix your life? Some people say, well, veganism. So, okay, let's try that. And it does the opposite. But some people are okay with it. I just know it's technically malnutrition. But I wouldn't be able to do it. But yeah, these radical ideas, if I need to make a drastic change, and they're just flailing, looking for something, anything. And the problem is they don't want to branch out. They just want to use popular methods, accepted methods, because they still want to stay within the social norm aspect, but they do want to make a positive change. So they will have to sacrifice some of that positive change to fit in with the in crowd. Yep.
There's a good point you brought up there about health. You know, if you keep health does affect your intelligence too, and also what you eat and what your sleep and your exercise and stuff like that. That's really important, and how you breathe, and that really does affect your brain too. There's no getting around that.
Yeah, it's a good cheat code. I mean, the more oxygen your body gets, the better. Breathe heavier, deeper, longer. Practice breathing exercises. Drink a little more water than you're used to. Whatever.
And take supplements and take nutrients, supplements, minerals, all those things.
With food. The food helps the stuff assimilate.
It all depends on how bioavailable they are. I mean, some supplements may be, some supplements may not be. I would suggest avoiding any that contain magnesium stearate or vegetable stearate. It's an additive that makes the machines move more smoothly, but it inhibits your ability to absorb nutrients. Read the bottles. It's in a lot of them.
It's like grease, like gear grease in your supplements.
If you choose the wrong vitamins, you're gonna go downhill. Yeah, you're right. You got to be really careful on what you use. There's a lot of different brands out there, and you got to study the toxicity in them, the lead in them, all that stuff. Which ones work best, how they work. So there's a lot of stuff to study. Yeah, takes.
Well, here's the thing, though. Here's what's good about this: is the human body is you're the best guinea pig for what works or what doesn't in your body. Something maybe Centrum vitamin works for one person. Even though it's probably not the best one for you, perhaps somebody else gets great benefit from it, and they'll go with that. So unfortunately, one has to, in the realm of supplements, because there's just so many, trial and error until it sometimes takes years and years, and you're taking a supplement for one thing for one reason, like a vitamin D or something, and it takes years sometimes to really see the benefits, but. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Supplementation on top of a healthy diet is the perfect, close to perfect way to go as you can. But the healthier the food is, the delivery mechanism is only going to be helped, not hindered, by the supplements.
The human body requires less oxygen to burn fat calories than carbohydrate calories.
Is that true?
So
cool.
When I was thinking about that, that I learned that many years back, and what you just said about oxygen in the brain and intelligence, it didn't occur to me until now that might actually may be a factor that would give your brain more ability, is the fact that you'd have more oxygen because you need less oxygen to burn the food that's in your stomach.
Sure. Definitely mess you up. Keto is awesome. Keto definitely gets your brain working better. The proteins, it's really a big plus. Definitely recommend keto above carbs. Carbs diet is really bad. It pulls you down. It gives you inflammation. It causes mood problems. It causes all kinds of stuff. So definitely recommend keto. Yeah, it's good.
And keep in mind, just because something's made of fat doesn't mean it's healthy. There's a lot of plant materials out there that are, okay for your body, like a fresh avocado or maybe almonds or something like that, whole almonds. But a lot of other plant-based fats out there, especially the highly refined ones, are really bad. And you might even find those things in products that are labeled keto or keto friendly in the grocery store when it's jam-packed full of palm oil or canola oil or something like that. Those crop oils will just do terrible things to your body.
And the other part, that's agreed. Yeah, and the other part is that they can say whatever they want because ketogenesis is a natural process every time you eat, and it's kind of always going on, ketogenesis. So, to put it on a supplement to say this makes the body go into a state of ketogenesis is what they think they're buying. All it does is it's just a certain amount of calories and nutrition that if eaten all the time just by itself, it would change the digestive body chemistry. But the fact that it's just like a keto protein bar. Well, you might as well be eating a regular one, man. It doesn't at that point it doesn't matter. But a keto diet's a way different thing.
But I've seen
in a good way. It's different in a good way.
Your brain will definitely work better if you have less sugar and more proteins, and
fats.
It definitely works better.
The brain works best with fats. It likes proteins, it likes carbs, but those aren't what it needs. The brain needs mostly just fats.
But only the good fats, yeah.
Huh?
Only the good fats. Stay away from all the bad fats.
Right,
bad ones,
right.
Yeah.
Not medical advice. This is just my opinion. I'm sure I speak for these other gentlemen too.
I'm just saying what makes your brain seem to work better. You seem to think clearer when you eat right.
Yeah, I think so.
Sugar.
Yeah,
Even the medical companies say you mustn't eat sugar, so they're all saying the same thing.
It's so funny, and they're like, we're going to keep making the products, but we'll just put less sugar on it, which the consumer doesn't care about that. They'll just eat 2 instead of 1. It's like, come on.
Talking about Mars, I saw one of the pictures here. Talking about going to Venus now as well. It's like, oh, Venus has got life, and we need to go there. And The place is like freezing. Apparently, like you can't even live there. But want to go there. It's like supposed to be. That's what they're saying. It's that's they say it's freezing, but it's probably all hocus bogus too. But they just make up stuff as they go along.
Wait, you said Venus? Are you sure you're not thinking about another one of their fictional planets? Because I thought they said that's the one that's allegedly closest to the sun and it's burning hot all the time.
Yeah, they're putting the eyes on that to go to that now. They can't get to the moon, but they're looking at Venus. But all the other countries can go to the moon. China goes there, Russia, Israel, they all landed there, no problem. Everyone landed on the moon. A couple of other countries, but no worries. We can't go there, but we can go to Venus. No problem.
It's so ridiculous, dude. Why hasn't America been back to the moon? So many other countries have gone so far in the time that you've had to go back.
Did they?
Let's just focus on Mars, okay? They can handle the moon. We're gonna go to Mars.
So China allegedly sent a rover there and sent back some rather, primitive-looking pictures that didn't really show any further than 7 feet into the distance. Yeah, the moon. The moon.
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about intelligence. I want to give you guys a critical thinking test with the worst piece of Orwellian propaganda I've ever seen in my life. Y'all ready?
Let's go.
So this was a Reuters article from September. Okay, so title. Now, what I'm going to say is, you tell me what's the misinformation. Okay, their claim of the misinformation or their article. So the article title is. Hold on, I'll post a link to it. The article title is Fact Check. Study did not find vaccinated healthcare workers carry 251 times the viral load of those who were unvaccinated. So there's a whole story. And then at the end, so the answer is in the end, right? So it says verdict. The story is misleading. The study found that viral loads of breakthrough COVID-19 cases of the Delta variant 251 times higher compared to cases with other variants detected between March and April 2020. It did not focus on vaccinated versus unvaccinated cases. So now tell me, what's wrong with that? They said it was misinformation to say that vaccinated people had a 251 times the viral load of unvaccinated people. And then they said that last part. It's compared to cases with other variants detected between March and April 2020.
Refraction. That's the answer.
Refraction. No. How many vaccines were available in March and April of 2020?
Definitely correct.
Wait, no. Hold on.
Zero.
Zero.
Zero, right?
Yes.
They're like, they didn't specifically compare it to unvaccinated people, even though we know anyone that was tested in that time period was unvaccinated. It is like the worst piece of Orwellian doublespeak bullshit I've ever seen.
They don't care how sloppy they are.
So they said that it was misinformation to say that vaccinated had 251 times the viral load of unvaccinated people, even though everyone in the comparison group was unvaccinated because they were tested before the vaccine existed. So if you go on Twitter or Facebook or any of these places, you're like, look at this more anti-vax disinformation disproven, right? It's crazy, man. The shit that they this is Reuters news agency, and I'll post a link to the article. This is it's so bad.
I don't even watch that stuff anymore. I just turn the TV off.
Yeah, they also didn't include the fact that the people that were tested were alive, had all their limbs, had blood in their veins, but because they didn't specifically test for, they didn't focus on that in the study, then they must not have had those things. It's totally ridiculous. It's so absurd. But this is the type of stuff that slips by. Most people did. I mean, they literally debunked themselves in their own article, and people just it's hard to catch because they're so slick at it. They're very good at what they do, no doubt. The media is good at what they do.
I mean, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't the first needles released somewhere June? Like end of June.
Yeah, April 2020 was the beginning. It was the very, very beginning. So they tested a group of people back in 2020, and that was their comparison group. Then they tested a bunch of Vietnamese healthcare workers and found that they were vaccinated, and they had 251 times the viral load of unvaccinated people.
But didn't they unironically fact check themselves? Like, fact checking that they're not reliable?
Yeah, pretty much. So I've sent this to a bunch of people, like pro-vax people, and they just they won't respond to it because it's so obvious that they can't defend it.
Can you send a link?
Yeah, I put it in live stream voice text.
Oh.
So who's gonna fact check the fact checkers?
They fact check themselves and debunk their it's the irony of saying the claim was misinformation when their whole claim of misinformation is actually the misinformation.
And if I'm not mistaken, a lot of these fact-checking websites have ties to the government. But I could be wrong.
Reuters is like a news service. I don't know if you're familiar with them. They're like the AP, Associated Press, so they sell their stories to CBS, ABC, NBC, different news organizations around the world. So they're like the largest. I think AP and Reuters merged, right?
They've been around since the 1850s, I think.
Yeah.
I forget. My computer crashed, but one of the board members of Reuters is also a board member on one of the companies that is selling the vacationations. So no conflict of interest there,
What would motivate them to even post a story like that? Like, why would they go out of their way to do that? Because they obviously have some sort of agenda, right?
Well, part of the brainwashing is to tell you a little bit of truth, slowly by slowly, in such a way that you start accepting it and you think it's the norm and you just accept it as around you, like you boil in that, like the frog that boils in the water slowly. That's what they do. And then by the time you realize what's going on, you're already boiled.
Well, I think their main tactic is to put out contradictory information, right? So that you can't make sense of it. So you just give up, right?
Well, they also have the stats on how many people actually go out and look up if they're telling bullshit or not. The stats have to be overwhelming majority that nobody ever calls them on their bullshit, right?
And then the fact checkers will stop you from looking at those things because they're cleaning those sites, they're cleaning up stuff, they're moving stuff, they fact checking your Facebook all day long.
Dude, it doesn't matter. They're pathetic. That's all they got. The truth wins every fucking time. So just let them have their minute or two here doing all that. There's nothing we can do about it anyway, right?
Yes. I even heard I think maybe it was the Surgeon General, was someone on TV saying, as more people get vaccinated, the amount of people that are hospitalized for COVID is going to go up, and that's a good thing. Like, how does that make any sense? And the reporter doesn't even call them out. Like, okay, so more people are getting vaccinated, then there's more people in the hospital. So, like, how does that make sense? It's like, isn't it supposed to go down? Isn't that like the point of the vaccine? Is to stop hospitalizations?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure Kamala Harris I heard Kamala Harris say that same exact thing you just said.
Yeah, yeah. The more we give treatment, the worse the patient gets. Like what?
Yeah, the more vacationated means they are filling up the hospitals faster and fuller, and that's a good thing.
Rejoice. Science.
Maybe she's speaking to the Satanists who all just want to kill everyone, and they've already planned to do this. So she's just reporting to them, the killer psychos.
So people ask, like, why does flat Earth matter? Because the psychological motivation that makes them say things like trust the science, its foundation is in the idea that the Earth's a ball. That's the foundation of Western civilization. We discovered that the Earth was a ball first. We're better than everybody else, right? So because we discovered that, we're infallible. Right? We have science. We know everything. We can do anything. We're God. We can cure the sick. We can make the blind see. We can do all these things, right? All the things that God did, now we can do because we have science. But to make people trust science in the first place, they convinced everybody it's a ball. It is literally the foundation of the faith in science. So if anybody ever asks why it matters, it sure as hell matters to them. They spam global. The foundation of the brainwash.
There you go. Listen to that clip, Indio. It's only 1 minute. See if that's the one that's the one I was thinking of right there.
Oh, you're gonna make me listen to her. Okay.
It's only
it's
1
hard
minute.
to listen to these people.
It's only 1 minute.
And here's the one. Virtually every person is in the house. It's the COVID-19. Exactly. I'm going to virtually get the fact. Every who is in the hospital right now, COVID-19 is vaccinated. And even more, and it is an benefit of not. Virtually every person has died from COVID-19.
I don't trust the needle that video was edited. It's not, yeah, a strong argument.
You know what that reminds me of? You know the scene in Kill Bill, the strip club? And he's like, what exactly are you trying to convince me of? That you're as useful as an asshole right here. What are you trying to convince me of, man? Take the vaccine, go to the hospital, or die? Like, is that what you're trying to convince me of? You just convinced me. It's calendar time.
The BitChute video was edited. Like, you can hear this cut into the audio.
It's like, can people think for themselves anymore?
No.
So in other NASA news, they said that they sent a rocket to an asteroid. So I woke up to this garbage because TV was on. If they sent a rocket to an asteroid, and they're gonna knock it off its path to see if they can deflect asteroid. And one of the
They're going to say they did it. They're going to say, without any proof at all, they're going to say they did it. It's going to be great.
Yeah, without a shred of evidence to back up their crap. Or no, they'll say they didn't do it. They say it only worked partially because they need more money.
What? Yeah. Okay. I see. I smell you, dog.
Here you go. I found it. I'm gonna post it in the live chat and then I'm gonna erase it. But this is on Pfizer's website, and it proves that this guy is a board member of both of those corporations, both Pfizer and Reuters.
No conflict there. NASA's a giant make-work program.
He's just doing all the jobs, judge and executioner all in one.
So when they so-called found gravitational waves for the first time, so this is the motivation for all these good old nonsense things, right? So I think the LIGO cost something like $4 billion over its lifespan. And they were about to run out of money, and miraculously they found what they were looking for. Yeah, right. Anyway, the moral of the story is the press conference they said, this is going to create a whole new field of study, a whole new industry. And that is really what it's all about.
Yeah, of
They
course.
they do one of these discoveries, and now here comes the government grants. Endlessly say we have to research this stuff because it's so super important. Now they're going to send up this. Well, they can't send up because it's broken. Well, they can't send up because there is no outer space. But this James Webb telescope, right? So that costs $2 billion. So they spent $2 billion to look at stars no one will ever go to. No one can ever really verify what they're made of, what they're doing, or anything. Billions of dollars for this. With nothing useful to humanity in it. That's why people say the commercial space travel, there would never be, even if you believe the Earth was a globe, there would never be any commercial space travel. It's you can't make any money. How can you make money? It would be like what we call it, the tourist industry, right? It would be just like the tourist industry. The profit margin in the tourist industry is incredibly low. So let's just jack up my operating costs because I'm putting people in space and hope I make money. It'll never happen. That's why you use a fiction. The main reason is, since what human endeavor do people invest trillions of dollars with no return on investment for any foreseeable future? Right. What is going to be the return on investment for all that space stuff? When are we going to be in the black? Right. When are we going to make a profit as humanity? Never. There's no profit to be had. And that's not how human beings operate. We just don't throw money into black holes.
I actually have some fairly decent theories for answers to those questions, but this isn't the place to discuss them. So
it isn't the secret moon program, is it?
Well, it has to do with the Aired and the Baird, which was the technology transfer agreement between the U.S. and Israel.
What does that have to do with like 70 years of so-called space exploration that'll never make anybody any money? I don't see the connection.
That the money didn't go to waste. That money went to develop Israel itself.
Oh, you mean for their operating budget?
Yeah, it was a newly founded country. Started in 58. All that money started pouring in.
47, I think.
Yeah, but I want to say the agreement, the Aired and the Baird started in 58 is what I meant. So all the technology that America was coming up with, it was getting transferred straight over to Israel, basically. Aired
Well,
stands for.
I mean, they wouldn't even have to. They wouldn't even have to hide that because most people support that.
Of course, yeah. Not to mention Dollard, right, who stole all the nuclear plants.
Yeah, yeah.
And that story you just told about miraculously at the end of their funding they came up with something. Well, that literally that same exact story happened to the CDC, and that's where AIDS came from. They were getting to the end of their funding and they were basically worthless. So AIDS came out in like one of the last couple of years of their funding, and then it sparked that whole thing.
Happened with CERN too, with the Higgs boson.
Surprise, surprise. If the playbook works the first time, might as well just beat it like a dead horse, you know?
Yeah, no one's paying attention anyway.
Exactly.
So here's the funny thing about the Higgs boson that most people don't know. The Higgs boson, there's actually 5 Higgs bosons, right? So the theory is that there's the Higgs boson in the quantum field of couples and creates gravity. But there's actually 5 Higgs bosons. And the other 4 would never be detectable because they would need, like, according to them, a particle accelerator the size of the solar system to find the next one because the energy level is so high. So it's an unfalsifiable theory. And these people won the Nobel Prize for it, which blows my mind. It shouldn't blow your mind because it shouldn't blow my mind because the Nobel Peace Prize, how did Nobel make all his money? Oh shit, man. Selling artillery.
Oh, I was thinking of the Rhodes Scholar, right? The Rhodes made all his money from blood diamonds, right? What did Nobel make?
Yeah,
his money
probably.
from?
No, he invented a more stable form of like nitroglycerin gunpowder shit. So he made all his money. Basically, you could even say he like started the world wars because he was selling to like he started basically an arms race in Southeast Asia. He sold a bunch of shit to Japan that built up their military. So it's just funny that he like the Nobel Prize is named after him when he's pretty much just an arms dealer.
How poetic.
Everything's like inverted, man. Like inverted in the mirror.
Right, and that's also the reason for the fake Cold War as well. The fake Cold War, the way the plan gets played out is a technology is created, and then the documents for building that technology is leaked out on purpose. So therefore, your enemy now has your plans. So now you're forced to go back to the drawing board and make a new, better technological, and the loop just keeps on proliferating. And that's why the whole Cold War and all that technology was getting shared with Israel.
You know, the funny thing is, like, the Cold War, especially, like, the United States and Russia, they hated each other. Why would they help each other? Like, because they have a lot of interest in common, namely controlling your domestic population. And why not use the same tool, right? We scare the shit out of our population to just keep working hard and shoveling money into taxes. Don't question the government because it's unpatriotic. And the Russians just do the same thing and they keep their population under control. And then the powers that should not be, they have just what they want. Docile fucking cows.
Well, I think it was Eustace Mullins was saying that after World War II, we were the ones that kept Russia afloat. Everybody thought communism was so great, but they were getting a bunch of financing from America to run communism.
Oh, no doubt. Look, countries aren't against each other. They have things where they have competing interests, and they have things where their interests align. And people think when people think of nations, they think of it as it's just like they're people or something. It's like they're not people because people can die. Nations can't die in that sense, right? They're not mortal. So, they cooperate where they have interests, and they don't cooperate where they don't have interests, common interests.
Are you staying up with the new Silk Road, the Silk Road between China, Israel, and Russia?
No, I've heard about it though. There's a bunch of them though,
Yeah.
isn't there? Didn't they China built like a few of them? I heard today
Well,
that
it's
China is
being,
now the largest energy consumer in the world.
Well, it's just funny that Americans think of Israel as being their number one ally for all time now, but Israel is only doing business with Russia and China. They're not actually doing any business with America.
Israel's a
There's
criminal
a guy.
state. That's all they
Oh,
are.
100%.
Let's think of. I think of Israel like this, right? You have like the guy that fences stolen goods. That's like Israel. Israel's like the guy. Cause think of Iran Contra, right? They couldn't do it directly because Congress passed the law, so they couldn't create hostages for weapons. So they used Israel as a go-between, right? They used Israel as a go-between to trade arms for hostages. They used Israel as a go-between to arm the Contras. They used Israel as a go-between for all these so-called illegal endeavors. So it's the same way like the Five Eyes program worked, right? The United States isn't allowed to spy on its own citizens. Oh, but foreign countries can spy on our citizens. So we'll spy on their citizens for them because they can't do it in their own country. And they'll spy on our citizens for us. And then they'll just give us the information. We'll just trade the information. But then we technically haven't broken any laws because we didn't spy on ourselves. Somebody else spied on us.
Have you by chance caught that speech by Netanyahu? By the way, Israel's not supposed to be part of the Five Eyes. So Israel's like, yeah, technically we're the sixth eye. He goes, but we're not. We're the second biggest eye in the world. He's proud of it. He's
the
bragging
only
on
eye.
stage about. Yeah. Well, yeah. Everybody thinks that Microsoft and Intel are American companies. Well, both of those companies have had headquarters in Israel for the last 12 years. All those chips, they all have back doors on them. Those are both Israeli companies. The Microsoft Cloud Pentagon contract, which I guess it might be falling apart right now. What that means is every single battlefield connection has to run through Jerusalem first before it gets to any American eyeballs. That's really what that means. All data will run through Jerusalem. All. They want the world's data running through Jerusalem before it gets to your eyeballs on your screen. There's a dude. I tried to get Hank to watch him. There's a dude named Brendan O'Connell. I learned all that shit from. He's an excellent researcher. Excellent researcher.
Yeah, Israel's intelligence operation is it's above everybody else's by far. Yeah.
Yeah. It's called the Mossad, right?
We don't even know what
special
they're doing. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it's called Unit 8200. That's their best. Their version of Mossad Navy SEALs, whatever their best special agents are. It's all virtual. It's all online. It's called Unit 8200. It's the best of their best.
Yeah, I'm not. I could go deeper on the Israel software, electronic warfare stuff, man. It's connections to 9/11, Meteor Corporation, P-Tech, a bunch of other companies that were running something called Promise Software that the U.S. government stole from. It started as a prosecutorial case management software. So like all the cases that are in federal court, this stuff all had a back door on it, and then Israel used a bunch of shell companies and ended up buying it or licensing it from the U.S. under name of a company was called P-Tech. Ties into the little dancing Israeli things. I'm not going to get into all that because some might think it's anti-Semitic, even though none of those people are practicing Jews anyway. So
It's such a nuanced topic, man. God, it goes deep.
Netanyahu is not a practicing Jew. He's not even Jewish, technically, right?
Well, I mean, I don't know if these figures are correct, but I've heard that above 90% of the people that consider themselves Jewish also consider themselves to be atheists.
Would not doubt it.
Yeah, I was in Jerusalem. There's 255 sects of Judaism. There's like the one that's really strict. Those are the ones that used to talk to me a lot. And I used to chat with them quite often. But then there's like, they all believe different rabbis. And then 90% of the people there, they're just Jewish by name, but they don't believe in God at all.
Well,
Look, I have a good friend. He's
Go ahead.
Jewish. Jewish isn't really a race. I mean, or anything like that. So I don't even know how it got into that. Judaism is a religion, but he was raised Jewish. His family's Jewish, going all the way. He himself, he's atheist. You know, but
where I come
a
from,
devout atheist.
In South Africa, I mean, a lot of people say they're Christians, but they don't believe in God, but they're Christians. You know what I mean? It's like they don't even believe in God, but they just claim to be Christians. It's just like a family thing. It's like a traditional thing, but it's not real. They don't know what a Christian even means.
But in the Jewish case, it's a financial thing. You get to enjoy business benefits if you're in the tribe.
Yeah, it's like a little club.
Jewish is like really much family, so they got really strong family ties, and they, you know, the grandma, the father, the mother, the cousins, and they all get together and they have big feasts, and so it's really community. It's all about community, and the one big plus about Jewish people is they really got good family structures and family ties, and they really respect family a lot. That's a good thing, you know. I mean, that's something we can learn from.
It's such a deep talk. Now I want to start talking about Theodore Herzl. Like it's a deep conversation.
Oh, isn't he the guy that wrote the Encyclopedia of the Holocaust or something like that?
Well, Theodore Herzl was advocating for the stoking up of the fires for anti-Semitism. He says if these European Christians are not going to become anti-Semitic, then we will create anti-Semitism.
Oh, this is back in the World Jewish Congress back in the turn of the century. Yeah. I'm thinking of the other guy. What the hell's his name? He wrote the history of the Holocaust and said that people died in the gas chamber. This is one of them. They hooked an old Soviet tank up and killed everybody with carbon monoxide because they would like put them all in a room, right, and just pumped the exhaust right into the room and killed everybody. Well, someone forgot to tell them that diesel fucking diesel engines don't emit carbon monoxide. You can't kill people that way.
Well, the weird it went back to, basically, if you want to get down to the nitty gritty, Rothschild had to create his own country over there for basically for tax purposes, and they were trying to populate the country of Israel. Herzl himself was a Zionist, and he's talking about invoking anti-Semitism against the Jews. So it just gets really deep. You're just like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, it's outside. But if you think of Israel as a nation, it is outside, right? All the other nations. It doesn't follow like the same rules as all the other nations. If you look at like the UN Charter or all this stuff, like how they were created, like everything is different. It's not like any other country in the world as far as the way it was created, like its structure, how it's recognized by other countries. It's basically like a criminal empire, a criminal nation, dude. That's like an outlier from everybody else.
Yeah, everybody.
The people are pretty cool. It's quite a nice place to be and nice place to visit. The people are really, really friendly and really cool people.
I'm not talking about the people. I'm just talking about the nation. This is politics. Like I have nothing against any Jewish people. I'm just talking about the politics. Science,
awesome.
political movement. It has nothing to do with Judaism. It is a political movement. Let's think about it. We ain't running around like restoring the Apache and carving out nations out of the United States, and we're not bringing back the Visigoths and carving out pieces of France and frickin' Eastern Italy or Western Italy and saying, hey, they were all massacred by the Romans from genocide and they deserve to have their homeland. We're not doing that for anybody else, right? We're not like restoring people that are victims of genocide. Right, we just moved on. But in the case of Israel, they were like, I don't know, when did they destroy the temple the last time? Fucking
30 38 or something. So how did 2,000 years later you get to have your shit restored when we're not even restoring shit that happened 100 years ago? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. It's inconsistent.
I'm pretty sure it was 80. 80 AD is when the temple got. There's no they can't track any lineage past 80 AD. But yeah, if you get into the protocols and you get into silent weapons for quiet wars, it tells you that the Jerusalem is going to be the world capital.
Oh boy.
And that's why I was asking you about if you knew about the Silk Road, and like they're setting up their kingdom right now,
Yeah, a lot of things are going to happen in Jerusalem.
You know, it's funny that you say that because I was living in Brookline, which is like right outside of Boston. And the neighborhood I lived in was all Jewish and all Chinese, which I thought was a very odd mix.
No.
I'm like dead serious. It was like either Chinese or Jewish people. Now, Jewish people had been there for a long time. There's like synagogues by there, like so it's kind of like a Jewish community. But I noticed it's just all Asians or all Jewish people.
So you heard of Sidney Rittenberg?
No,
Mao.
no.
He's Mao's right hand man. Everybody wants to think that that the Chinese came up with their own version of communism. That isn't true. Mao studied at the same schools as Lenin and Stalin. That's all Jewish educated communism. Same Bolshevik. But he was the money man. He was Rothschild's money man in China. If you look up like Chinese books, like what are the best sellers in China, like 3 or 4 out of the top 10 bestsellers of books is all about like it has to do with like Jewish money making principles. How to make money like Jews, basically.
That's shocking.
Yeah, I've been. Somebody told me that everybody in the West assumes that China's internet firewall is so that the Chinese can't see what we're doing, but in reality, it's the other way around. It's they don't want any of the Western cultures to understand what is being done in China, so that they have a playbook to be able to fight against it when it comes to our countries.
You know, I've often wondered why there's no Chinese people ever in the server. I think one time we've only had a Chinese national here one time, and they weren't in China; they were in Vancouver.
Dude, there was one night recently I was here. It was late night over here, and he said he was in China, and he was quiet, and very nice. He spoke pretty decent English. It's the only one I've ever spoken to that said they were in China at the moment.
The flat earthers?
He was erring on the side of that's why he was there. He was curious and he wanted to know more.
Well, it would be adhering to traditional Chinese beliefs.
Oh, for sure, without question. Yeah. I think maybe we mentioned that to him. I'm not sure. This was at least a month ago.
So at the same time Eratosthenes was running around with his sticks and shadows, there was a Chinese guy running around with his sticks and shadows coming to a completely different conclusion. Yeah, I'll actually post a link to that.
You will?
Yeah, it's a published paper, nice. Man. Peer reviewed. Nice. All that happy horse shit.
It's peer reviewed? To what do we owe the honor? Gosh. It's exciting.
Hold on, no PDF link didn't post, so I'll get that. Now, this is one of my favorite flat Earth mainstream papers. So basically, lecturing scientists on how to deal with anomalous information. So it says, Bessenow, Dow, and Brewer have provided evidence for peripheral theory change in children's beliefs about the shape of the Earth. They discovered that young children, ages 4 to 6, tend to have a flat Earth theory of the shape of the Earth. Then, when young children are told by adults that the Earth is round, they are faced with anomalous information. Many of the children account for this anomalous information by making peripheral changes to their flat Earth view. Some of the children interpret the data from adults to indicate that the Earth is a flat disk, while other children adopt a two-Earth theory in which there is a flat Earth on which we live and a round Earth up in space. That's pretty much all the Globers. They all come in here. They'll admit that the Earth is flat where they live, but if you go to space, all of a sudden it becomes a ball. Anyway, both of these approaches account for the anomalous information about the Earth being round. but leave the basic flat Earth belief intact. Yeah, I kind of love it.
That's brilliant. And you posted that?
Yeah, I'll. Yeah, I posted that in Livestream voice text.
Thank you.
I probably got a link. I got a bunch of flat Earth documents. You know what JSTOR is?
I've heard of that. How do I know that?
It's going to be a couple ways. The guy that invented Reddit, he's the one that went on trial for stealing all their documents. JSTOR is like a digital library of academic journals, books, and primary sources. So, I have a Boston Public Library card, and since I have one, I can access it electronically. So I use Flat Earth as a search term, and I've downloaded everything. At least this is a couple years ago. I downloaded all these. So I have a bunch of Flat Earth stuff. When a self-driving car assumes a flat Earth. What else we got in here?
That's cool.
Also some education propaganda about
Is he the one that got killed? The guy that started Reddit? Is that the same guy, or is that a different platform?
the one that killed himself.
Yeah, exactly.
Aaron, what's his last name? Schweitzer? Aaron Schwartz. One of the published famous effect of Himalayan topography on two-dimensional interpretation of magnetotelluric data. So when they measure the electrical resistance of the ground in the Himalayas, it matches the flat Earth. One of the documents is how to pray toward Mecca. How to pray toward Mecca on a flat Earth versus a globe.
Which is what? East, right? They pray east?
If it's a globe, man, like it gets weird because they actually have there's like a calculator. It's called a Kabla or something. It's QABLA. If you're in New Zealand, you're supposed to pray toward Antarctica to pray toward Mecca. Because it goes around the ball. Kibla, finding the Kibla on a flat Earth. I have a Discord server this is in. I should open it back up. A mod that used to be on here used to run it, and then he gave it to me, and there's nobody in it. It's just where I store shitloads of information.
Indio Smithsonian Institute. What did you study in school, Indio?
Me? I went for computer science at the university. I got a degree in computer science. Which is actually a side effect of my bad behavior because I used to get punished and sent to the computer room when I was in third grade. So I didn't know what else to do with me. So I sit there and program a Commodore VIC-20 in BASIC with cassette tapes. Data was stored on cassette tapes that you would same kind you'd listen to.
Was that the one with
it's the program in BASIC on the Spectrum, ZX Spectrum.
Yeah, I know what that is.
I used to make my own games and all that kind of stuff. Good old days. I was like 10 years old, and I was building my own games from scratch.
Yeah, I used to try to make Dungeons and Dragons type games. You know.
Oh yeah.
Text-based games.
I remember I got this magazine. I just typed in the whole game. It took me like for
I
ages.
remember that.
And then I saved it on a cassette tape, and I had Pongo, the game Pongo, with a little penguin running around, and he squished all the blocks, and it was awesome, man. But there was, you know, how many times I had to go through it just to get the bugs out. There were so many errors I made. You have to have it exactly right, the code, otherwise, just one error, it doesn't work. Eventually, I got it working.
Basic, man. Syntax error.
Oh yeah, but it's fun when you get it working. It's like, oh wow, this is awesome. Made my own game from scratch from the magazine. Awesome. Then you start learning to do it yourself, make your own games, and then you start learning the graphics. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I went from that to I think it was an Apple IIc, but I stopped programming at that point. I just started just playing the games. Why program?
Yeah, the computers were like taking over my life. I was just sitting in front of that computer every day, all day, from morning to night. I decided I've got to stop. It's not good. And then I just quit computers completely because I didn't want to sit in front of computers the rest of my life like that. Like I was totally addicted to computers.
I failed out of my C++ programming class in JC.
Yeah, I'm more of a hardware guy, networking than programming. Even though I can code, I don't like it, so I don't.
Yeah, I did the MCSE, and then I did the MCSD, and then I did programming. The C++ and all that stuff, but I never got really into that because I just didn't feel in that direction at that time. But it probably would have been a good thing, though. Man, I kind of wish I'd done it now. Maybe I need to get back into it.
It's never too late. I would get into machine learning if I would do anything as far as coding.
Sorry, what's that? Machines?
Machine learning. AI,
Oh, yeah.
artificial intelligence. I hate the word AI though, because it's not really artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
It's machine learning by giving it a gazillions and gazillions of frickin' samples.
Yeah.
That's why self-driving cars are so hard, right? To make a self-driving car because the one thing machine learning is not good at is predicting rare events. And car accidents are rare events, right? Drive millions of
Right.
miles, you have one accident, you know. You need to have lots of accidents in order for the machine learning to work, right? You need a lot of accidents to crunch the data against. So Tesla's probably got a huge advantage as far as that because they got a bunch of free beta testers in their cars.
Yeah, and a bunch of accidents.
Yeah, and a bunch of accidents, bunch of fires.
How does a car like tell if the road's slippery or smooth or rough or if you're going to slide on that white line, or you can't really tell?
Yeah, they got automatic traction control. That's been in use for a long time. They can tell from like the slippage. They can like how fast the wheel is rotating versus how fast the axle is rotating. Compare it to the brakes. Brakes are working, you know.
Things can go horribly wrong, man, in one of those cars, man.
Yeah, you know you're slipping if the wheel's turned all the way and this car's still going straight, right? It's obviously slipping.
Oh man, bad. That reminds me of when one time I was riding on a motorbike and the back part of the motorbike was in front of me for a while. Somehow it went back behind me again and I was okay, but it was pretty scary.
So all that will fit into the Internet of Things, huh? The AI learning and all the cars. And...
It's not really AI. It's not intelligent. Put it this way: the way AI works is like this: is they feed it like billions of samples of something, right? Billions of trials, and the AI takes a guess, right? And then it measures how far its guess is off, and then it adjusts certain parameters within the program. It'll adjust it, and then it'll run the data again, and then it'll adjust it some more, and it'll just keep adjusting it, right? It's like a feedback. And it keeps getting feedback, and it keeps adjusting itself until some way no one really knows how it works technically, right? So think about it like this: if I threw a football, a million times, right? You can measure like speed it left my hands, how much I weigh, the weight of the football, how much wind there is, all these factors, right? And eventually, the machine learning program be able to predict where that football is going to land. Eventually, without knowing any like of the laws of physics or anything, just from the sheer number of times that I was through it, it'll eventually be able to adjust the algorithm to predict where the ball is going to go. And this is all that machine learning does. It's not intelligent. It's just applying probability.
Yeah, I'm vaguely familiar with the concept from solvers and poker. Based, machine-based learning changed the face of poker recently, actually, within the last 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to do like you got the chess and the Go, the Alpha, whatever it is, Alpha 1 or whatever it's called. That plays Go. I actually there's a YouTube channel. I think it's called 5-Minute Papers or something. And one of the papers they reviewed was so they used an AI to play like a computer game, and the computer game actually learned how to cheat to break the game, man. So the game is like it had like there's a it's almost like a game of tag, right? So you got two rooms separated by like a door. One of the guys can move a box in front of the door so the other guy can't tag him, right? So, but they all start from they both start from other sides of the room. So they both rush towards the box. One's trying to get in the room before the other one puts the box in the doorway. Eventually, the AI learned how to freaking do some weird shit where it actually broke the game and exploited a bug in the game, bounced over the wall to tag the guy. Yeah.
I remember
There's
watching that
definitely
video.
games
Yeah.
that a lot of cheating in, definitely, because I've played a lot of strategy games and I've seen the computer cheat sometimes, big time.
But it didn't get smart. It just did trial and error. Like eventually, it's just trying random moves, and eventually, one of those random moves showed it that it broke the. It showed it that hey, you can bounce over the wall and get there. You don't need because it doesn't know. Like we're simulating like two people walking in rooms and shit. The computer doesn't know anything about that. It just fucking knows it's trying to like it wins when its pixel touches that other pixel. It just does random shit until it does something that makes that happen. Or, it just tries to get closer and closer and closer until eventually it happens. It doesn't know what it's doing. There's no intelligence behind it. It's just basically trying everything.
Yeah, it's looking for favorable outcomes.
Yeah, exactly. Favorable outcomes. And then once it finds a favorable outcome, it adjusts what it's doing and tries, and then like tries variations of that.
It's still scary. I still had Skynet pop in my mind the second you said that, though.
Yeah, it is still scary, man. I'm just thinking, fuck, dude, that's like that scares me more than anything, man. The ability for people with the powers that be to have what they call standoff ability, where like it's always been in the past where the peasants can always riot and chop off the king's head. We might get to a point where that's not possible because they have fucking robots, right? And they never have to we can't even get close enough to them to do anything like that.
Those dogs, man, those are scary.
Because they have robots that will shoot us from 10 miles away and they never miss, right? It's going to predict where you're going to be. Like, it shoots a bullet, like, it knows where you're going to be. Or it shoots 3 bullets and shoots at the 3 most likely places you're going to be. Or it shoots 10 bullets and shoots at the 10 most likely places you're going to be. Right? But you're 10 miles away from the person you're trying to get to. That's the thing that worries me. That type of standoff capability where we can't even get to them. Then we're just totally fucked.
Oh, it's going to predict your thoughts long before you think them, and then. Yeah.
So the machine's going to be watching porn? No.
Well, there's a bit of thought manipulation involved in what's happening as well right now. All got to do with thought manipulation too.
There's that video you mentioned in case anybody wants to watch it.
That's what they're creating right now. They're creating this computer that can think everything and think everyone's mind, basically. That's why they suck data from every source, from every person. They're trying to create this one computer program that can just think beyond anybody else. It's basically like a virtual so-called God or whatever, but it's not going to be God, but that's the goal. And that's what they do with Google, Facebook. All these sites are busy gleaning information to create this one perfect goal.
I think I'm gonna smoke some weed, dude, and get really fucking stoned and see what happens next.
Tesla shit on Edison. Food should be in medicine. Started dropping elements. Shit been crazy ever since. Yeah. Food should be your medicine. Tesla shit on Edison. Started dropping elements. Shit been crazy ever since. Don't ask me who I'm voting for. A donkey or an elephant. I do not have a preference. Now miss me with that extra shit. I am not a pessimist. I'm just too intelligent. I learn to see the world the way it is and make the best of it. A leader to a state is like a god to a reverend. One hell of an interest, even better when I'm exiting. Brand new effing it. Ain't got time for questioning. Shooting through the rhetoric, I think I need an extra clip. I ain't got a ghostwriter, this is not a reference. I switch the style up, Betty Gordo on some tech and shit. Evidence, let's look at the evidence. Mother Herb, hey, what's up, bitch? What's your measurements? What if Donald Trump was really Mexican? What if a black man never was president? Flatline, navigating the field of landmines. Black crime, black minds. There's no superior bloodline. Yeah. Fuck award shows, we need justice in the courtroom. When I get to talking real shit, they say you bugging dudes. Gonna take more than getting something trending on Twitter. It's gonna take more than fucking coexist, bumper stickers. The question I always say this question: how did you get into the music business? Where you let in or blessed in? I'm guessing I never signed my name in blood or sacrificed my best friend. I got as far as I could go before I hit the dead end. Sit back and let it set in. Hollywood love making niggas wear dresses. This is where I step in. And I know you don't wanna hear it. Niggas writing conscious lyrics just to sell our concert tickets. Niggas buy a bottle polo. Polo never sponsor niggas. Tommy never wanted niggas rocking heel figure. Niggas doing charity to be a real nigga. But when the camera's off, they don't wanna deal with you.
When I had cured these people of sickle cell and lupus and herpes and blindness, I was happy. I said, now I could go to all the leaders. I could go to Minister Farrakhan. I could go to Jesse Jackson. I could go to Al Sharpton. I could go to Oprah Winfrey. But what I found out, I was mistaken. I was wrong. They are not interested in the healing of any black people.
That's an explosive claim.
That is not an explosive statement. That is a reality. There isn't a black leader in America that is interested in the health of the black race.
Do you say that because they refuse to interact with you?
They are not in the position to respond. If they were, my first case of AIDS was cured in 1984. Yeah. And since then, we've been curing people of lupus and herpes and cancer and blindness. And not one black leader ever said, well, let us help the brother.
Bounce, flatline, you fooled us for the last time. Flatline, flatline, there's no superior bloodline there.
Lower ground 4. Ground 4.
People be asking me, gee, why is your boy Bobby Ray saying all this crazy ass shit? You think he really means it? I'm like, this shit ain't crazy. This shit is real, dog. He's always been rapping real shit. Keep on doing you, B. I heard fuck the money. I heard all that music. Don't let no one put you down, dog. They're following you, man.
How's it going?
How you going?
Pretty good. Thanksgiving tomorrow, so
So what tomorrow?
Thanksgiving.
We don't have that in Australia.
I just like it for all the free food that my family makes.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, this is actually the first time I've been in here, so just wanted to introduce myself. Oh, and I got a visitor at the door, so I will unfortunately have to leave. I'll be back later.
Yeah.
That's some good weed. What's it called? Oh, the kids' Christmas. Got a new strain every week. What's this kind called? Oh, the house I could have had. Got another new strain, Bob. What's it called? F my life. That'd be the funniest shit of the people who named the weed named it a different, like, just a whole genre of crazier thing. That would be so funny.
What's so funny?
If they name strands of weed like my kid's Christmas, my car I could have had.
True.
Okay.
What about like happy names, like Fluffy Wuffy?
No, we've already got a million of those.
Tip of the Rainbow?
Yeah, but we need funny names. Like, lost my job.
Clean my room?
Yeah, I can't think straight.
Yes, very funny. Very funny.
You know, next week's profit. All my check. What strain is that, Todd? I'm broke in a week. Your dealer said, "This is your money in a bag," and you're like, "Huh?" What kind is that? Tuition. Got any funny jokes? Not me.
Hey everybody, tonight we're debating Flat Earth versus Globe Earth, and we are starting right now with MC Toon's opening statement. Thanks so much for being with us, MC Toon. The floor is all yours.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Glad to see Austin and Kai here with myself and Carissa. Austin, when you're through Minneapolis, I'm sorry we didn't connect. That would have been fun, but glad to be here. So I have a presentation here. I'm gonna send to you right here. All right. So let me know when you got that and people are seeing it, and I will. I'll go through it. All right. So what I'm showing is a test, a measurement to see if the Earth is flat or spherical, and it uses absolutely no assumptions, and that's the cool thing about this particular one. So there's just a small amount of math to start. Fortunately, you don't even need to do any equations to do it. On the surface of a sphere, a triangle always has more than 180 degrees. On the surface of a plane, a triangle always has 180 degrees exactly. So if the Earth is flat, then any measured triangle, every one of them will be 180 degrees. And if the Earth is round or spherical, a sufficiently large triangle so that the measurement, the precision of the measurement instruments can resolve it, there will be more than 180 degrees in any triangle. There are no assumptions in this at all, nothing. So right there is just a little description of how it's done. It's called, the amount over 180 degrees is called spherical excess. So if there's any spherical excess, then you know that the Earth is not flat. And here's a little more. This is on my website at mctoon.net/SE. All of this stuff is on there. So all my data is cited there. This shows a little bit with how the triangles work. Since the triangles are not in the same plane on the surface of a sphere, the angles are greater than 180 degrees. So there was a survey. It was published in 1900. It's a 900-page survey. It's called the Transcontinental Triangulation of the American Arc of the Parallel. I sent this to Austin more than a year ago, so he's had plenty of time to see it, to review it, to read it, to become familiar with it. I'm sure he has. They used these theodolites. These are 20-inch long theodolites, very, very precise, better than 1 arc-second of precision in this. In order to sight them, they set up temporary housing, temporary viewing stations on mountaintops, especially across the Rockies. And they use what's called a heliotrope on the ones that are being sighted. So one person's on a mountaintop with a theodolite, and then there's several people at different mountaintops with heliotropes shining these mirrors on the top toward the other place so that they can sight the different locations. So they have a shiny point to measure towards. Here's somebody using a heliotrope. You can see there's a telescope on it so that they can view the person with the theodolite who is measuring the angles. Now, you may be wondering, how did they deal with refraction? And that is an important issue. It is covered in there in the book, the survey. The thing is about horizontal measurements or azimuthal measurements is refraction does not affect it. It does affect zenith measurements a lot, but it does not affect horizontal measurements. So they go over that in the book. And the way that you do get variations due to potential atmospheric effects dealt with is you take lots of measurements, lots and lots of measurements. They take huge numbers of measurements. They get a really tight standard deviation so that they know that the measurements are very accurate. So I want to focus on just one particular triangle to begin with. And you can see right here, it is Mount Loma, Mount Diablo, and Mount Helena, which are in Utah, Nevada, and California. They have the observed angles right there, 28 degrees, 49 arc minutes, 8.348 arc seconds. The important thing there is that little number at the bottom, 57.778. That is the spherical excess. That is the amount over 180 degrees that that triangle summed to. There are no assumptions in this. It is just a horizontal measurement of these three angles from these three mountaintops, nothing more. It sums to more than 180 degrees. Therefore, the Earth cannot be flat. Now, the thing is, there are hundreds and hundreds of these triangles in this particular survey, just this particular survey, and I have 5 others linked on my website at mc2.net/SE. You can see here 50 degrees, 50. These are arc, and it's over. So that is right there what I would ask anybody to explain. If the Earth is flat, how come all of these triangles do not sum up to 180 degrees? And if you think there's any assumptions in here, please be very specific in what you think they are. So that's mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Melvin. Is it good for me to go, James?
Absolutely.
Perfect. So I think there are many scientific reasons for the Earth being round, but there are also many ways that we can observe the Earth being round just by using our eyes, using our senses. And that is why even before Christ, right, in 200 BC, Aristophanes actually measured the circumference of the Earth. He used the sun. There were many, it was very accepted even over 2,000 years ago. And there are so many things that we can actually just see and visualize and experience that will lend itself to a spherical Earth. So some of those things that we can see on a day-to-day basis currently is that for lunar eclipses, we see them at many locations of the Earth. And if you see a spherical or a circular shadow at many different angles, that means that the whatever you're looking at, the shadow of whatever you're seeing is spherical, right? There's also other things that point very clearly to a spherical Earth, such as consistency of the stars. In the northern and the southern hemisphere, Polaris is constant in the northern hemisphere, and you see the other stars rotating around Polaris from our vantage point. Similarly, we see that in the Southern Cross. And also there's some things that it would not add up. So we also see the same face of the moon wherever we are, right? And that would not be possible if we were on a flat plane. So for example, if we were on a flat plane, if the moon was spherical, then someone very far away would see a different face of the moon than someone beneath the moon. Or if the moon was a disk, then it would not look circular. It would be distorted depending on where you were on the Earth. So there are many inconsistencies with a flat Earth model that can be observed just by the naked eye. You don't have to know a lot of science. You don't have to understand all of the mathematics behind it. These are things that are very demonstrable. And those are just to name a few. There's so many things that prove that the Earth is spherical. But that's all I have, and I'm excited to hear the opposing perspective.
You got it. Thank you very much, Carissa. And want to let you know, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics, and we hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you are from. Also, want to let you know, folks, if you have not heard, we are absolutely pumped for this upcoming debate next weekend between Apostate Prophet and Stewart on Christianity versus atheism. You don't want to miss it. Hit that subscribe button, folks, as we have many more juicy debates coming up. And with that, thanks so much, Witsit and Kai, for being here. The floor is all yours.
What up? This is the beautiful Kai.
Hello.
And I am Witsit Gets It. All right, I'm going to try to share screen here. Maybe this will work. We shall see. Can you see it?
Yep.
Exciting. All right, we put this together really fast, but the Earth is flat. Don't make this weird, bro. We didn't lie about it. So anyway. So we're curious as to which one of these is the real curve of the Earth. Is it when we're at 100 feet or 10,000 feet or 33,000 feet or 7,000 feet or 128,000 feet or 1,000,000 feet? Which one's the real curve? Which one isn't the real curve? Blue crickets every time. So once again, here's the fisheye of the infamous Felix Baumgartner jump. And then this is a reality photo of a high altitude balloon, 121,000 feet. This is infamous astrophysicist, scientific communicator Neil deGrasse Tyson. Let's hear what he's got to say about it. Hopefully the audio works.
And the dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, you know, I don't, it's he wants to, I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space, look at that. No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
Interesting. Of course, the Globe Earthers literally throw this guy under the bus. They act like he's a complete moron, propped up astrophysicist, shown to the whole world. They have no choice but to throw him under the bus, which should be pretty telling, but let's proceed. So here's this infamous billionaire goes to space launch, right? And it shows you this crazy curvature. Then a little bit later, I took a screenshot. I guess the Earth went convex and then concave. It can't make up its mind. So very interesting. And then here's your boy Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about this as people ran their victory laps because we've been to space, you stupid flat earthers. People are privately going there now.
Oh, by the way, you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you. Do you know how high up above the Earth he was?
No.
So if you take a
63 miles.
Oh, yeah, right. So take a schoolroom globe, and that's how high above it is he? So he's about 2 millimeters above the surface of a schoolroom globe. So nobody's seen the curvature of the Earth from that height. I just want to make that clear.
Interesting. So no, you don't see the curvature, according to this astrophysicist here, from a plane. You don't see it from 128,000 feet. You don't even see it from 63 miles in the air. 63 miles. But why do they show this beautiful curvature here? And then, of course, you see that it's obviously not always curved. It curves up, too. Doesn't matter. We'll just throw this guy up. So here we go with the infamous blue marble picture, right? Robert Simmons is the artist. This is for the people maybe unfamiliar with it. Here's a quote. We put it up here for you. Then we wrapped a flat map around the ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds and oceans to match people's expectation of how Earth looks from space. The ball became the famous blue marble. So it's not a real picture. It was the default picture on the iPhone. But again, they're showing all these fake pictures of curvature, but it's probably because they're telling the truth. Here's all the different pictures of the Earth, and I guess the Earth changes from year to year. They can't figure out it has bipolar.
The size of the continents are changing.
The colors change.
Yeah.
You know, well, we're crazy. You got to believe that these are real, or you are a conspiracy theorist. I like this.
Okay, so again, they say that the Earth is a ball. One main proof that they have is things disappearing behind the curvature of the Earth. So they use like sunsets or ships disappearing over the horizon as evidence that the Earth is a ball. But you can see here that things in the distance converge with the horizon. You can see with the street lamps, the farther the street lamps are from you, they begin to merge with the horizon. It almost looks like the street lamps are setting. You can see the hallway as well. The further distance, it merges with the horizon. We have a couple pictures, a couple videos. The first video we have is a boat. So again, they'll say, oh, the ship is disappearing behind the curvature of the Earth. When you zoom into the boat, you can see it again. So it's not actually disappearing behind anything, because if it was being physically obstructed, then you couldn't zoom in with the camera. Just like you can't use a camera to see through a brick wall or a mountain, you can't have a camera see through a hump of Earth curvature. So the real reason that boats are disappearing is not behind the curve of the Earth, but simply it's just leaving your field of vision. We also have another video here. This explains how sunsets are working on a flat Earth. as the laser gets further away, it's not going behind anything. It's on a flat surface. It's just leaving your field of vision as it gets farther and farther from you. And that explains how a sunset works on the flat Earth.
No, which of course they say, no, there's no way it wouldn't disappear from the bottom up. There's a laser doing it. So the second law of thermodynamics dictates pressure will fill the available space, spontaneously seeking equilibrium. This is, of course, a natural law, not a theory, not debatable. The globe Earth belief system loves to handwave dismiss the second law as if it's flexible or they can make it up or whatever. But here, I'll let you commentate this. But here's a little demonstration of the very simplistic idea of gas filling the available space.
So you can see here gas inside a vacuum chamber fills the available space. And then once
If you're able to just, it's really, I think that they maybe won't be able to hear you while the music's going simultaneously.
All right, my bad. I turned it down. Here you go.
You got it. Go ahead.
Okay, so the second law of thermodynamics describes entropy, high pressure going to low pressure. You can see here that also that gas fills the available space. Inside a vacuum chamber, the gas is still filling the available space. And then once the lid of the vacuum chamber is removed, you'll see that the gas, the high pressure in the vacuum chamber fills the available space, which is the surrounding air. The reason this is relevant is because we know we have gas pressure here on Earth, and they tell us that outer space is a vacuum. And they also say that the atmosphere is uncontained. So if the atmosphere is uncontained, then the high pressure here on Earth should fill the available space, and it doesn't.
Yeah, and just to make it worse, as it's really funny that people laugh, but this is not even remotely close to the pressure differential of the 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum of space people float around in. So this is hilarious that you think that something could be drastically greater with a pressure differential and just sit there chilling, going numerous different vectors, and pressure never fills the available space. The second law gets thrown out the window, but no big deal. Who needs natural law? We have cartoons. So here's the government telling you numerous times that the only way they can do anything with practical use cases when people's lives are at stake is to assume the Earth is flat. But the government's probably trolling with documents that had to be declassified and no one's ever read and they've hidden from the public. They're just trolling. They're just bored. Right here, propagation of electromagnetic fields over a flat Earth. This is actually how they engineer a ground weapon system, ground weapon towers, and they had to assume the Earth was specifically a dielectric plane in order for them to acquire the target or to have any accuracy of practical use. Here you go. They're talking about determining the brightness of the firmament, assuming a near sun and a flat Earth, and that the approximation for the firmament was proven correct in the bottom left. And of course, here we have the air trajectory model. The only way you can even design an aircraft is to assume the Earth's a flat, non-rotating surface, as do pilots when they fly them, where people would literally die. They don't assume that the Earth is curving down beneath them or spinning because literally they couldn't fly the plane. So there's numerous government documents. Here's just a couple of them we put together for you, saying that literally anytime that they design any technology or any practical use is used in the real world, the only way it works is to assume the Earth is flat, including electromagnetic propagation for ground weapon systems. Well, no big deal. Probably is a ball. They just have to act like it isn't a ball. Just a coincidence. So here's an infamous picture from 275 miles away, the infamous world's longest photograph. There should be numerous miles of obstruction here, like numerous feet of obstruction here, but it's not there. We just see the mountains and they must not actually be there. They're just where they are. Here are numerous states, science. Several U.S. states led by Florida are flatter than a pancake. There's like a list of 11 or 12 there. 10 flattest places on the Earth. You got all kinds of different places that are incredibly flat for immense amounts of distances. But the Earth is a globe. Obviously, it's just flat everywhere for hundreds of miles everywhere. And they admit it, and this is coming from physical empirical measurement, unlike McToon's little look at something in the distance and presuppose spherical excess, but we'll get into that later, I'm sure. So anyway, the Earth is such a ball that it's flat everywhere. You know how it goes. Okay, you can do this.
Again, on the globe model, the horizon has to be physical. But as you can see with atmospheric refraction, the horizon isn't physical. It's just the apparent location where the sky meets the ground. And you can see throughout the day, the atmospheric refraction changes. And it just confirms again that the horizon is not the curve of the Earth. It's just an apparent location.
Yep. The globe Earth has asthma, so it's breathing, it's breathing in and out here. This is the curvature rate of the Earth, right? So like as we invoke this, people get triggered. This is the globe Earth math, bro. Like the Earth is flat. Don't make this weird. We didn't lie about it. This is what they said we live on, bro. You can test it. It's geometry. There has to be a physical horizon. That's what geometry says, right? So this is the math. This isn't the flat earthers math. It's funny that we weren't taught this in school. No one knows what it is. I'll go around the entire United States. No one knows anything about the curvature rate or how to test it. We weren't taught that. We were just told there's a ball. And then, you could just be in the majority, make fun of the other side, and that makes them dumb. But good.
And so this is based on, so they told us that the radius is 3,959 miles, which means that the drop rate will be 8 inches per mile squared, I believe up to 1,000 miles. So you can see here in the chart, obviously the first mile, there's an 8-inch drop, but as you get further on, for example, 100 miles across, there should be a 6,666 foot drop. So if this curvature rate is real, if the globe is actually real, you should be able to easily detect this, and they can't.
Nope, nowhere other than looking at refracted images, assuming it's physical. So, and here you guys have probably hopefully seen it, the infamous black swan observation. So for those that don't know, the reason it's called a black swan is because if you say all swans are white, and then you find a black swan, that nullifies or falsifies the notion that they're all whites. You just have to find one black swan. Then your statement that all swans are white isn't true, right? This is the globe Earth's black swan. That means when people run away, they just parrot the word refraction, which we can definitely get into the depths of it, right? It doesn't change anything. If this happens one time, the radius is wrong. Right? We have one in Australia right here, the observer height 5 feet. So it should be at 2.35 miles. The horizon's over 7.8 miles. So we'll go through it just for people that are new to it, right? So it's the modus tollens argument. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. It's just a falsification, proposal, right? So if the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, every single horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. It has to be. This is geometry based on the radius of 3,959 miles. Right, we have the observation on California right here, 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, and actually even less than that. And the horizon is beyond platform habitat, the furthest oil rig, which is 9.4 miles away. This would require the radius of the Earth be 264,000 miles. It's literally impossible. The physical curvature of the Earth that should block the observer's view should be before this still shot's even taken from the video, much further ahead, but it's not, right? So we have 2 black swans right here. There are all kinds of them. We just threw a couple on here. This can't be recovered from. It's been out there for a year. We still haven't had a sufficient answer. People just hear a word. They're told to say the word, but we're just here to open up the mind of the third-party viewer that's honest. If you don't want to know the truth, it's maybe flat Earth's not for you, bro. And then we have an infrared picture here.
10 more seconds left.
The furthest mountain is 255 miles away. Of course, it'll be blocked by over a mile curvature in the back from the top of the mountain, but no, it's just magically we saw through it. X-ray Superman. Here's a
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond.
The problem is we don't have...
That is just a bit over 12 minutes.
Oh, okay. Cool. No worries. Everything NASA shows you is fake. It's stupid. They're just bouncing around. You get it.
You got it. Thank you very much, both Witsit and Kai. We appreciate it. We are going to kick it into open conversation, and then after that, we of course have Q&A. Folks, if you happen to have a question, feel free to fire it into the old live chat. If you tag me with @ModernDayDebate, that makes it easier for me to see your question. And then Super Chat is also obviously a way you can ask a question or make a comment, and we read those first just to get through them quickly, and then we'll jump into open conversation right now. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Hey, I'm wondering, why didn't you look up, Austin, what the actual source was for the 1.22 times feet in height? Why didn't you look? A couple months ago, I asked you where Quantum Eraser got that, and you didn't answer me. Don't worry about it. Here's the deal. Let me share this because I want people to see. I know where he got it from. He got it from Andrew Young,
the subject matter expert. Andrew Thomas Young, our favorite guy.
That's who he got it from. This is the page that he lifted it from, right? Is this being shared? Okay. So you see right here, this is the no refraction part of the page, right? And right here, 1.23 or 1.225, he rounded up, times the square root of the eye height in feet. That's where quantum eraser got it from. Okay. That is, again, from Andrew Thomas Young. Quantum eraser loves the sky.
Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, Astronomy Department. So, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, Astronomy Department, the subject matter expert.
The subject matter expert. Excellent. So the problem is that quantum eraser stopped reading at this point, and he does not read on to where Andrew Thomas Young talks about refraction in measuring the distance to the horizon. And that's the crucial point of your black swan image there, is that there's no refraction. That's the most important part of that. There's no refraction involved. Yet Andrew Thomas Young, the source of that formula from quantum eraser, talks about refraction in detail. Look at the rest of this page. That page is significantly longer than just this first part that quantum eraser likes to look at. Now, okay. Austin, I know that you love demanding that refraction happen.
Refraction, which we immediately and adamantly claim is always present because there's temperature fluctuation and atmospheric conditions that are consistently affecting what you perceive.
I completely agree. So be sure, Austin, in your analysis to include refraction, or I will just play this.
Refraction always happens
over and over again.
It's important.
Okay.
All right. You're done? Okay. He didn't get it from Andrew Thomas Young, my man, right? It comes from...
So, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, Astronomy Department.
Yes, he did.
Subject matter expert.
That's where he got it from.
Dude, we heard it, bro. You took
that's where he got it from.
Calm down, man. Calm down. All right.
Be sure to include refraction in your analysis.
My man is tripping. All right. It actually comes from geometry. It's the radius value of 3,959 miles. That's where the number comes from. Now, of course,
but you didn't include refraction in your analysis.
Refraction increases proportionate to the distance.
Are you done?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Let's give the same way that we gave you several minutes. Let's be fair and give the same to Whitsitt.
All right.
Okay, so 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet comes from geometry. Whenever quantum invokes Andrew Thomas Young is because it's the subject matter expert for your side, right? So we have many people run around acting as if that number's wrong or something. He's like, look, even the guy on your side agrees. Okay, so the number doesn't come from Andrew Thomas Young. He didn't create the equation, which is what you're insinuating. It's literally geometry, okay? It's not debatable anyway. But when you bring up refraction, right, you should go back to your little page and you should see the formula. We should enlighten everyone what it is. It's 7/6R, R being the radius of the Earth. So you actually have to know an accurate radius value, fluctuate it in theory, not in reality, of course. The Earth isn't fluctuating. You know what I'm saying? It isn't actually increasing by 15%, is it, in tune? No, it's just theoretical to explain this rate we need if the Earth's in fact a ball. So you actually have to reify the R value that's being contended and falsified, and then you have to extend it and then say, look, this formula proves it.
But I don't use that particular measurement or observation to measure the radius of the Earth. That's done external to that particular measurement. It's already known what the radius is. But no, it doesn't matter. You cannot look at that photograph without including refraction in the analysis.
And the radius dissecting of the observations, you even account for refraction that we know for a fact to be present.
Absolutely.
No. Bro, does the radius change? Like when you put 7/6R, can you change the radius?
No, but refraction changes what you see.
When you just throw refraction out entirely, invoking the furthest point away in the image and saying that you don't have to account for refraction and making the baseless assertion it doesn't move it because you showed us some really not very great images where they look to be generally the same is laughable, bro.
That's laughable, bro. No, include the refraction in your analysis, bro.
Okay, so, bro, my friend, I'm asking you, can the radius change? And if it can't,
if you're not going to include refraction in your analysis, don't bother.
I'm claiming that you haven't even actually accounted for all the variables and you're touting your trigonometry that literally hand waves dismiss one of the most important variables when it comes to perception, which is refraction.
I couldn't say it better myself. Go ahead.
Okay. Once again, bro, you can't actually fluctuate the R value. So they give this theoretical equation to explain how
I'm sorry. You yourself demand that refraction be included in the analysis. So include refraction in your analysis. Go ahead.
Okay, no problem. The horizon is nothing more than an apparent location that fluctuates based on atmospheric conditions, including refraction and the observer's heights. right? So it constantly fluctuates. You're making an additional claim. You're actually claiming it's a physical, actual location based on.
I didn't claim. No, this is your picture, not mine.
So do boats go over the curvature of the Earth, McToon?
Absolutely, they do get obstructed.
You do claim it's physical. Yeah. Thank you, man. Thank you for just contradicting yourself instantaneously. So if the Earth is a radius value of 3,959 miles, there's a physical obstruction. Flat Earth knows that the horizon is just apparent, constantly fluctuates. We showed that. I don't know if you were paying attention to the presentation. We actually showed a time lapse where the horizon constantly moves.
Absolutely, yeah. That's why you need to include refraction analysis.
But if your refraction,
you made my point.
If it requires the reification of the R value in contention, it is inadmissible, my friend.
No. The radius of the Earth was measured external to that particular observation.
So it doesn't use the horizon.
When the measurements for the radius that I cite do not use the horizon. No.
Right. It uses stuff like we can presuppose the distance of the sun, and then we can come up with some correlative response.
No.
Yeah.
I will happily show you how to measure the radius of the Earth.
Okay, but can we hone in on one thing for the audience, because some people are new to this conversation. Do you agree that on a ball, there has to be a physical curve that will block your view and you can't see past it?
Yes, a physical curve that is affected by refraction. So you must include refraction in your analysis. So anytime you do this, be sure, according to you, because you demand that refraction be included, be sure to include refraction in your analysis.
Okay, once again,
that's all I'm asking.
Hold on. I think what we're missing here is that radius is constant and refraction is a variable. So that might help you in answering Melvin.
No. What will help me is if you know what the subject matter expert says, which is that you have to invoke terrestrial refraction and fluctuate the hypothetical R value to 7/6 stars just to get an idea of it. Then you must, in fact, invoke and reify the idea of light rays, which are just an unrealistic concept. This is all coming from the subject matter expert. And that you didn't have to ignore the fact there is no horizontal boundary. So you must assume the Earth's a sphere, assume the R value, fluctuate it hypothetically, which is a category error because you're talking about light over top of the Earth, not the Earth's terrain itself changing. And then you have to invoke light rays, which aren't real. That's what the subject matter expert says. So we're actually
but here's the deal. According to your own demands, you've still not included the refraction analysis. I'm just waiting for that. Go ahead.
The horizon's just an apparent location that
but if you're gonna bring up an image that obviously has heavy refraction in it, be sure to include analysis of refraction in the analysis. Go ahead.
So you agree then that we always have to account for refraction when we look at the horizon?
It should be, yeah. Definitely.
Okay, so then you can never actually see the literal curvature of the Earth then, right?
Everything we see goes through a medium. So everything we see is modified by that medium. So you just need to control for those conflating variables.
So we can never see the actual curvature of the Earth then, right?
You can never see anything that is just unmodified by the medium through which the light travels.
So we can never see the actual curvature of the Earth then, right?
You can never see actually anything because everything is different. Are you that stupid that you don't understand that if there's a medium? There's a medium.
Live on a ball, okay? For example, a pregnant lady's stomach, right? When she's 9 months pregnant, her belly physically obstructs her ability to see her feet, right? Okay, but you're saying that on in your reality, you can never ever see this curvature of the Earth. Now you say that boats
can't see it unmodified.
You're saying that
so
boats
stop straw manning me. You can never see it. No, because you're straw manning me. I'm not gonna sit here and let you straw man.
You're making contradictory statements.
Here's the deal. Everything you see is modified by the medium through which the light travels. You just need to take into account these modifications.
Okay.
So we never
be sure to do that. According to you.
I'm claiming that you haven't even actually accounted for all the variables and you're touting your trigonometry that literally hand waves dismiss one of the most important variables when it comes to perception, which is refraction.
Go ahead.
Are you promoting my channel, bro?
Include your own declaration that it's the most important variable. Go ahead. Include it in your analysis. If you don't, then you are contradicting yourself.
It's the most important variable because the horizon is an apparent location. You're claiming it's a physical location. You claim that boats go over it. So you now have to admit intrinsically within your contradictory little worldview crafted to you by Jesuit priests that you never see the curvature of the Earth. That's what you
never see it unmodified. Everything is subjected to the modification of the medium you see it.
So if we never see the curvature of the Earth, how do we know it's there?
You need to, because you can then account for those changes because we know how it affects our vision. So you can account for those changes.
So we have to assume that it's there. We never see it's there, but we have to assume it's there and then make up math to explain why we don't see it.
Just all you need to do is control conflating variables. That's classic science stuff. If you don't like doing it, I understand, because it gives you the result that you don't like.
We won't get into how you don't know what science is, man, but you agree that you don't see the curvature of the Earth, right?
You don't see anything unmodified.
Right. So if you never see the actual curvature of the Earth, how do you know it's there, McToon?
Because you can control for conflating variables.
Like the atmosphere?
Yes.
You can, absolutely.
You can control the atmosphere?
Yeah, you remove the atmosphere?
No, you can. No, I'm sorry, you don't understand how controlling conflating variables works.
No, please enlighten me how you control the atmospheric refraction.
You don't control it. You measure it, you quantify it, you figure out how it is affecting your observations, and then you include it in the analysis.
So you presuppose there is a curvature that you don't actually see?
No, you are not presupposing curvature. You are using the known effects of refraction.
Okay, and you're saying we never see the actual location of curvature, but since we know that there's refraction,
you only see modified things, Austin. We stop strawmanning you. You only see a modified view of everything. So when you do science, you need to. It's called controlling conflating variables. You take them into account. So if you know that refraction is happening, then you include that in your analysis. And if you don't know much about the refraction that's happening, then you don't have a very good observation.
Okay, so just to make sure that the audience knows, usually when you're on the side that's objectively right, and there's this other fringe group of people that are just really stupid and crazy, you don't have to constantly interrupt them, including females. Just a side note. But my point here is,
if you're going to straw man
identity politics, your identity politics. What is it with his id poll? Aren't you like what the heck?
Wow, that was...
He's like literally explaining you like the science, like how to actually. You're saying that like controlled studies, you actually have to like control whatever variable. What? No, you have to measure with it. You have to measure. You have to see the effect of it, and you have to like take that into account. That's all he's saying, and you are 100% strawmanning him.
No, I don't think you understand the argument, Carissa. This is the issue. Is you said what
you literally said you don't think that we can see the horizon.
Go ahead, girl.
The audience is gonna see you guys are imploding.
You're interrupting.
Let me know
a
what
woman. I'm sorry. That's too funny.
Can she talk yet? Can she talk yet? Is it her turn yet? Can she talk? Thank you.
Okay.
The info is just too funny.
No, thank you. Okay, so I don't think you necessarily understand the issue. As you said earlier, that with our senses, right, we can know that the Earth is a sphere. Here's the problem: there's a claim that the Earth is a certain size and there's a certain radius value.
Of
and
course.
If it's so obvious that this curvature exists, then we have to be able to measure it and detect it, okay?
Yes.
But here's what McToon is saying. McToon is saying that you can never actually observe the curvature of the Earth because of refraction.
That is false, because we can measure refraction and we can control for so if we never actually see the curvature of the Earth, how do we establish that it's there? So we can see the curvature, but it is as you were saying, a modified view. We can see it changing. You are interrupting a woman.
Yeah, somebody just interrupted a woman.
You're seeing the change of the curvature to an extent, and that's because of the refraction. But just because you see changes in it and illusions doesn't mean that the curvature itself is not there, right? So like if it's nighttime, and you know that there's a tree, where somewhere, and you're like, oh, I know that there's a tree there, and if you like shine a light there, you're like, okay, so how do you know? Because you didn't actually see it without a light. You're controlling for the darkness, which is a variable, by using a light. It's the same type of thing, that there's a variable that's impeding your measurements. So you measure that variable, and then you're able to take it away and to have an actual accurate measurement.
What a terrible analogy, Carissa, because we don't know the tree's there. That's what's in contention. Is there curvature there?
No, we know that there exists a horizon to an extent, right? You have to there's a separation between Earth and sky, right? Do you believe that there's at least at some point a separation between Earth and sky?
Watch our PowerPoint.
Do you not pay attention?
So you think that it's the same thing? Of course, there's going to be a difference.
The definition of the horizon is the apparent location where the sky meets the ground.
Correct.
The apparent location. But in the heliocentric model with the globe, the horizon is actually a physical location, like I brought up with the analogy of the pregnant lady's belly, that it's a physical curve that's there. If it's an apparent location, it can't change. And it can't change in distance.
If it's physical.
Horizon is purely... So, okay, we can see the curvature of the Earth, and you're right that itself is static. We can see it through the medium of there's heat refracting off the Earth. There's many things happening that might distort our view of the horizon. But horizon itself, everyone's going to see a different horizon because people are at different locations, right?
But that's
so you can't necessarily say that like, oh, there is one definite. Of course, all horizons are based on your perception. That's the way horizons work.
But see, Carissa, that's our argument.
But that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
The globe argument is that boats and ships and the sun is disappearing behind a physical location.
And it's interesting.
But now you're
from
saying
the bottom
that
up.
you're saying so there's the ball is a specific size and it doesn't change, right?
Correct.
It doesn't change. Okay, it's 25,000 miles in circumference. It doesn't change. But what you're saying is that we're seeing the horizon change in distance. And that can't work if the horizon is a physical location.
Do you? It's not. Horizon is perception, and the Earth curve is physical. So when you look, when you see a horizon, you are viewing. Hold on, can you stop interrupting a woman? When you see a horizon,
that was pretty funny.
When you see a horizon, that is your perception of the static Earth's curve. So. It's going to be there's going to be some variables within that curve, right? That's affecting it and affecting your perception. We don't have like telescopic vision, and similarly, there are some elements. There's gases in the atmosphere. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. But we can measure those things. We can measure effects that it has on our vision of the our vision, and then we can measure it and we can account for it, right? That's like literally how every single scientific study works, even if it's not observational.
Yeah, but let's just recap, right? Because what you've said like 3 times now is, well, that doesn't mean it's not there. Well, I've never seen Superman, Carissa. That doesn't mean he doesn't exist. What is that? Your argument is even though you
why that straw man? That has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, she said just because you never actually see it, that doesn't mean it's not actually there. Well,
it means you can control. You can control for that variable. That's what you
control. No, you can't control the atmosphere.
That's not what she's saying. Don't straw man.
1 sec. All right, just to have order. Remember, folks, all 4 of you, people are excited to hear your ideas, and so we just want to be sure that there's not too much interrupting. So what we'll do is give you a quick chance to respond, Witsit, maybe a minute or two, and then we'll come back to Carissa and MC Toon for a minute or two as well.
Thank you, man. So like what her analogy was, you don't see the tree, but you know there's a tree there. Well, we don't know the curve's there. Hence why we're here. The Earth's flat, bro. Don't make this weird. Okay. We're trying to figure out if the curve is there. We don't know it's there. We're trying to find out if it's actually there. And then you shine a flashlight on the tree. So you control the variable of it being dark, and then you can see it. Well, you don't get to control the variable of atmospheric refraction now, do you? You don't get to shine a flashlight and see if it's there. The atmospheric refraction is outside of your control. It's just there. You actually try to measure different variables within it, presuppose a certain radius value, a certain curvature rate, and then a differential in the optics of what you actually perceive. That's why it isn't analogous. She continuously says, well, just because you don't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And that's why I said, well, I've never seen Superman. I guess that doesn't mean he doesn't exist either. We need physical empirical measurement, and we need to know if we never see the curvature of the Earth, how do we know that it exists? It's very simple.
Well, I gave you a physical empirical measurement.
Okay, so you want to move on to that. You concede that optically.
I don't concede. No. I concede that you did not include refraction in your analysis, which you demand must be done.
Yeah, we actually, in our presentation, we showed you a GIF. It says atmospheric refraction right below the GIF.
But you did not include atmospheric refraction analysis in that black swan image. As you demand, must be happening.
Right.
So I concede that you contradicted yourself.
But McToon, the difference here is your analysis requires us assume the Earth is
you need to do the analysis. It's your claim. You're claiming it. You should do the analysis, not me. You go ahead and provide the analysis, or be a hypocrite because you demand the analysis happen and don't do it.
Okay, just to clarify for the audience, right? Because there's some new listeners here.
I'm claiming that you haven't even actually accounted for all the variables, and you're touting your trigonometry that literally hand waves dismiss one of the most important variables when it comes to perception, which is refraction.
There you go.
All right, so just
be a hypocrite.
Just to clarify for the
hand wave away refraction. Go ahead. Hand wave refraction. Be a hypocrite.
You're triggered, bro. This is weird. You're making it weird. You need one of my shit.
Hand wave away refraction. Go ahead.
Calm down, man. Drink some water or something, bro. All right. So to clarify for the audience, okay, I'm not claiming that the Earth's a ball. You are. So what the flat Earth says is that the horizon is an apparent location. It just fluctuates based on atmospheric conditions. It's not an actual place. It's just optics, right? When we showed you the hallway, we showed you the railroads, we showed you the laser, right? It's optics, an optical convergence that isn't actual. And this is replicatable. It's very factual. That's what happens. The atmosphere changes where that looks like it's going on. It's an optical effect. You are claiming that there is a physical location there, but the atmosphere takes place, so we never see the actual physical location. You have the burden of proof to substantiate a physical location that we never see. I know that it isn't a physical location. So you need to explain how it is that we never see it. And so what you do is you reify the R value, fluctuate it, which is a category error. The R value doesn't change, Mattoon. So
I'm not claiming that it changes. Sorry, man. So don't straw man me. I didn't claim that the R value changes.
You do when you invoke terrestrial refraction in the
No, I don't.
Do you not agree with Andrew Thomas Young then? Or you want to throw him under the bus?
He is not claiming that the radius value of the Earth changes either.
The equation utilizes 7/6R.
Yeah, it does that as a way to deal with the effects of refraction.
But is that analogous or is it a category error?
It is not a category error. It is a way to mathematically predict what you would see due to the effects of refraction.
By hypothetically fluctuating the actual size of the Earth.
It is not fluctuating the size of the Earth. It is affecting the radius of the ray of light. That's what it's doing.
So the light is, the way that they come up with the rate is by putting 7/6 R.
Yes, R, which has been measured.
Okay, so you agree it requires a reification and a fluctuation.
It's not a reification. The radius value has been measured. It's no reification. So don't straw man me by saying it's a reification.
Well,
I can provide for you many measurements of the radius of the Earth.
Right.
I have one based on the evidence that I provided earlier already.
And so this is pertinent to this to save us some time, okay? So like you agree, we don't see the actual curvature of the Earth, and that looking at the horizon due to fluctuation based on refraction isn't an adequate methodology to determine the R value, right? So when we go back to like say Al-Biruni, the first person attributed to getting the R value.
Don't straw man me. I didn't bring up Al-Biruni.
Which is why you should stop interrupting, because what I was about to say is then you would agree that isn't actually a sufficient method. So we can throw that one out. They taught us that, but he was actually using an insufficient method because
it doesn't matter. I didn't bring it up.
I know. I'm just saying.
Why are you straw manning me again?
How am I straw manning if I'm asking?
Because I didn't bring it up. You're trying to defeat Al-Biruni's measurement of the radius of the Earth, which I did not bring up.
No, I'm trying to help the audience that may be new to this conversation so that they will know that Al-Biruni is the one that's attributed to originally coming up with the R value. Whether or not you want to talk about him or not, it's irrelevant. We're doing this for people that actually want to know the truth, Mattoon. The person attributed to coming up with the R value is Al-Biruni. He took a fluctuation of the horizon, made different measurements, and came up with an average, throwing out outliers that were too extreme of differential, correct? Yes, it is correct, Mattoon. So for the audience, just so you know, the R value they taught us and the methodology, Mattoon and all Globers now in the trenches have to admit is inaccurate. They have to throw it out because we never see the actual curvature of the Earth. I'm just making sure they understand that whenever you look at the horizon, that isn't the curvature of the Earth. You can't use that to come up with the R value. It constantly fluctuates its apparent location. We've never seen the curvature of the Earth in actuality, but we can assume it's there and then come up with theoretical mathematical equations to explain why it's moving at a certain rate. That's objectively what you've said so far. I encourage the audience to rewind it and listen. Okay, we can move on. Unless you have some contention with my recap.
We also, in addition to MC Toon, would love as well to hear from Carissa as well as Kai, as I know, don't get me wrong, I know that MC Toon and Witsit, you have a very personal history, but nonetheless, just to be sure that we get an equal distribution from everybody. Go ahead. Either of you, MC Toon or Carissa.
If you don't mind, I think I would like to bring up, I think your black swan analogy was interesting, but I think it can also go the other way. Can you give me your visualization of how the map of the Earth would look?
So I understand why people would want a model, but we don't actually have the positive claim.
Okay.
So the positive, because you again, I'm going to bring up what you brought up is our senses. It's common sense that the Earth is a sphere. But we actually don't observe curvature. We don't observe axial rotation.
No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking.
No, I understand. I'm saying, but we don't have these positive claims. We just falsify the positive claims of the globe.
Okay,
so we can never know. We can never.
You think it might be a square, or do you think it's actually flat?
No, we know
because your shirt has a positive claim of the Earth is flat. So you literally are making a positive claim. I'm just asking you to substantiate it.
We don't have the positive claim.
Your literal shirt is a positive claim.
Okay, so the globe has a positive claim because in our day-to-day reality, we observe the horizon, the horizontal horizon. We observe flat, stationary. You don't observe spinning 1,000 miles per hour. You don't observe gas pressure without a container.
So when you're in an airplane,
earlier when you cracked open your little soda can, you just demonstrated the second law of thermodynamics, okay? And the globe model argues against that. So you do have the positive claim. We don't have a model. We can never know what the actual Earth looks like. All we know is that 1, it measures flat. 2, it's stationary. And 3, there must be some kind of container because we have gas pressure. The definition of gas pressure has container in the definition. So we know that it's not an open system. And the vacuum of space cannot exist.
Do you understand that a vacuum?
Long story short, we don't have a model.
Okay. Do you understand that a vacuum doesn't mean that it's sucking, correct?
Of course. It's just ultimate low pressure.
It's just nothing. There's nothing there. Vacuum is just
low
nothing.
Pressure.
Well, there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum.
But you have space from the spherical Earth, the globe perspective has no particles in it, right? So, but the gravity, our Earth has. Do you believe in gravity?
Believe in gravity? Well,
yes.
Let's actually define gravity. Which type of gravity are you speaking?
A vector that has
there's
for this discussion is a force. It has a direction, and it has a magnitude. It's a vector. Do you believe in that?
For science, first of all, just for science, there should be no belief, right? That's kind of the antithesis.
Okay.
Antithesis of science. But what you're
does
talking
gravity
about
exist? Let me rephrase this for you. Does gravity exist in your opinion?
Okay, my opinion is irrelevant, but let's go ahead. So you're talking right now about Newtonian gravity, which is mass attracting mass, which said that gravity is a force, okay? And he demonstrated that kind of like the way to think of Newtonian is like the apple falling from the tree, and it's falling to the ground because the mass of the Earth is pulling the weak mass of the apple. Well, that was actually superseded by Einstein. So now gravity, when you're talking about gravity, you're talking about the bending and warping of space-time. I can pull up some academic sources for you.
I understand that, but for this discussion, it can be viewed as a force. Just for just this contained discussion of what I'm asking. Do you think it has a magnitude?
Why?
And do you think it has direction? That's all I'm asking.
So we're here to debate the heliocentric model. If you're not fully educated on the heliocentric model,
I'm not saying it's a force. I'm saying it's acting as though a force. I'm saying it's acting as a force. Correct.
Gravity is not a force.
I understand that, but it's acting as a force. It's acting as a force.
It's not
correct.
It's gravity is the bending and warping of space-time.
Okay. Do you believe that there is a vector?
That there's a downward acceleration?
That has to do with some type of force-like component.
Obviously there's an observable downward acceleration, but here's the issue, is the established cause. You're saying that the heliocentric model says that the established cause is the bending and warping of space-time. Which they have failed to validate through the scientific method. There's no way that they can actually use a scientific method and verify the cause and effect relationship.
but we understand, so we can have very, very precise measurements of how fast something will fall, the density of things, and how so like in physics, we view gravity as like 9.8. It's literally viewed as a force to see things pulling down to a larger mass, as you said. And that's why I don't think you understand the gas situation. Of course, gas is going to be lighter than our atmospheric air, and that's going to dissipate, correct? But when there is something with no particles, then that gas, and that's why you see rain. That's literally why we see rain, is because water particles get so heavy and they condense together and they fall, correct? And that's because that's why literally gravity is like why we aren't going out into space, and that includes the gas. That includes literally everything that you brought up earlier.
So gravity affects gases?
Yes. Yep.
So helium, I see helium rising. What's happening?
Yes, because helium is lighter than the air around us, which is oxygen, nitrogen.
Right now, so right now
density.
you have two contradicting statements. Right now you have two contradicting statements. You're saying it's
no, I don't. I'm saying that our air that we are existing in has many particles in it. So if we have lighter particles, those lighter particles are going to rise until they are no longer lighter than the air surrounding it.
So density disequilibrium, you agree with us?
What are you talking about?
If the air is lighter than the surrounding air and it goes up, that's because of density. So you agree with us?
And when the air goes up, there's fewer particles. Therefore, it stops going up.
But why does it go up?
Because it's less dense than the surrounding air.
Oh, okay. So you agree with us. Yeah. So downward acceleration.
No, don't straw man again. Don't straw man again. You're just straw man. Okay, that's all you have. That's all you have is straw mans.
Believe is air. What is air in your opinion? Do you think it's
what is
void?
Air?
Yes.
Air.
Do you think
we
it's
need to make
void?
it simple for you guys.
Okay, so here's the deal. We have downward acceleration on the Earth. It's an agreed upon average.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he can't just.
He can't just answer the question. It's ridiculous.
No, he can't. He just has.
What is air? That's your
shotgun. Word salad. Yeah.
There's a combination of different gas pressures that couldn't exist adjacent to a near perfect vacuum 10 to the -17 torr. Feel free to stop interrupting me.
Again, yeah. Go ahead.
Now make sure you keep interrupting me. It'll make the Earth a ball. It'll make the Earth a ball, dude. So we have an agreed upon average of 9.8 meters per second squared of an observed phenomena called downward acceleration on the Earth. Now this is just an agreed upon average for intents and purposes.
It's not agreed upon. It's measured.
Is it always exactly 9.8 meters per second squared?
No, but it's measured.
Okay, it's an agreed
It's
upon
not agreed
average.
upon. It's not an agreed upon average. It's a measured average.
Okay.
You don't know what a measurement is? You don't know how to measure the downward acceleration? It's measured, not agreed upon. It's empirical.
Calm down, bro. So we have an agreed upon average of 9.8 meters per second squared downward acceleration on the Earth. That is the effects, okay, of things falling. Not everything falls, as she just enlightened you. Helium goes up, and as your teammate has said, it's because of density alone. That's her explanation.
What is air?
Another straw man.
What is air? Tell me.
The
composition. The particles. Tell me the particles. What is air composed of?
Hey, calm down, Chris. Can I finish my point, please?
Can you answer my
It was her
very
point.
simple question? It's
Air is a
maybe
combination of
elementary,
different
maybe in middle
gases.
school. No,
I'm sorry
particles.
that
I'm
you-
talking about particles. I'm talking about
You're-
element. The
you're out of
elements.
your league,
The table of
Krista.
elements. The table of elements. Just tell me. Okay, if I'm out of my league, then please just answer my simple question.
What a dick.
Okay, calm down.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay. The Earth's not a globe, but don't make it weird for a sec. Okay. So look, we have an agreed upon average of 9.8 meters.
A measured average.
Okay, McTim, calm down. So that's just an effect. Okay, it's just an effect. Downward acceleration. Gravity claims to be the causal agent of that. So when you invoke downward acceleration, cool story, bro. No flat earther says that some things don't fall to the ground. But actually, what you guys run around acting like is as if everything falls to the ground, even though things go antithetical to the singular vector down to the relative mass of the center of the Earth, right?
Yes, they do because they're lighter than the particles.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Carissa.
No, it's welcome to 8th grade science class that we need to teach you again that you didn't pay attention to the first time.
No, see, we know that density disequilibrium results in different directionality.
Here's what you don't know. You don't know that multiple forces can act on the balloon at the same time.
No one said they
That's
couldn't.
what you
in
don't
theory.
know. No,
We're
you
asking
don't know
to
that.
prove-
You,
we're asking
you
to
think
prove the
that only
hypothetical.
you think that only one thing can act on the balloon at one time, and that
Straw man.
if it goes up, then gravity stopped acting on it. In fact,
Straw man.
both buoyancy and gravity affect it at the same time. Just that the buoyancy is larger than the gravity, then it goes up.
It's larger. Okay, so stop interrupting, my man. Okay, so we know that relative density disequilibrium result in directionality. Helium and hydrogen are lighter than the surrounding air, so they go up. That's antithetical to the singular vector of down relative to the center of mass that gravity invokes. When you have downward acceleration, as Carissa was enlightening us stupid flat earthers about, that's just an agreed upon average of an effect, right? You're claiming the causal agents, right? Now you're claiming an additional force is present that hasn't been isolated. You haven't manipulated the variable of space and time bending and warping and dilating. You presuppose it, right? You presuppose the causal agent, seeing the effect and say, look, the effect proves my cause. I don't have to prove the cause, but you do. That's what's in contention, okay? So whenever the only thing you can empirically verify is the density relationship affects directionality, and that's what we say. I can actually get much more specific, and McToon, I can guarantee you, I'm trying to give you a heads up here. You're not ready, bro. Okay, so she already handled Carissa and you very sufficiently. Would you like to acknowledge that you don't have an empirical evidence of the bending and warping of space-time, which is the current rhetoric of the heliocentric model?
Not at all. Eddington 1915.
1915 proved space and time bend and warp? Please enlighten us.
Eddington 1915 was the first empirical confirmation of space-time bending.
When did they isolate space-time? How do you do that?
It was an I'm sorry, I'm not playing your you don't understand science game. Okay, it's a peer-reviewed, published experiment that Eddington did in 1915.
What did he do?
Confirming the bending of space-time.
How do you do that?
What do you do?
That was the eclipse of 1915.
Wow. So he looked at the sky and proved that space and time bend and warp?
Okay, well,
that's crazy.
You go ahead and you go ahead and I'll just let you read it and
Is there a difference
probably
between
go over your head.
correlation and causation? Don't you learn that?
Almost as if most people see the Earth, most intellectuals view the Earth as being a sphere. And
appeal to majority.
No, I'm not making that as an argument. I'm saying it's been empirically proven in 99.9995 of any academic sources that are going to tell you that.
I've not seen any academic sources saying otherwise at all.
Because they're censored and people will be fired. But anyway, her turn.
So hold on. I want to get back to my point. So I'm going to explain to you and to the audience what air is. So air is a collection of elements: nitrogen, oxygen, many others. And if you look at the periodic table, you see helium, and that is one of the lightest of the elements. Therefore, there is buoyancy and there's density. When something is lighter than other things, it will rise. But when it gets to a point in time where it is so high and there's not many other particles around it, then it will not rise any longer. Because it is heavier than the void, correct? Therefore, it stops rising because of gravity. Therefore, that is why all the particles on all the gases do not go all the way into space. It is really not that hard to understand. It just is how density and buoyancy and gravity interacts. And this is literally middle school stuff. So I don't understand why you have this smugness. It's like, oh my God, I can't even tell you what air is because I'm just so buff you. When you literally can't even answer a simple question. It's so sad.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for explaining that.
You're welcome.
No one is disagreeing. Flat earthers do not disagree with relative density. A great example.
Then you wouldn't have given your definition in the first place with the gas going up.
Okay,
Carissa.
no one is disagreeing with relative density. And also, we are not disagreeing with the downward acceleration. What we are disagreeing with is the cause of the downward acceleration. Okay?
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it
Carissa.
does. Yes, it does. Okay? So,
No, it doesn't.
yes, because you weren't even
That's not how-
educated
that's-
on the
that's not how
correct
law
cause.
works.
You weren't even, guys, I haven't talked very much. It's my turn to shine. Okay. So this is the thing. You want to say that the cause is the bending and warping of space-time. The cause absolutely matters, Carissa. You weren't even educated on your own model. It's not massive.
What are you talking about? I said it acted as a force. I never said it actually was a force.
Like a straw man.
Let me finish. So, okay. The cause, establishing the cause and effect, which is the whole purpose of the scientific method, okay? And what we want to know is how they actually establish that it's the bending and warping of space-time. Now, McToon brought up an eclipse, and I have a question for McToon. McToon, what is the difference between correlation and causation? What is the difference?
Yeah, a correlation is not causation.
Okay, thank you. So how do we actually know then if we're observing, just observing, right? Observing, because there's no manipulation going into the eclipse, right? We're just observing. How do we actually know then, because that's the key part of the scientific method, is manipulating the independent variable to establish causation. Just for the audience, a good example of correlation, the difference between correlation and causation is every time I see the sunrise, I hear a rooster crow. So therefore, the rooster crow is causing the sunrise. Right? We're observing two things happening at the same time, but that which is correlation. But to actually know that the rooster is causing the sunrise, we would have to manipulate the rooster, right? We'd have to take the rooster out of the equation. Oh, the sun still rises. Okay, it's not causation. So when you're just observing, how is an observation establishing causation?
It wasn't just observing. They positioned themselves and waited to the appropriate time for the sun to position itself relative to the star.
They observed it?
Did they manipulate the sun and the stars?
No, they manipulated
Okay, so they
their
just
local.
observed. So
Hold on,
they're-
I didn't finish
Sorry,
what
go
I was
ahead.
telling
Go
you
ahead.
that what they were manipulating. They were manipulating their position relative to the sun and the star so that they could see if it was bending around it or not.
I understand, but did they manipulate the sun and the stars?
No, they manipulated their position.
So they just manipulated where they were looking and observing.
Where yes, absolutely.
But the independent variable, which would be space and time, they did not manipulate. They just observed, correct?
The independent variable is not space and time.
Yes, it is.
Space. Sorry. First of all, there's no and between there. It's space time.
Sorry, space time.
Okay.
Space
Well, actually, it's made up of space and time. So I'll say the and.
Okay.
Anyway.
Sorry.
Okay.
So yeah, they here's the deal. You always go on about, because this you get from Quantum Eraser parroting him, that somehow this independent variable, dependent variable is absolutely required in an experiment. It is not, actually. Your only source for that is Quantum Eraser, and his source for that is a 7th grade How to Do Your Science Fair project website. So that is not the only way to do an experiment.
I understand, and shout out to QA, love the guy. But I just wanted to know, because we're talking about the bending and warping.
Okay, here's the deal. If you don't
sorry.
like it,
I didn't realize that you were still talking.
Let's just to be sure. I promise we'll come right back to MC Toon, but just to let the let Kai finish.
A lady.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. No, I didn't realize. I think McToon just takes really slow breaths, and I'm just not really paying attention. But I understand what you're saying. I read your website. I looked at your sources regarding the scientific method. But that's why I wanted to bring up correlation versus causation, because right now we are talking about the bending and warping of space-time causing downward acceleration. Correct? That's what we're talking about. We're talking about causation. So what I want to know is how you differentiated between correlation and causation, because the only way to do that is through manipulating the independent variable. Observation alone cannot differentiate between correlation and causation. And if you don't manipulate the variable, then at best you just have correlation.
Thoughts, Chris or MC2?
Melvin, do you want to take it? Because I think you were saying something. I don't want to.
No, you go
steal
ahead.
Your thunder.
You go ahead.
My response to that would be, regardless, I think the we obviously don't know everything about gravity. And I think that's fair to say. There are things that we do not fully understand. I don't know if you would totally agree with. That's my understanding of it. It gets into like general relativity and just a ton of stuff that you don't even get to until like PhD level plus, right? But generally speaking, you don't need to get into that level to see that gravity is consistent in the way that it proves spherical Earth, improves the globe.
All right, real fast though, just because James was right. McToon and I do have some history, but I want to talk to McToon about this, right? Since we're talking about gravity, and I usually keep this in the chamber. Most people aren't ready for it. I know you're not, McToon, but you keep talking about gravity, invoking it. It proves the ball Earth, as she's saying. No, you look at the lights in the sky. You presuppose a distance, a certain mass, relative nature. Then you presuppose a causal agent called space and time bending and warping and dilating, et cetera, et cetera. Actually, whenever we presuppose a theory of relativity, apply it to the universe, it's off by 95%. It's called dark matter, dark energy. Not only do you not know how to fully explain gravity, or have you ever proven it, it's not even mathematically viable yet. It's off by 95%. You should look into it. But McToon, here's my question for you. If everything is intrinsically electrostatic, and electrostatics is 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be, and all molecular and intermolecular electrostatic or attractive forces are electrostatic in nature, how is it that you isolated gravity and proved it to be the causal agent of something?
Well, if you think that electrostatics is somehow doing it, then I would love to see how it gets that 9.8 meters per second squared downward acceleration. Go right ahead.
Yeah, well, Coulomb's law was actually hijacked and then changed into the little g. But I asked you a very specific question.
Coulomb came after Newton, actually.
Let me rephrase it for you because you don't seem to understand it, okay?
Wait. So you just claimed that
Coulomb... You will
Coulomb...
never answer it. I want the audience to know McToon 100% will not
Austin,
answer.
this is important. You just claimed that Newton stole from Coulomb, even though Coulomb's law came after Newton's
I didn't say Newton stole anything, buddy, okay? What I said is that electrostatics explains the phenomena as well, right? But here's the question.
It doesn't explain it at all, because in a because here, lead is diamagnetic. It has a light lightly repels from electromagnetism. Lead would float if it were electrostatics.
Hey, is electrostatics and electromagnetism the same thing, McToon?
I don't know. You brought up Coulomb's law, but tell you what, you show me.
You show
me how it works.
McToon,
in a Faraday cage, things don't just float.
Are the things in the Faraday cage electrostatic? Yes or no?
Well, you were claiming everything is electrostatic, and electrostatics is a cause for the 9.8 meters per second squared downward acceleration. So please present how that happens.
Okay, you had to straw man me. I want the audience to take note. 100%, I'll bet anything on it, McToon cannot answer this question, okay? So if electrostatics is 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be, and all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic nature, which I could cite Purdue University saying that it's just objective, okay? So all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. It's known to be 10 to the 39th power, that's 39 zeros, stronger than gravity even claims to be on the smallest scale. If you cannot isolate gravity by controlling the variable of electrostatics, how can you verify that the gravity is there, McToon?
Oh, it's easy to isolate electrostatics. You just have a common ground.
So when you ground something, is the thing that you grounded electrostatic, yes or no?
Both. If you have a common ground, both things are at the same electrical potential.
No, not electrical, electrostatic. Like I said, you're out
electrostatic
of your
or electrostatic, whatever. So explain to me then. I'm waiting for you. You just keep asking the question. I studied electrical engineering. You studied nothing.
Which is why it's so sad.
So go right ahead and explain it. All you're doing is saying there's these forces, but you don't understand that they're all at zero potential differential.
Okay. Yeah.
How are they different?
You can never actually exclude the electrostatic potential of anything. Hence me just now citing Purdue University verbatim.
What's the link?
I'll get in a second.
Yeah.
All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
That's fine, but if they're at the same potential, it doesn't matter.
Okay, so all molecular and intermolecular electrostatic or attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. And if we use a Van de Graaff generator manipulating electrostatics, it will change the directionality of things. They will go up and down. Lightning, electrostatic phenomena, bumblebees actually use an electrostatic resonance. Spiders and beetles do as well. So we have naturally occurring phenomena where electrostatics affects directionality. Everything is intrinsically electrostatic, glass, lead, you name it, anything. If you ground something, it's still electrostatic. It's intrinsically electrostatic. The Earth is intrinsically electrostatic and way stronger than gravity claims to be. The official heliocentric explanation for this is that out on the bigger cosmological scale, when you get out to much bigger masses, it overrides it due to the scalar nature of gravity. So you should learn your own idea before you act like I'm dumb. And so that's just a side note, right? So you cannot, she already demolished you, bro. You didn't manipulate space and time, bend and warp it, and verify it's the causal agent. And electrostatics is still
No,
present.
you
Game
asked
over.
something,
Welcome
and
to
you want me to answer it?
Go ahead.
I'm still you. All you need to do is understand that there's no differential. The electrostatic force happens if there is a electrostatic differential, but if there is no electrostatic differential, there's no force applied.
How do you control the differential of the Earth?
You were wondering about electrostatics, and I was explaining it to you, right? And then you changed it to something that wasn't about an electrostatic differential.
So the Earth have an electrostatic resonance?
A resonance?
A resonance field, yeah. Yes or no?
I don't even know what you
I know
mean by
you
an
don't know.
electrostatic
I know you don't know.
resonance field.
Okay, I'm sorry that you're
just making up crap.
Okay, so let me just all I'm saying is we can move on from this. This is a more technical aspect. It's actually not necessary, but all I'm saying is everything's intrinsically electrostatic. It's 10 to the 39th power strong, and gravity even claims to be. Okay, she explained to you that in 1915 it was superseded. Gravity is no longer considered an intrinsic property of matter. It's now considered an effect of the bending and warping of space and time. This has never been verified, scientifically manipulated. In fact, it's off by 95% when applied to the cosmological scale. It's called dark matter and dark energy. And then you can verify that causal agent. You certainly don't have some intellectual high ground where you can make fun of us with fifth grade science jokes. It's laughable. I read the theory of relativity. You don't need a PhD to do it either, Carissa. So here's the deal. You can't verify your causal agent claim, which is actually what your entire model is dependent upon, as well as the R value, which we've demonstrated that is falsifiable and in fact been falsified. So that's the crux of the whole issue. We'll never get answered. We'll just get ad homs. We'll just get little like shots about how you're so smart in fifth grade science. We'll do what, blah, 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 Pilton majority. But there you go. So until you can actually substantiate the cause of the downward acceleration, the fact we see the downward acceleration doesn't matter. We know that.
But it was empirically confirmed in 1915, and you just hand waved it away.
Carissa destroyed you on that, bro. Were you not here?
Carissa didn't destroy me on that.
Yeah, she did.
High five, Carissa.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Kai did. Carissa destroyed you earlier by disagreeing with you about the horizon. Sorry, I get mixed up.
Because obviously he thinks that there's a static horizon, right? Don't you?
He
Right?
thinks there's a necessary static horizon.
I love
If
it.
the Earth is a sphere.
That's the Glover circle.
No. Wait. Though, guys, wait. What's the definition of air? Let's pause it.
Yeah, please. Tell me. Well, I already gave you the answer, so it would be quite fair.
Hey, Carissa, do gases have an inherent shape?
Atomically,
They haven't. Well, what's their shape?
it depends on their chemical makeup.
Do gases
Their
have an
molecular,
inherent shape?
their molecular makeup. It depends on their molecular.
Hey, Richard Feynman would disagree with you.
No, I'm saying that each atom in the gas is going to have a molecular makeup, and that would generally, there might be some variation in the shape depending on how they interact with each other, but it honestly is, yeah. So it's not, of course, gas itself isn't going to be like, it's amorphous, right? But like on an atomic level, of course, there's going to be a shape to the atom.
Okay, so gases don't have an inherent shape. Okay, cool. I guess I got it. I was gonna say, so can you have gas pressure without a container?
Can you have what?
Gas pressure without a container.
Gas structure?
Pressure.
Is that pressure? Pressure.
Yeah, pressure.
Yes, you can.
Can you demonstrate it? Well, before we ask for your demonstration, we have a demonstration for you. Okay. So.
You hear that sound?
Did you hear it?
Yes.
Oh,
Look at that.
Okay, so the pressure actually spontaneously sought equilibrium to the lower pressure around it once you remove the containment. Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
So do you understand that the gas going into the air is floating up and it's being buoyant because it's lighter than the air around it? Of course, when you have a vacuum,
Maybe you
it's
should
not
ask her.
going to go up. It's not
She'll
going
ask
to go
you.
up.
Yeah, maybe
Can you stop interrupting women, please? it's going to go up. It's not going to go up.
The joke reached its expiration.
Oh, I'm glad that you're able to determine that.
Someone's
So if you're able to go into like a vacuum, there are no other molecules or any other substances to help it float and disseminate into the air because there is no air. Therefore, obviously, it's not going to rise.
So to clarify, you just didn't answer the question when I said, can you have gas pressure without a container?
Yes, we have gas, an element of gas pressure here. I think it's probably determined by some effective gravity.
So the reason that we're asking this is because they tell us that the separation between our gas pressure here on Earth and the vacuum of space, which, as you brought up, is not like a vacuum cleaner. Everybody knows that.
It's not sucking.
Of course, yep, yes. They're saying that it's uncontained. It's uncontained.
Yes.
Now,
because the molecules still have.
So they're saying
mass.
it's uncontained, but
There's still a mass.
The reason that we are puzzled, okay, because you want to talk about science. So we're curious because this is a good source, chemistry.elmhurst.edu. The definition of gas pressure is the pressure of a gas. The pressure of a gas is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. So what's happening is the gas molecules, for example, like in your tire, we just filled up air in my tire today. That was a great example of gas pressure. It's the air inside, the molecules are colliding with one another and they're bouncing off the walls of the container, which is creating pressure. And the container is the antecedent to gas pressure, okay? So, but here's the problem, is they're just saying that the container that's keeping the air in from the vacuum is just air, okay? So that's the relevance of us asking, okay, the heliocentric model is claiming that you can have gas pressure without a container. So we would need to see this demonstrated on some small scale here on Earth. Because again, we can show you the Perrier can, my tire, a balloon. These are all gas pressure inside a container. So just show us one example, not using the thing in question though, which is the Earth's atmosphere. One small demonstration that confirms that you can have gas pressure without a container.
So number one, you're going to have to have such a huge gravitational force, right? Because right now what's happening is that the gases are being gravitationally pulled on a molecular level toward the Earth's core, right? So you can't reproduce the same situation unless you have such a broad scale gravitational pull, which is not something that we're going to ever be able to replicate. Unless I guess we want to go to like another planet and have like this huge experience. It's just not going to be practical, right? So generally speaking, the reason that it's still, I'm assuming that definition is assuming that it's within our atmosphere, right? And that there's going to be air around it.
If I can,
go ahead,
Carissa. There's atmospheric pressure, not gas pressure. So there's a distinction that you're missing there. So the definition you read doesn't apply to the atmospheric pressure.
The atmosphere
It applies to gas within a physical container. It's not speaking about the atmospheric gas.
To clarify, atmospheric pressure isn't gas pressure, right?
They are distinct, yes.
So the atmosphere isn't made up of gas pressure.
The atmospheric pressure and gas pressure are different things.
But is there gas pressure in the atmosphere?
There is pressure, but it's not due. Your definition doesn't apply to atmospheric pressure.
Okay,
it applies to specifically that definition that you read is specifically talking about within a physical container.
We have just a few more minutes, then we have to go to Q&A as we do have a number of questions and we are excited about them. So thank you very much. Folks, want to remind you a couple things before we do that as well. We'll give each of you, Carissa, MC Toon, and Witsit and Kai, a chance to draw together some of the threads from this debate in just a moment. But I want to let you know, folks, Carissa and MC Toon and Witsit and Kai are all linked in the description, so you can check out their links if you'd like to hear more. Highly encourage you. What are you waiting for? I mean, the links are already there. So with that, Carissa, MC Toon, Witsit, and Kai, any final concluding statements on tonight's debate?
They can go first.
Go ahead. You can start off.
Okay. Well, Austin, I sent that to you more than a year ago. I don't think you've looked at it. But we didn't get to it. Maybe next time. mctoon.net/SE. Go ahead.
So I guess my closing would be that it's interesting. I think both Whitsitt and his girlfriend. I'm sorry, I don't specifically remember your name because it's not.
Hi, it's just 2 letters.
Hi, gotcha. I think that they're getting really entrapped by the semantics of things when many of the Earth can be obviously proven to be spherical without being like, oh, we need to understand gravity to a precise and dark matter and all this stuff. There are many ways to condense these perspectives and realize that the Earth is spherical. There are observational ways to realize that the Earth is spherical. There are many different ways to do so. And I think it's very interesting that they aren't even able to give a map or any indication of what they actually believe the world looks like. They seem very focused on like, oh, this is, common sense and stuff, but they aren't actually able to provide a map or anything, any model of their Earth. They say that it's not a positive claim, yet their shirts literally say the Earth is flat. They won't even say that they believe that. They're like, oh, well, we don't have to do that, right? Because they're worried they're spineless. So with that, go ahead.
Well, I really appreciate talking to the both of you. Carissa, I would love for you to join us. We have a Discord server called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord where we educate new Globers on, part of it is that you don't know your model. And when you learn the model, you find out that there's so many holes in it. So I invite you to come. We have Ladies Night at 5 p.m. Again, it's 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. McToon, I appreciate speaking with you as well. I would just ask that you, take a time to just think about the difference between correlation and causation. But overall, just to wrap it up with a nice bow, it's really good to question things. And I think everyone can agree with that it's very important to question things. And yeah.
Okay, yeah. So with the spherical excess, by the way, McToon, I don't know why you keep bringing up our DMs, man. I guess I'll have to tell the audience now. You DM me 1,000 times, dude. So believe it or not, no, I don't read all your DMs, bro. I think it's super weird. So there you go. There's your answer to that.
I did it in a debate on this platform. I did it in a debate. I sent it to you during the debate last time you were
Not
here.
my boyfriend's DMs.
Yeah, McToon, I think you actually interrupted my closing. It's cool, but I get it. You get triggered, but I haven't checked my DMs during the debate, and you've sent me hundreds of messages. It's all good. Spherical excess, you actually look over a vast distance. You say that there's no refraction, but then right after that, you can rewind for the audience. He literally said, well, there is some. You got to account for it, and whoop-de-whoop. Yeah, of course, there's refractions of fluctuation. You take an apparent location, presuppose a radius value, presuppose the Earth's a sphere, and then you take the fluctuation of the differential in the apparent location, and then you say, look, here, it's more than 180 degrees, and we don't need to refraction. It's not really here, but it's kind of here. Wow, dude, that was really difficult. Please send me some more through the DMs. So, and then she said, oh, if the moon's a sphere, we don't presuppose the moon's a sphere. We've seen the same side of it forever. So no, that doesn't prove the Earth. Well, I can go through your entire info right now. It's not true. It's all dumb. It's all presuppositions. What we'll always get, and oftentimes, is how many times will Austin say specificity or presuppositions? I'm sorry that Globers make me say presuppositions to every one of their postulations, but that's what it is. So here's a quick recap of the situation. We pointed out that the horizon that we see is nothing more than an apparent location. It constantly fluctuates based on atmospheric conditions. It's called a horizon because it's horizontal. That's what we've all observed. Anyway, so then we looked at long hallways and railroads. They always converge optically, right? That's what we know. That's what we can replicate. That's what we can demonstrate. That's what we observe. You say, well, that's what we observe, but there's something else going on that we just don't ever see because NASA went to the moon in 1969, right? Like that's what you're saying. And that there's an apparent location you can't tell. You can presuppose that it's there, presuppose a radius value, fluctuate it with the category error, then come up with some mathematical equation that doesn't even work, and then that makes the Earth a ball. Cool story, bro. We've seen mountains 273 miles away, 255 miles away. We falsify the radius value. It is impossible that we live on the radius value that they say that we do. It's impossible that we live on the raceway that we say that we do. We falsify the fact you don't have the causal relation for gravity. So there you go. We talked about the basics. Just look into it. I do this for the third-party viewer as the sheep. Just open your mind. I know it sounds crazy. I thought it was crazy. Don't be a zealot and try to defend the government via Stockholm Syndrome. It's okay. Don't make this weird, bro. They lied. I just encourage you to look into it, and then you will find out that, in fact, all the empirical evidence is on one side. Thank you.
Move into the Q&A. So do want to say thank you to all of our guests. As I had mentioned, our guests are linked in the description. Also have to let you know a very special link is pinned to the top of the live chat. Folks, we know a lot of people enjoy debating these topics, and maybe you have a new YouTube channel, a podcast, whatever it is that you want to get exposure. Well, that's how Modern Day Debate works, is it's all built on exposure. So for example, all of our guests that are here right now are linked in the description. We encourage you to check out their links. And if you want to come on and debate either flat earth versus globe earth or creation versus evolution, I have pinned a Google Doc or spreadsheet at the top of the chat. So if you'd like to come on and debate one of these topics, or maybe you don't even have a channel that you're trying to get exposure, you just enjoy debating because you're sick like us, well, go ahead and enter your info into that spreadsheet that is pinned at the top of the chat right now. And with that, thanks so much for your patience. We're jumping into the questions. Alex Stein, old friend, says, Austin and Kai makes my heart swoon. Love Flat Earth for the win.
Yeah, shout out Alex Stein. What a legend. And go sub to Conspiracy Castle where you could be super lame. Much love.
Let's see. Melvin, MC Toon, you might enjoy a debate with Alex. I don't know. I feel like you guys would have a good chemistry. But made by Ben Jim Bob says, MC Toon, what are the physical properties of space-time?
The physical properties of space-time is 4 dimensions. That's what it is.
You got it. And Chris Gaiman, thanks for your question, says, Flats, how much does air weigh? Do you believe matter nearby the Earth is attracted to the Earth?
Wait, sorry.
Is that for us or for, sorry?
Flats.
For the flats. The flatties. Ready?
What's the question?
They say, how much does air weigh? And do you believe matter nearby the Earth is attracted to the Earth?
Okay, matter no longer has an intrinsic property of gravity. We've already explained that. Gravity is no longer an intrinsic property of matter. But anyway, like, what is air? Air is certain types of gases. What is the weight? What is weight? It's acceleration relative to its location and to its density disequilibrium or relationship. Very simple. Gas always fills the available space. A gradient is a non sequitur. So there you go. Like, yeah, there's a gradient, but there's still a pressure. That's delta X change in X. We're talking about the antecedent requirement for X, which is that there is a container. So that's called a non sequitur.
You got it, and thank you very much for this question coming in from C. Mitch Play. Says, Flat Earthers, can you determine where a heavenly body will be based on a time and location on Earth? Because globe can without using historical data.
Hilarious enough, actually, NASA still utilizes the Sero cycle, and yeah, it's in a repetitive cycle. Hence why you know why it's there. You're just explaining the cause. It's called post-diction, not prediction. So you looked at it.
You should look up ELP 2000. You don't understand it.
Oh, okay. First of all,
welcome.
Juicy, this one coming in from Sofa King Sleepy says, KY, they are going to stick with that. Obviously, when stuck, they will need some more teaching from an astroglitticist.
Great. I just tell if they would like to talk to me personally, just come to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. If you're smarter than me, let's see what you got.
You got it, and thanks very much for this question coming in from GPS. Says, both sides, how does GPS work?
You go first.
The satellites send their location and the time from the specific location that they're at. The receivers get the time and the location from multiple satellites and trilaterate the distance from the different satellites that they're at. And having that, they can get their exact position. It's an open standard. Anybody can create their own antenna and capture that data themselves and see if it works and see if that location is where it appears to be from.
Interesting. Yeah. So just for some Globers that don't know, right? Some people say that GPS is global positioning satellites. I think most people know that, and that's global positioning system. The RAN system long predates it being called something to do with the globe. 99% of all transmission are using towers and underground sea cables and wires, right? So we don't actually even utilize the idea of space, certainly not free falling in a vacuum of space. Even if there was something
in the sky, which I can actually give you plenty of scientific evidence as to how that was possible in a flat Earth. It doesn't verify the Earth's a magic spinning cartoon ball that defies physics. So almost all the transmissions are using that. The Lorenz system came long before you called it GPS, and that's the exact use case of GPS. So it's certainly not exclusive to a globe.
You got it, and thank you very much for this question coming in from Sarcastic Barman. Says, Flat Earthers, what's the distance around Antarctica? Please bear in mind before you answer, there is a race around it.
Yeah, so the supposed sailboat race that goes around Antarctica actually goes down and pops back up. They publish publicly their actual route. It goes down and pops back up. So that just shows how little people research. We couldn't actually verify the distance around Antarctica because it's illegal to do that via the Antarctic Treaty signed in 1959. Longest lasting peace treaty, not even up to a review till 2042.
What page has that you can't go there? Can you cite that?
Yeah, it tells you that it all adheres to beyond the 60th south latitude, and you cannot privately or freely explore it without.
Can you show the exact which article of it says you can't go there?
Article 6.
You just make that up.
We done?
John Rapp says.
So we can.
John Rapp says, GPS. Evil NASA rubs their GPS satelloons vigorously, makes them stick to the dome. Flurfs. Hashtag rub your satelloon.
Straw man fallacy.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And Sunflower says, MC Toon, when we set up a vacuum chamber and observe things in it, there is no medium modifying or obscuring it. Correct?
That's right.
You got it. Andrew Rouse says, statement, you two are the perfect couple. I think that they're talking with you. Gotcha. Next up, Roger Pollock says, MC Toon says MC Toon, please make a soundboard for greatest hits PTS.
PTS.
I think they mean make a soundboard of Austin.
Oh, I already did.
I know you're obsessed with me, bro. It's getting weird. Get out my DMs and record my voice, bro.
Kang024, thanks for your message. As a reminder, want to remind you all, folks, in the live chat, attack the arguments instead of the person. Super important, folks. We really do want to encourage you to rise to that standard. 99% of you do a great job. And for those of you who are not yet there, believe me, you're going to get there. And Joshua Alex says, for both, take 2 cesium clocks, one at street level, one at the top level of a building. The tower clock will soon be behind. How do you explain this?
Right, yeah. So what they do is they say that space and time was proven by the oscillation rate of a cesium atom and its degradation. Of course, they don't account for the vibrational pattern or where they are within the vortexual, movement of the electromagnetic field. We'll say for intents and purposes, not to make people spiral. So yeah, there's numerous different variables they don't control for, and then they just look at the degradation rate of a cesium atom, the oscillation rate, and then they presuppose the causal agent being space and time, which is called a reification fallacy.
You got it. And Peace Pie says, can Fletcher explain the moon's shadow in all phases? Who is Fletcher?
Flat Earther?
Maybe they mean, I don't know. If Fletcher, yeah, it must be you, Austin. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't make unfounded claims. Actually, you can actually create, people spiral over this. I just don't care what people think. So you can actually replicate a naturally occurring hologram with the polarization of the electromagnetic field that replicates the color changes, the appearance of shadows, and the phases of the moon. We've only seen one face of the moon for all recorded history. You claim it's entirely locked. It's a coincidence. So cool story. Falsification is independent of replacement. We have the Stellar eclipse, the eclipse where actually the sun and moon are both above the horizon during the lunar eclipse.
We're never going to get done if he just waffles like this.
Where the Earth is blocking the sun, supposedly casting a shadow onto the moon and going the wrong way. So we falsified your claim, and falsification is independent of replacement.
Gotcha. And then Andrew Rouse says, Austin, in 15 years, when you look back at all of these debates, how are you going to deal with all the cringe? I don't know if they mean cringe from you or from the opponents. I'm baffled.
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be really hard to rewatch Mattoon implode like this. But I'll try and make it through it.
This is next up. The Science of Science says, MC Toon, a convex surface does not mean the Earth is a globe.
Correct.
Next up, RT96 says, our view of a pencil in a glass of water is affected by refraction. Witsit says, quote, there is no pencil, bro. That's my best impression. Sorry.
That's a good one.
Okay, at least you threw the bro in there. It's not too bad.
Nah, dude, no one said there was no pencil. That's not analogous. That's a much more dense medium called water. So cool story. And in fact, you require the isolation of a physical location called the geometric horizon. So cool story, bro.
Kango24 says, Witsit, Earth's curve can be seen. Its location is just refracted. Just like looking at a pencil in the glass of water, is the pencil not physical?
Earth's curvature can be seen. You just don't actually see it because it's completely refracted, and then we see something else. That's what he said.
McTone already elaborated on that.
We can physically manipulate the pencil, not the curvature of the Earth. Next.
Next up, Science of Science says, Carissa also thinks a convex surface means a globe. That's a pretty big leap in logic to think convex equals globe.
I don't think I ever said that.
You got it?
No, because I don't necessarily believe that. So.
Deal. Don Kuddick says, I love modern day debate. Gets me through my workday. Thanks for your encouragement, Don. It means a lot. And Fat Man says, KY, you can't compare, I think they mean Kai, says you can't compare a laser sliding on a table to the sun setting. The sun is not suiting on Earth sliding away from us.
That's literally what
they meant sliding.
That's literally what it's doing.
I think they meant
And you
sitting.
can even see this with the videos of the shrinking sun. That only a shrinking sun can only happen if because of angular resolution. That's it.
Gotcha on this one coming in from Digital Demonic Dabro says the damn Santa silly man argument is a red herring by Witsit. This man is not even addressing the argument in this argument. He strawmanned the whole conversation.
No, it wasn't a red herring. And by the way, I said Superman, not Santa, because she said there's an actual tree that we know is there. We don't know the curvature's there. That's why her thing is laughably rudimentary and inadmissible when it comes to empirical evidence. And then she said we control the variables by using a light, which you don't control the atmospheric refraction. So I was being very specific as to say, well, I've never seen Superman. That's why I still know that he is there. That's what she's saying. We've never seen the curvature, but we know it's there. So try again.
No, I just was specifically addressing your claim that just because we have to account for something doesn't mean that we don't actually see it.
Specifically, just because we've never seen it doesn't mean it's
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about
this. Cut you out of the debate saying it 3 times. So
no, I'm talking about it specifically. That you can't, just because you don't see something directly doesn't mean that it's not visible by controlling elements around you. That's my only point. It's not a one-to-one comparison on all values. But go ahead, James. I'm sorry.
No worries. The Batman says, Austin triggered MC Tune, good and hard, LOL Globies. Very good. All right. Next up, John, he told me how to pronounce it. Sudlick says, I love Witsit, but Kai is better looking. Sorry, dude.
No offense taken, bro.
This one coming in from Displaced Gamer says, if gravity does not exist, why are objects in space spherical?
Wait, sorry.
What?
What happened?
I think this is, so that's for you. So they say, if gravity does not exist, why are objects in space? Why do they all tend toward being spherical in shape?
Yeah, see, actually, you can't even substantiate sphericity or terra firma. I actually document them all the time. They're pulsating, quote-unquote, orbs of light for intensive purposes. And even if I look up at a cylinder and say, there's a light bulb, that means the ground's a light bulb. That's not very adequate information now, is it? Plus, you presuppose the mechanism that causes it all to happen. Presuppose the medium being a vacuum, which is literally antithetical to the natural law called the second law of thermodynamics. It looks like a more fluid-like medium, but that's for people that are open-minded.
Gotcha. And this one coming in from Rai says, make sure you wear your NASA shirt when you get your 5th booster shot. I think that's for you, Carissa. Are you going to wear your NASA shirt?
Yo.
I'm being deafened right now.
That's hilarious, bro.
Was that for me? Of course I'm going to get booster shots.
Oh, no, I was just in general.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next up.
Yeah, because
okay.
I'm pro science.
Next up, Raza43 FC Tune. You're not going to get a booster shot? Jeez, man. Okay. Raza43 says, if anyone lets go of a helium balloon atop Mount Everest, it will fall. Why is that flat earthers? How do grown-ups not know this?
What happens when you pop the helium balloon?
Deflect.
Oh, that was so hard. Oh my gosh. Lasers are so dumb.
Let's see. Thy Messenger says, I never have seen McToon so triggered. Ha ha, he lost. It's just so trollish. They say it's so blatantly. They say, ha ha, he lost today. He needs more anti-truth media training. Hashtag Black Swan photo. MC Toon, any thoughts?
I've definitely been more animated in some. I think people might be able to identify when even. But this was fun.
This one coming in
and
from...
it wasn't you, Austin.
I wouldn't laugh too much, Austin. We got a juicy one. Xanos Carthage says, hey, have you seen the footage of Witsit getting beat up by an MMA fighter? I think he tapped out 6 times. Is this true, Witsit?
No,
that
complete
was,
lie. I got hands, bro. I'll leave with the left.
Was it against MC Toon?
No. I got hands, bro. I'll leave with the left, James.
Next up.
What do you... Wait, hold on. Was that you, or are you talking about, did somebody mistake you for right the hand?
I didn't get tapped out by anyone. That's all I can say about it.
All right.
Witsit doesn't get tapped out by anybody, folks. And then Snake was right. So the density creates direction. Thank you for Snake was right. Thank you for your question. Says if density creates direction, why do things not fall up toward the less dense air? Clearly, the direction of most mass is what determines direction.
That just made me lose brain cells, but it's the object's density relative to the atmosphere or the surrounding medium. So if something above it is less dense, that's non sequitur. It's more dense than the surrounding air where it's currently residing within that medium.
Like an ice cube, you drop it in room air, it falls to the ground. You drop it in your cocktail, it rises to the top.
You got it, and thank you very much for this question coming in from, you guessed it, Robert Summers says, Flat Earth wants to claim science is on their side. Can you tell me one model in the Flat Earth that makes testable and accurate predictions?
Well, models aren't science, so that's convenient, and we're actually not allowed to privately travel past the 60s.
Models absolutely are a necessity in science.
Look, man, all the super chats are for us, okay? Just in case you weren't paying attention, but so you're not allowed to privately explore past the 60th south latitude. So to make claims outside
but you didn't. But you didn't substantiate that claim yet, Austin.
No, you're even triggered in Q&A, McToon. You need a jail, bro.
But you didn't substantiate that claim. You're just lying.
Okay.
Maybe if you
You're
just stopped lying, we wouldn't have to fact-check you.
Asar.
Are you done?
You always lie.
Yeah, all I know is the super chats are for us. That's all I know. So you can't go past the 60th south latitude.
That's a lie. Why are you lying again, Austin?
Next up, Asar.
Why are you a fake Christian, Austin?
Asar.
Why are you a fake Christian, Austin?
Asar M. Ka says, if gravity doesn't exist, have them explain the cause.
Oh, yeah. Everything's intrinsically electrostatic. To be more specific and technical, incoherent dielectric acceleration. You can use a Van de Graaff generator, affects directionality. You can slow me down to 0.5 since it's just word salad, even though it's all coherent, very hyper-specific. All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature, and since it's 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity claims to be, you certainly can't claim gravity, so everything's intrinsically electrostatic. Density disequilibrium is the relative characteristic that is most prominent. Write it down.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question, Scotty Osborne says, MC Toon, do you abuse human growth hormones to get those unusually large muscles, which is actually cannibalism? Are you on the roids, MC Toon?
Not. It's just it happens naturally.
Pseudonym, thanks to your super sticker, and made by Jim Bob says, MC Toon, what are the necessary constituents of a scientific experiment?
Scientific experiments are not dogma. So the necessary constituents that you're talking about are, again, from QE, where he tries to make science into a dogma. So no, it is not the IVDV dogma that he talks about.
Independent, dependent, and control variables, the answer.
Yeah, but control variables, which you never do, but those are just dogma. That is not actually the necessary constituents of a scientific experiment. That's too rigid.
You got it. This one coming in from, made by Jim Bob says, MC Toon, how can you justify the bending of space-time if it has no properties and requires time and space to be constant to measure its bend?
It has been empirically confirmed. So I'll stick with empirical measurements.
This one coming in from Nephilim Free says, the flat earthers are interrupting too much.
Wow, literally we got interrupted the entire time.
Yeah.
Maybe rewind it.
Nephilim Free might be up for a debate with you, Austin, on Flat Earth. I don't know. I'm just saying. Dr. Bass, Ackwards says, Carissa, draw a circle on the ground, then draw a circle around that, then another circle around those circles. If you continue like this, will the circles keep getting bigger? Can the circles ever shrink?
It would literally just be your latitude lines, right? So yeah, it would keep on getting bigger, and then they would start getting smaller again.
You got it, Ann. Thank you very much. Andrew Rouse says, could everyone please just say what higher education degrees everyone has, starting with you, Kai, and Austin?
I got a PhD from Critical Thought University, and she got from Free Independent Thinking, not Brainwashed. Actually, you can actually answer.
I have a bachelor's in science, so suck it.
What science?
Irrelevant. Bachelor's in science. You can look it up.
Okay.
That's the name of a degree.
Okay, yeah, but typically you can get a BS.
What about you, Carissa? Why don't you answer the question?
Sure, I'd be happy to. In December, I'm getting a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics.
Right.
Okay, so you're almost where she is. Why are you knocking her down?
I'm not. I'm just asking for further clarification. I think it's cool, and I'm curious what specific degree she got. Why are
I
you
got a
being
PhD.
so
You're
bad
not
faith?
impressed? I have a PhD in critical thought.
All right, go ahead, Melvin.
Go ahead, Melvin.
I study electrical engineering and computer science.
And you still don't know what electrostatics is, James. We got another question because we're trying to go to the strip.
Next up, Andrew Rouse. Richard Ashton says, shamefully embarrassing show from the flat side. Unbelievable.
That seems like a coping mechanism for the self-projection of how they got intellectually eviscerated. I'm just being honest. The earth is flat. Don't make this weird, bro. Check out the merch store. I got you.
This one from Kit says, Witsit, that gap from your rotting... This is weird. They say, let's see. Is it big enough to whistle? Gosh, what is this about?
It's a dig. You probably should skip that.
No, just read it.
Next one. The Science of Science says, I have to give it to MC Toon. He makes me laugh so much. He is my favorite globe myth enthusiast. Oh, that's nice.
Thanks.
Next up, Snake was right, says, higher elevation, lower pressure, no container.
Yeah, that's called a non sequitur. Delta X change in X. We're talking about the antecedent. Let me slow down. The requirement for the pressure, which is X, the change in pressure is an additional piece of information. So we're trying to figure out how we have the pressure. Once you invoke the differential or change in pressure, that's a non sequitur.
This one from Nephilim 3.
Without pressure, gas pressure.
Neff says, if the Earth were flat, there would be only one time zone for the world since the sun would rise in the same... Hold on.
No, bro,
rise in the same hour for the entire Earth. In all caps.
That's
derp.
wrong, actually.
Wow, that is incredibly dumb. But yeah, the sun's more local. It has a radius of light for intended purposes. It's called attenuation, absorption of the medium. Light does not travel forever. It's much more local. You can replicate it certainly using a dome.
Experiments in prebiotic chemistry says, why is the air on the top of Mount Everest thinner than the air at sea level?
There are numerous different aspects. For one, we don't actually know the characteristics of the containment itself, the medium differential all the way at the top, and gases are being constantly introduced and produced at the surface level. Now that I've addressed your non sequitur, can you address the first one that you skipped past, which is how do you have pressure in the first place?
Robert Summers says, Witsit, if I drop a bowling ball from a building, do you agree or disagree it will fall at 9.82 meters per second?
I disagree because it's completely fluctuates. It's never consistently 9.8 meters per second squared, and it's dependent upon an incredible amount of variables, including the location on the Earth.
Made by Jim Bob says, MC Toon, so gas pressure equals container, but atmospheric pressure equals pressure without container, but it's still gas? And...
Without... Okay,
go ahead.
Sorry.
No, it's a good time to go.
Without a physical container, absolutely, because there's just a pressure differential from the ground level to any particular elevation you want to pick. You can see that, you can measure that in flat earthers balloon launches with barometers on them. You can see that there's a pressure differential. That's our claim. There's a pressure differential. That's it.
This one, made by Jim Bob, also says Moderna or Pfizer.
Neither.
I'm organic, homie.
Pfizer.
Oh yeah, the one that's
MC Toon, you have no MC Toon. Have you not gotten it?
I'm ambivalent.
Next up,
you guys can see my merch.
You and Austin are strange bedfellows on this. Don Keddick says, if stars emit light from nuclear fusion, then why doesn't their gas just dissipate into space? Where is their container?
because they're more dense than space and gravity, they have mass. Therefore, gravity attracts them to the Earth.
You got it. And Elijah Freeman says, Andrew, TY used a plane for his atmospheric refraction computations. In another section, he superimposes this onto a curving surface with the radius of 3959 meters. The black swan is 1,000% off from 1.2.
That's for the Globers, in case you didn't follow it, because it was a smarter
That's
guy.
because it didn't include refraction analysis.
We just talked about that in the question.
Yeah, that you demand. Yeah.
Next up, Ryan says, getting a degree immediately raises your IQ by 20. Thanks for that, Ryan. From Duckery says, Austin, how is the Tropic of Capricorn measured smaller in circumference than the equator? Ships, flights, and land masses prove this fact. Flat Earth debunked.
Oh, wow, it's crazy that 9% of all people that inhabit the Earth are actually in the northern quote-unquote hemisphere, which is stupid because there is no sphere, and that's completely a lie. That's not true at all. How do you physically measure it? Because it seems like we've been trying to physically measure the convexity of terra firma for years, and we can't find it, including the Globers. So, cool story, bro.
Thy Messenger says, MC Toon on a, quote, micro scale, show us a spinning ball containing water on its surface while it spins. If it's a globe, it can be replicated. Earth is flat.
The fallacy is if it's a globe, it can be replicated because there is the gravitational force that we can't get out of. So here's the deal. On a micro scale, flat earthers can't demonstrate their flat Earth in some sort of a terrarium either in any orientation, because if gravity doesn't exist, then can't they hold it sideways or upside down?
Hey, look, the water fountain's level. I just demonstrated it.
Take the lid off. Take the lid off. Hold it upside down.
Why would I do that? That's non sequitur.
Oh, because gravity affects these experiments. You can't do it without the effect of gravity.
So if we
changing the experiment.
If we presuppose gravity, you can't prove.
You cannot control that particular variable.
If I pour water in a pool, what happens?
Turn that pool sideways.
Why? That's not what the Earth is.
Ball. Why doesn't the ball?
Are we
The water's taking a
This
Because
isn't.
gravity
This
has
is,
to do with
this
mass.
is absolutely mental handicap. You guys are making fools of yourselves publicly.
Stop self-projecting.
We
This
are
one coming
right.
in. Scotty Osborne says, Witsit, congratulations. Make sure that Kai is not an Order of the Eastern Star or daughter of the American Revolution. What does that mean?
I don't know, man, but I'm not going to take relationship advice from anonymity on the internet. But thank you, though.
Gotcha. And Made by Jim Bob says, MC Toon says, or they say MC Toon, so the physical properties of space-time is, quote unquote, 4 dimensions. What are the physical properties of, quote, 4 dimensions, unquote?
It's over.
I think he could maybe get educated. I'm not gonna.
This is epic.
No. Why aren't you just doing a whole
she acts like she's smart.
In 2 seconds. Why can't you just do a whole class in 2 seconds, right?
Yeah, explain relativity in a response to a super chat.
Next up, C. Mitch
to
Play
people
says,
that don't understand 5th grade science.
C. Mitch Play says, all right, we're going on the next one. C. Mitch Play says, I built a GPS receiver from scratch, software and hardware. Witsit, you're wrong.
Does it use Cartesian coordinate systems? Oh, yeah, of course it does. Next.
You got it. And
What?
Robert Summers says, does.
She doesn't get it, and she's
What?
laughing. Anyway.
It's not Cartesian coordinate system.
They don't use Cartesian coordinate points?
No.
Really? What do they use, McToon?
It's spherical coordinate system. And if it's
Really?
flat, it's a polar coordinate system.
Oh, but they use.
It's not Cartesian.
I'm sorry. They use Cartesian coordinate systems, and the Lorentz system, which is identical to GPS, predates the GPS, right, McToon? Yeah. Okay.
Do you understand?
We're trying to go, McToon. Next.
You can map between coordinate systems. Do you not know that?
Yeah. Did you know that
okay,
Lorentz
good.
system
Excellent.
predates the GPS?
Excellent.
Never
This one
gonna
coming in
know.
from Robert Summers says, does DirecTV know the Earth is flat?
Yeah, well, if you actually look up DirecTV, which is typically contracted to American Tower in the United States, they admit that it's all used with towers. So this is awkward.
No, they don't.
Oh, so American Towers aren't their main contractor?
They don't admit it's all from towers.
What are they? So how much? What
Stop
percentage
lying.
of it? What percentage
Why-
of a satellite?
why
What
do you have
percentage
to
of a
lie?
satellite?
If you point a satellite dish at the sky, it's from a satellite.
Can you maybe have something at a higher elevation?
You'd see it, Austin. You'd see it.
Can you? What? You can't see forever, McToon. Next.
Are they building a tower?
I'm
They're building
sorry.
a tower that you can see.
You think we landed on the moon?
Deflect when you lose.
I'm just saying, it's like I just want
Of course we landed on the moon.
How lost you are.
Of course we landed on the moon.
Of course we did. That's patriotism. Next.
This one coming in from, appreciate your question, Mike Menzie says,
You thought it was funny.
the stars are angels, the sky is a dome, flat earth for the win, Austin, you the man.
Yeah, I can't even disagree, yo. But I know that it does appear that if you look at star in a jar sonoluminescence, and you integrate cymatics, yeah, you can actually integrate different frequencies within a fluid-like medium. It creates the exact same phenomena that we call stars. So I don't know who needs science when you can believe the government.
This one coming in from Truth Nerd says, on the AE map, the Vendée Globe record holder would have had to average 30 knots in a one-man sailboat. No wonder Whitsitt refuses to commit to a map.
Oh, wow. So if we presuppose the Earth's a sphere and then the route that they say is true, and then we don't acknowledge the fact they actually went down and popped back up from the very northern part of Antarctica, Austin's stupid. And then we can presuppose a flat Earth strawman model, and that makes that a certain miles per hour they would have to go, and therefore Earth's a bomb.
King at V says, ask Whitsitt what a radar horizon is. And it don't care about refraction. The distance to horizon never changes throughout the day or days if the high don't change.
I'm so glad that you guys brought this up. Marconi, first one to send radar, right? So 2,200 miles, his attractor said that it wouldn't work because it would hit the curvature of the Earth at 200 miles. Guess what he did? He hit his target at 2,200 miles, first time utilizing this line of sight. We now actually send radio waves over 10,000 miles, never ever accounting the convexity of physical obstruction of the Earth curvature. No, it just goes up and it bends back down perfectly because the Earth's a magic bomb. And just
only for certain frequencies because it bounces off the ionosphere. Use different frequencies and it doesn't bounce. You can't go that far.
Oh, really? So can we go 10,000 miles with radio waves?
It depends on the frequency.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question, from Duckery says, James, please yell loudly, I love midgets. And C-Mitch Play says, MC Toon, can you please explain to Kai why the sun doesn't shrink as we see it?
Why this? All right. So the sun does not shrink. The size of the sun is always consistent. When you show videos of the sun apparently changing size, you're just seeing the size of the glare change. When you put a solar filter on there, the size of the sun is always the same.
Did you know
So
your model
why-
actually claims?
Hold on, I'm not done. Why is that? The reason why is because it is extremely far away. Now it does change a very, very small amount. It's exceedingly small, and it's difficult to measure. Certainly nothing that you can without high precision instruments.
Oh, so it does change.
So it
Okay,
does change?
thank you for saying she was right.
Okay.
But it doesn't change nearly enough as if the Earth were flat.
So it's
Strong
Coming
man.
in from, I'm going to give MC Toon the last word on that one, as this is one of the few questions for him.
Yep. Oh, on that one? No, I'm done. I have a video on my channel.
Explain this to the other person. You don't just get to
No,
say.
you're not MC Toon. Okay.
All right, well,
I have a
they've done
video-
that 12 times, but anyway.
I have a video on my channel that's a montage of different people that have done solar filters, including one from a flat earther, Felipe. Poor guy. I told him he should get a solar filter and do it, and he did it. And it was the same size, and then he blocked me.
You got it, and this one coming in from Bryantology69 says, Whitsitt, do you not presuppose the laws of logic?
Presuppose the laws of logic. Okay, maybe you should look up the hyperlogical route of deduction, right? Okay, and so whenever it excludes any presuppositions, and you tell me what you're left with when we never determine axial rotation with any naturally occurring observable phenomenon or experiment ever, and then all empirical measurements of the Earth is flat, and then we see the sky reset for all recorded history. You presuppose adding to the hyperlogical route of deduction, which is called Occam's razor.
This one coming in from Isaiah 40:22 says, Carissa, given the Bible is 100% a motionless flat earth book, are you willing to bet your soul that the earth is round?
Yes.
Next up, made by Jim Bob says, MC Toon, are models valid substitutes for experiment?
No, a model is a necessary part of an experiment because you can't create your hypothesis without a model.
Next up, Fat Man
Hypothesis
says,
is the model.
Witsit doesn't realize that the loser usually gets the most questions at the end of the debate.
What I don't realize is how it is that people come claiming that flat earthers are stupid and constantly watch me talk and watch us debate it. It's so ridiculous. And the reason we get all the questions is because they think that if they team up and spam Austin with questions, eventually the earth will become a ball. And they don't want to ask the Globers a question because all they have to do is regurgitate what Google says.
Next up, Robert Summers says, what did you manipulate when you confirmed the whole world is inherently electrostatic? Or did you just accept that as a facet because it fits for you?
All experimental data in the history of mankind shows that all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature.
Didn't answer the question.
Yeah, I did. If the Earth is molecular, how is it that it's not electrostatic if everything is?
What variable did you manipulate?
What variable do you manipulate? You can't manipulate the electrostatic.
Oh, you didn't. Okay.
It's intrinsic in the matter. That's what my question is. How can you manipulate and control the variable for electrostatics if that's required to isolate a much weaker, quote unquote, force gravity? You should rewatch the debate and take notes.
Next up, Brainy Beaver says, quoting Witsit, saying, Witsit says, my friend supered, I win.
Oh, wow. Adhom, Earth's a ball. The government would never lie. Take your booster.
Next up, Thank the Most High God says, does MC Toon have video of globe spinning in space?
I do. There's a Turkish flat earther that challenged, put a $250,000 challenge out there. So I got, I think, 3 different videos of the Earth spinning in space.
Next up, Chad Martin says, have we gone over the parallax effect and the differences in the observance of stellar constellations from each pole?
Is that a question for us?
We didn't cover that. I think that's for us. Carissa, maybe you yeah.
Yeah, so it's just a fact that if you're in the northern hemisphere, you see Polaris all throughout the seasons, which is something like they can also not account for the season changes along with daylight. And so that alongside the stars, and you see the rotation of the night sky, but the Polaris typically always stays the same because that's where the axis is through like the North Pole. So that's just like one of the many things that you can just view with your naked eye.
You got it. This one coming in from, what have you got, Kai?
I was just going to ask Carissa a quick question. Carissa, when the northern hemisphere is closest to the sun, what season is it?
When the northern, it's summer.
Incorrect. Thank you.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. Go learn your model. Thank you.
No, it's tilting toward. Yeah, no,
when the northern hemisphere is closest to the sun, it is winter. Nope. Just Google it.
Just look it up, Carissa.
Next.
It's not true.
Next up, Aaron Reese says, can the flat earthers actually make an argument instead of spewing techno babble? Trolling and laughing to deflect from their ignorance is a con man's tactic.
Yeah, if you run your hand over a pregnant woman or a pregnant woman's stomach, you can't see it once it gets to the bottom because it physically obstructed. Earth would have to do that if it's a sphere, but it doesn't. We've measured it all over the place.
Next up, Fum Duckery says, Austin, so I told you how it was measured, and you wave it away. Answer the question and stop dodging.
Believe it or not, I don't remember random gamma males on the internet super chatting me and what it was you asked me before, but you've never physically measured the Earth being a ball. I must presuppose the radius value, then look at a fluctuation of an apparent location and actually somehow tell me that it's an actual location, even though it's not an actual location, but we can minimize it not being an actual location. I promise it's real because the government told me to.
This one coming in from Thank the Most High God says, MC Toon, what are people on the other side of the globe seeing if I can observe the sun and moon during the daytime?
Directly opposite side of the Earth, they would not see the sun and moon.
You got it. Lael says, we know that the sun's light illuminates all 3,000 miles of the USA. Austin, what is the limitation of the distance of light ability to illuminate?
What's the distance, or what's the like the confinement of distance illumination? Like,
yeah, how far can you see the sun?
What's the confinement of the illumination distance, Mattoon? Yeah, I just said that. So why would it be that I need to presuppose the characteristics and the distance and the radius of light to somehow scoop past the fact we falsified your assumption it's 93 million miles away? That seems kind of awkward. This is getting weird. Like, there's a radius of light. You said that there would be light over the entire Earth at the same time if the Earth was flat. And that is like third grade level dumb. So
Lael says we know that the sun's light illuminates all 3,000 miles of the U.S. Oh, I just read that, sorry. David Velar says you cannot go east and see the sunset in the flat Earth position on sunset.
You can't see what?
You cannot go east and see the sunset in the flat Earth position on sunset.
Why would you go east to see the sunset when it sets in the west?
Peter Cranston says, how can anyone debate or falsify a model if you don't have one yourself? I take it as dishonest and misunderstanding of science and physics.
Yeah, falsification is independent of replacement. Any intellectual forum would laugh you out of the room if you think I need to replace it prior to my falsification being valid. You made the positive claim void of empirical evidence. We have falsified it. We don't have access to all the empirical evidence to formulate a model, so it would be intellectually dishonest to do so. I would be doing what you're doing, which got us in this mess. So again, if someone tells me Santa's real, I then find my parents are giving me the gifts under the Christmas tree. I don't have to come up with a new Santa, a new character from the North Pole before Santa's not real. We falsified your model, bro. Don't make this weird. The Earth is flat.
You never did.
The only model that Flat Earth has is me, so.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Nephilim Free says, learn from pro photographer trained by NYI, the New York Institute of, I think it was lighting, or they say light refracts at an angle equal to its incidence. This is photography and physics science.
Really? Are light rays real, or are they just unrealistic ideals that we utilize, assuming that the terra firma is actually breathing in and out effectively with the category air? How is this even somewhat relevant to assuming that the horizon's moving but not moving and the Earth's a ball and there's no horizontal boundary, which is the requirement of the phenomena of refraction? So cool, use cameras, bro. Earth must be a ball.
You got it. And thank you very much for your question coming in from John Rapp says, observations, Whitsitt is king of clowns.
Whoa, bro. The Earth really is a ball, huh?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Luke Filewalker says, I live in a valley where there's no reception from an Earth-based radio/TV tower. Where does my satellite TV come from?
Well, NASA admits on their website that they put all kinds of satelloons up and buy 90% of the world's helium, and they're number one purchaser of helium in the world. So you tell me.
You got it, and thank you very much for your question. This one coming in from Tim Pryor. Good to see you. Tim says this. I missed this one. Was there any actual flat Earth evidence, or was it all talking about the globe?
No, we
talking about the globe.
Talking about the globe.
The globe gets interrupted.
I gave them chance. They
There's
turned
no
it
double
down.
standard here going on.
They
But
said
anyway.
that they wouldn't say that the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
They said
why
it's
you
not
interrupt
a
me,
positive.
Carissa?
No, this question was for us.
Yeah.
They asked specifically, you were the object of the question. This question was open-ended, right? So
They asked
why
us
are you
why we didn't
interrupting a
provide any
woman?
evidence, and then you guys just went on your little.
Why are you interrupting a woman, sir? Go ahead.
You look dumb. So they asked.
You're the one who started it with the info. I'm sorry you can handle what you dish out.
This one coming in from Brian Leake says, it is easy to demonstrate a pressure gradient inside containment. Can globers demonstrate pressure without containment?
Yes. Dwayne Kellum has a very nice video where he has a barometer on the balloon. Our claim is that there is a pressure differential. You can see that pressure differential, and there is no physical barrier between the bottom of that flight and the top of that flight.
You got it, and thank you very much for your question. Coming in from Davey Duarte. Davey, oh boy. He starts off in his regular friendly self saying, Mick Baltard, why doesn't the sun start to get obstructed by the fairy tale quote-unquote geometric horizon, unquote, only 3 miles in front of you at a 6-foot observer height?
Why doesn't the sun get obstructed? Well, the sun does get obstructed, and I don't understand why he's talking about that particular horizon distance there. It doesn't really impact the sunset.
You got it. And this one coming in from Sunflower says, Carissa, why would you ever wager your soul on the Earth being a sphere? That's the definition of all risk. No reward.
Because I'm positive? We've known it for like over 2,000
You don't even know
years.
your own model, girlfriend. But
What are you
You,
talking
you
about?
don't have a model.
Yeah,
You don't
I
have a
know.
model.
I
You
said
lost,
you don't even know.
lost before it started.
No,
Kai.
no,
You don't have a
no,
model.
We don't need a model.
Yeah, you do.
No, we don't.
You absolutely
Don't
need a
listen to
model.
What Witsit said.
No, I don't care what he said. He's wrong. You need a
I
model.
had to educate Carissa on what kind of gravity she's talking about.
What are you
No,
talking about? I
no,
said
you had
gravity
to-
acts as
you had
a
to show you
force.
don't understand
Stop.
stuff.
I won't engage. I won't engage. It's
This
okay.
one coming in from King Ed V said, quote, I said radar, not... Oh, this is for Witsit. We got to wait until Witsit gets back.
He's coming.
Fat Man says, that's also for Witsit. Robert Summers, it's all for, okay, let's see. Seamage Play says, Witsit, does Nathan know you're cheating on him? Next up, this one coming in from Fat Man says, no, Witsit, we don't come to see you. We come to see MC Toon. Don't flat hard yourself. This is coming in from Robert Summers says, so Witsit, you don't hold your own positions to what you ask from the Globers. Didn't manipulate a variable, but accept the experiment.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, we can control the variable of water always finding its level. We control the variable of the necessary antecedent gas pressure being containment. We can actually physically measure the Earth, and we falsified the radius. You cannot in any way control any variables of your causal agents. Just try again.
This one coming in from King Ed V says, I said radar, not radio, Witsit. I was a hard horizon that never changes. Or they said, I has a hard horizon that never, what was it?
It has a hard horizon.
Thank you. It has a hard horizon that never changes, and it comes up with the right radius of Earth. P.S. I'm an ex-Navy radar operator.
Wow. How come radars have to assume that the Earth is flat for to work with electromagnetic propagation over a flat Earth whenever the military says it themselves? And is the hard horizon consistent?
Deflect.
In all locations. No, it's not a deflect. It's not consistent. And it fluctuates based on the location. It fluctuates based on the location. And the U.S. military declassified document of electromagnetic propagation over a flat Earth has to assume the Earth is flat to use the ground weapon system.
You didn't read that.
You should have listened.
Read it. You should read it.
This one coming in from
there's the ball.
Made by Jim Bob says, Toon. Regarding space-time, time is a conceptual tool we use to measure change. How can a concept be bent? What physical properties does a concept have?
Space-time is not space plus time, and they're separate things. Austin says it all the time, demonstrating that he does not understand the concept at all. It's not that space-time is wrong. It's that he doesn't understand it.
Yeah, cool story.
You got it. This one coming in from David Villar says, you cannot see the sun set in the flat Earth position when looking westward.
That's when the sun always sets, is looking westward, bro. Where have you been, dude? You think we're falling backwards 1,000 miles per hour during a sunset, and it just makes the sun look like it's moving, but it's actually sitting still. I'm the conspiracy.
What they meant to say, well, this is because they originally put... They had an earlier super chat that they said you cannot go west and see the sunset in the flat Earth position on sunset. Then that's okay. I think we've got that covered. And then this one coming in from Isaiah 40:22 says, Nathan, do you believe for those who believe in theoretical science, is it a salvation issue? Witsit, I think they just called you Nathan.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm not familiar with who that is. So next.
This one from Really Though says, can the globe side explain how it's possible to see both the moon and the sun in the sky at the same time, all while the moon has a quote unquote shadow on it?
Yes. It's not hard.
Space.com says celestial geometry cannot explain why this happens. They can't. It's impossible.
Interesting.
Oh, I'd love to see the citation on that.
I'd love to hear your explanation since you disagree.
I'll pull it up. Just give me 1 second.
Crickets.
Isaiah 40:22 says, they say, for the flat side, do you believe for those who believe in theoretical science, is it a salvation issue?
I would not say that thinking the Earth's a magic spinning cartoon ball that defies physics in a vacuum brought to you by Jesuit speech where everything comes from nothing but nothing, there's pre-existing energy, but I digress, is a salvation issue. No, he examines your heart. But hey, if you don't know the earthly things, how can you know the heavenly things? And Hosea 4:6, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. So I don't know. I would be interested in the truth. That's the most important thing.
And for McTune, here's the source. This is from space.com. The little used name for this effect is called a selenilian, a phenomenon that celestial geometry says cannot happen. There you go, sir.
Yeah, take that out of context. Excellent.
Oh, just run away.
Just let him say.
You got this one coming in from Made by Jim Bob says, Tune, what is one physical property of space-time such that it can be bent?
This is not the place for a relativity lecture. Go watch those. And if you'd like to come to my channel, maybe we could discuss it sometime.
This one from Thank the Most High God says, MC Tune, if the sun and moon won't be seen when I see them both, is other side of Earth. Gosh. It's okay if you guys want to do me a solid when you submit a question. If you want to proof check it. So they say, MC Tune, if the sun and moon won't be seen when I see them both, is other side of Earth is in complete darkness, and post video of 1,000 miles per hour ball you have.
I don't understand what he's talking about there. That maybe we could get some cryptographers to decode that. On my channel is a video of the Earth spinning, a couple different ones. You can find it.
I think if I can take a stab at it, I think what he's saying is that if you can see both the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time, is there no light on the other side, which would be the case. Because the moon revolves around the sun. I'm sorry, the moon revolves around the Earth. And therefore, there are, and I think it's like 29 days it takes. So there are times where, there are definitely times where you have a full moon and then you have a new moon, right? So there are times where you don't have any light in the sky. So yes, that's not a problem for the globe perspective.
You got it. Thank you very much for this question coming in from David Villar. Says one more time, you look westward during sunset. The flat Earth sun will be too far north. Please put me on the debate. Texting blows.
Oh, okay. If you're wanting to debate me with me, man, I'm gonna need some subs, man. I can't. But yeah, if you got some subs, but yeah, it actually does seem to go not exactly west. You should look into it, right? It doesn't go exactly west. But once again, the Glober says that during a sunset, we're actually falling backwards 1,000 miles per hour. And it just looks like it's moving when it's actually sitting still. I'm going to pass on that one. Hard pass from your boy.
This one coming in. And folks, we don't have enough time for any more questions, so please don't send in any more. We got to get this wrapped up soon. Ariel Fernandez says, Kai, do you believe that it's winter season and not summer season in the northern hemisphere when the northern hemisphere is tilted towards the sun?
Sorry, was that for us or was that?
Yes. They say,
Sorry.
Kai, do you believe that it's winter season and not summer season in the northern hemisphere when the northern hemisphere is tilted towards the sun?
When it's tilted towards the sun?
Correct.
What season is it?
Correct.
It is winter. It's
summer.
It's summer, but when it's closest, when it's
You're right.
I asked you.
You're right. You're right. It is.
We know.
Yes.
You were
Yes,
right.
because you were going on.
Hold on. It's not because it's closer that it's hotter. It's because of the light being diffused.
Yes, but you can't.
Along the surface. But yes, I was wrong. You were right. Hold on. You are right that because it's an ellipse, it is still slightly closer when it is winter, but the light is diffused over a bigger space.
Thank you for being honest after you Googled it.
Yes.
Thank you.
But yes, when the northern hemisphere is pointed toward the sun, it is 100% summer.
The reason I brought that up though is you were talking about how seasons make no sense on a flat Earth.
No.
It makes no sense on a
seasons.
globe that when you would be furthest.
No,
that's not our claim.
Summer.
It's the tilt, not the distance. That's the cause. That's
You got
another
it.
just misunderstanding.
Also,
of it.
I'm not saying I'm just to clarify, I didn't say that it was just the seasons that were inconsistent on your part. It was the seasons along with the daylight.
Yeah, Earth
So
is
in
long.
Antarctica, and then in the southern hemisphere, and not just Antarctica, I'm talking about even like South Africa, they have really, really, really long like days, and then in Alaska they have really, really short days. So that's not consistent along with the seasons. That was my point.
Gotcha. Coffee cup caustic.
It makes so much more sense with a small local sun than a large.
It still doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Okay,
Cool.
great.
Coffee cup
Because when you're
caustic.
furthest from the sun, it is summer.
If you,
Great.
you should look up coffee cup caustic. Next.
You got it. Thank you very much for this person. Chad Martin says, to be more specific, why do stars rotate clockwise in the southern hemisphere and counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere?
Actually, you can demonstrate this with a dome as well. Like you can have some type of a dome container to actually create the illusion of that. So there you go. I mean, there are numerous different ways, and of course, that's non sequitur to the fact we measure the surface of the Earth. So
this one coming in from Witsit Gets It says, how can space-time have physical properties if it's just conceptual, Carissa?
I was trolling.
So I honestly do not understand space-time to a full extent. I think that's not something I've studied very much. I understand. I think McToon would be a better person to ask, so I yield my time.
But he didn't answer either, so that's why I asked you. But I was just trolling. Sorry. I was trolling.
We can't do that lecture here.
Yeah, yes.
Not nearly enough time here.
James, sorry, I tried to add you and say I was just joking, man. Anyway, they don't know. There's no answer. It's no big deal.
John Rapp says, Kai, this is the last question of the night. Thanks, folks, for your questions. Says, Kai, what was your Bachelor of Science degrees major?
Behavioral.
Like psychology?
Behavioral science.
Interesting. And want to let you know, folks, our guests are linked in the description. We do appreciate our guests. Want to remind you, attack the arguments instead of the person, as we really do appreciate our guests. And we're okay with like friendly, like playful teasing. That's not a problem, folks. Like we don't want you to feel like you're walking on eggshells. But at the same time, when we have like super personal stuff, or like last night we had somebody trying to, what's the word they use for that? Dox. That kind of stuff is we're like we don't need it. So want to let you know, we really do appreciate our guests. They're linked in the description right now, folks, including if you're listening via the podcast, as all of our debates end up on the podcast within 24 hours. We put MC Tunes and Carissa's and Witsit's links in the description box for the podcast as well. So if you want, you can click right now. You can find their channel and all that good stuff. And so we do want to say thanks so much for all of our guests being with us tonight. Carissa, MC Tune, Witsit, and Kai, it's been a true pleasure.
Thank you, bro. Much love.
Thank you.
My pleasure. And I'll be back in just a moment, folks, with some juicy announcements about upcoming debates. And still pinned at the top of the chat is that sign-up sheet if you want to come on and debate topics such as this one. I will be back in just a moment, so stick around.
Is anybody awake?
Yeah. Good morning.
Aye, it is good morning. It's 9:15. Wherefore art thou in the world?
Quarter past 10, man. I'm in the future.
At work? Are you at home?
Sorry?
Are you at work? Are you at home?
Yeah, I'm in my car driving around.
So I got told yesterday that Bob from Globebusters actually did respond to my video demonstrating that the current or charge or voltage or flow of electricity didn't cause any acceleration. He did respond to it. I think there was about 18 insults in there, but eventually he just basically said, I didn't do it right. And I'm like, okay, so what do I need to do to make it right? And he basically used a Van de Graaff generator to create thousands of volts. And he claims that basically there's that much voltage up there that 12 volts from a car battery is not nearly enough. I think that 12 volts from a car battery is more than enough because we have millivolts down here. There might be thousands of volts up there, but we're not up there, we're down here. So his claim is that I didn't do it right. Okay, so what am I meant to do to demonstrate your claim that you should be demonstrating? And basically, I don't know what the answer is, but he said I didn't do it right. But he won't test it himself. So it's like, how do you get through to a man that refuses to do science but pretends that he's doing science? And I don't know how to get through to him, but unless he demonstrates his claim, and he won't because he can't, because it doesn't happen, then he hasn't got a claim. But he insists that he has got a claim. So it's like, I don't know what to do with this guy because this is just completely lie. It's lying. There's no other word for it. It is lying. So it's like, right, go on.
Yeah, if you wanna nail this down right, then you have to get a Van de Graaff generator and then just put it in his face. Then, right?
I know, but do you know something though? Even if I did that, I don't think he'd accept it. But even if I did that, and let's say it did cause the little kick that he's referring to, let's just give him the doubt and say, yeah, it does do that. Is that representative of what we... It's like getting the balloon and rubbing it on your top and then sticking it on the wall and saying, well, the static charge is there, which we all agree is there, but does that static charge ever actually build up on the balloon and allow it to stick to the surface of a wall without you doing it? And the answer, of course, is no. So the question becomes, is he not, in his head, is he not exaggerating and amplifying the potential that might be there, but ignoring the actuality that it's not nearly enough, even if it was thousands of volts, like that you could create with a Van de Graaff generator? That's not representative of the world in which we actually live, because we don't see that here. Even if it was thousands of volts and it did cause a little kick, do we live in a world where there's thousands of volts around us floating around and like land? I mean, can you imagine what would happen when planes touched down if it was the case that they were flying through the sky?
Lightning strikes all over.
Yeah, there'd be like thousands of volts picked up by the plane because of its static charge, right? And then it landed and it'd arc out and then kill everybody. Because I mean, I'm exaggerating to make the point, but it's like, how do we? What do I need to do, Bob? Do I need to get my local pylon and connect it up to the bottom side, and then get the other side of the pylon to the top side, and then pass that much voltage through? It's ridiculous.
Right. One sec. Well, you got a response, right? That's something.
Yeah, I got a response, and it kind of went the way I thought it would do, which is along the lines of, well, you didn't do it right. And I'm like, okay, I don't mind that, but now it becomes a question of, well, is it down to me to, quote, do it right? Or is it really down to him to demonstrate that anything with real inertia, because that's the problem, right? He uses like a fleck of black paint or a helium balloon, and he uses that because there's very little to no inertia there. But when you have something that has got inertia in the real world where we live, like I mean, I don't think that the egg, when it's sat in that liquid and it's not moving, right? It's in the middle. I don't think that egg is disproportionate to use for anything, because it represents real weight, real world magnitude, real world energy, real world mass, whatever that word might be. It demonstrates that in a way that is, it's not massively one-sided in favor of one argument. It's not massively sided in favor of the other. But me personally, when he shows the black fleck of paint flicking between the two surfaces, and he shows the helium balloon, that's massively sided in favor of things that are light, small mass objects. And it's like, is that proportionate to the argument? Now, it's disproportionate to the argument when he argues that you need thousands of volts created through a Van de Graaff generator. Well, how can you represent it with the one side, which makes it look like only light stuff's affected, which is the case, and then use thousands of volts to make anything else that might not be light appear to move, and then justify your claim based on that? There's a scale argument here, and he's just ignoring the scale, and he's passing the scale off as irrelevant, and it's like, it's nonsense.
So what would happen if he used a Van de Graaff generator? I missed that paint helium thing, but did he use a Van de Graaff generator?
Well, I think Zach's used a Van de Graaff generator to make the helium balloon. What he did was he connected I think I might have this wrong, but I believe that he used a Van de Graaff generator to put a negative charge on the helium balloon, or in the helium balloon maybe, and in doing so, it appeared to give it weight. Now, the argument is that it was interfering with its environment, so it was applying a downwards acceleration, and that's okay. But that's only with very light objects. Now, no one denies that there is the static charge there, because helium balloon, you can get it with a balloon, rub it on your chest, and stick it on the wall. We accept, and we all know that, right? So it's essentially the same test. He's creating a charge somehow that interacts, that causes that increase in weight perception. But we know that exists, right? Because that's not in dispute. The issue that is in dispute is, does it go beyond things that are very light in weight? In like, could you do it with a golf ball? Could you do it with a ping pong ball? Could you do it with anything else that's not a helium balloon in air? Theoretically, it should be the case that if you could, a helium balloon in air is essentially no different to the egg in water. The only difference is the magnitude, the inertia, the energy that's trapped with the egg and the water it's in is significantly different. So theoretically, if Bob's argument is true, then the egg should move too. But it doesn't. And when I do make the egg move, it doesn't go down. That's the other thing he keeps saying. He's insistent that there's an absolute up and an absolute down. And he thinks that everything falls down. And I'm like, Bob, the egg's going up. He just seems to completely skate past that and completely ignore that the egg doesn't go down. It's like, Bob, if you're going to argue that there's an absolute up and an absolute down, right, okay, that's one argument. But then to argue that everything seems to go down, that's just false. It's like, I don't know why it's as if it's like, no matter how obvious it is, for some reason he just can't see it. And I'm like, I don't know even if it's worth addressing this, but it's just bad that he's misleading people into thinking that there's a scale argument here. There is clearly a scale argument here, limitations to scale, that Bob's misrepresenting and passing them off as though there's not. And I'm like, this is nonsense.
Another difference is that the balloon is in air and your egg is in water. Would that make any difference?
Yeah. the egg in water has got a lot more inertia than what the balloon has. I don't know what the percentage is, but I know it's more because it requires more force to move it because the egg's got inertia, right? Einstein called it energy. We would call it probably mass or inertia. But Bob doesn't seem to acknowledge that. Bob thinks that no matter what the scale, he seems to think that there is this pervading downwards bias that just isn't there. But he thinks it is because he can do it on a tiny scale. Well, essentially what he's arguing is that a little baby that leans on a locomotive will accelerate the locomotive because he seems to think that everything's got zero inertia and zero resistance to move. He seems to ignore weight. It's just wrong, man. And do you know what? Even if, to answer your question in the second way, let's just say that there is no difference for the sake of Bob's argument being scale, then it should be the case that when I sprinkle a little bit of salt in and it causes the acceleration, then it should be that you're looking at the salt and acknowledging that the salt's causing something. It's doing something. You can argue about the interpretation, but most people say it's to do with the density. But whatever that salt's doing, it's not requiring a lot of energy to do it because you can do it with a few granules, like a pinch of salt, literally a pinch of salt, and it'll move. Yeah, it's voltage, no matter how much voltage you put in it. I suppose if you rigged it up in such a way that you short-circuited it, like imagine getting, because you know when you've seen them in the movies where somebody short-circuits something and it blows them across the room. Yeah, I can see that, but I'm not sure what the cause of that acceleration is other than the explosion of the short circuit. But ultimately, I think that's where he's kind of leading to. He's kind of leading to like, well, voltage can cause acceleration. And I'm like, yeah, but it needs to be amperage and current, isn't it? And then you start talking about, in that context, you start talking about conventions because it's like we don't really know what electricity actually is. So we have lots of words to describe various elements of electricity. And it's difficult to distinguish the difference between them, like amps, current, voltage, the flow. These words they're all. You could argue all day about the difference between amperes and voltage, and we all understand the difference between them at a superficial level. And we all understand that if a bloke connects two wires in the wrong order, he'll be blown across the room if it's enough power. But how much power does it need, and how much power is in the sky that he claims is creating a downwards bias, a little downwards bias that he reckons is the difference between up and down? But I don't know how he can't see that if it is the difference between up and down, it's limited, and even when it is limited, it isn't enough to justify the claim that he's making because it's a limited claim, very, very limited, and it's not the difference between up and down the way he says it is. Driving me nuts. And when I was listening to it as well, there was like 20 insults in there. You had to weed your way through the shit, like the insults, to be able to get to the point that he makes. Essentially, his point was that I did it wrong. Okay, I accept that I might have done it wrong, but take out all the insults, take out just the meat from what he said. Then okay, I did it wrong. Show me how I should have done it, Bob, because you're the one that's making the claim. And I'm testing it, and maybe I did get it wrong, but he needs to demonstrate it, right? Or not just preach it, because he is misleading people, and that's the bit that's bugging me. I don't mind him having his own opinion. We all have our own opinions about stuff. It just bugs me when he's passing it off as though it's real world and truth. It's just not. The depressing world of flat Earth.
Well,
what did you think of Antonio's death?
Well, to be honest, I wasn't in Flat Earth when he was big, so I didn't knew him that well. Heard he had a relationship with Patricia Steer that went wrong. Heard he was already sick with cancer, if I'm not mistaken.
Physics Traveller says, just need the proper explanation for universal acceptance. But I don't think we need an explanation, physics. I think we need a demonstration for universal acceptance, not an explanation, not a story, not a woo woo. I think we need the actual demonstration, because the claim is that voltage, power, current, amperage, flow, these words are giving a directionality to our world. And if they do, it's very, very small, and it doesn't pervade all magnitudes. It only pervades the ones that are very close to a vacuum, or very close to air. Well, that's not sufficient. That we need a demonstration physics. And with respect to Antonio, I think, to be honest, regardless of his research abilities or his skills or debate tactics or whatever, his attributes as somebody on our side, if you isolate them, you can view it two ways. You can say he was a good researcher, maybe, or you could say the trouble that he caused, the division that he caused, outweighed his prowess in the topic. Because everybody's shit stinks, right? And everybody makes mistakes, or everybody upsets people along the way. But there's no, at least I'm fighting with Bob on topic, right? I'm disagreeing with him somewhat to do with real world. I'm not arguing about anything to do with his personal world. Antonio's biggest fight, his biggest contribution to Flat Earth was Patricia Steer. And that, when you put it like that, it's like, that's not actually helpful.
Yeah, I agree. Attacking the person isn't. Yeah, go ahead, God Rocket.
Yeah, I think we need a demonstration for the bending of light as well. The refraction. I think we need to see a demonstration of light bending like they say it does. I don't think they can produce that.
No, the best thing that they've got is Greater Sapien, where he got a laser and he was putting a spot on a wall over some distance, and he got some ice cubes and he made the laser pass over the ice cubes. And what he was demonstrating there, that it did cause the laser to bend down on the wall a little bit. Now, I'm not saying that was a honest or a genuine test. I haven't tested it myself. Kind of makes sense, but I'm not sure that I accept that the ice cubes would cause the laser path to bend.
I don't think it bends. All it does is change. Light travels in a straight line. It may have changed direction at the point of the ice cubes, but from there it went straight again. I want to see. What I'm going
to do on that, I don't know if you're familiar with that Greater Sapien video, but if you're not, you should be. You should look it up. It is interesting because it does provide some evidence that the light path of the laser could be distorted by ice cubes.
Yes, but I'm going to. I understand that, but what I'm saying is that it changes direction and then it goes straight again. Light doesn't just continue to go in an arc. It travels in straight lines. You can deviate it with a mirror, with a crystal, with a prism, with possibly moisture in air or whatever, but it doesn't bend it. It just changes its direction at that point, and then it goes straight again. Light doesn't travel, doesn't bend. It would have to be changed every foot in order for it to appear to be a bend. That refraction would have to take place every inch or foot for it to look like an actual bend. It changes it and then it goes into a straight line again. I agree that it can change the direction of the light, but there's no way it bends it. The bending thing is out.
I don't even agree that it does. I think that if I was to, I've got a laser in the garage, and I'm going to actually do that now that you've brought this up, because I remember looking at that and I remember thinking, I don't see how that can do that, because it makes sense if the ice cubes were radiating cold heat, because that would condense the air around it. But the way I understand the way how ice works, it absorbs the warmth from the outside. It doesn't radiate cold. So that what it should do there is absolutely nothing, because it isn't emitting a cold heat to change the air around it. It's absorbing the warmth out of the air around it, and I don't see how that would cause a bending of light. So I'm going to actually test that. I've got in the freezer. I've got I think it's a row of 10 ice cubes in an ice cube maker. So I could just pin it against the wall, move my ice cubes in front of it, and then see does it cause the light to dip down or not, and just validate his test. Because I'm not so sure it does that.
Right. Well, if it does at all, what I'm saying is it does it at that point of the ice cube.
Oh, you're cutting out.
And then it travels straight from there again.
Yeah, I agree, but their argument is that the continual, like all the way along the light ray, it's always doing that at all points, so it's always bending down. It's just thousands of little tiny refractions rather than one like he shows. But he's trying to prove the point of concept and that.
Yeah, I'd like to see a demonstration on that. You should be able to view that from the side angle. You know what I'm saying? Look at it from the side, and you should be able to see the light bend, being a curve, a curve.
No, I accept the way he did it was looking down the barrel of the gun and looking at it on the wall. I accept that the angle that he had it at would demonstrate the point, but I don't believe it would validate up. I think that I don't know how he's done it, but it appears to me that there's it wouldn't do that if you actually repeated it. I'm gonna test it myself to see can I get it to do it, because I should be able to repeat it, and I'm sure he'll say I did it wrong. But at the end of the day, if he's claiming that ice cubes in a row can cause that, then I want to be able, and I can test that.
Right.
If it doesn't do it when I test it, then what's the explanation?
Exactly. I just don't believe light bends. I think it can be redirected, but then it travels in a straight line again. That's just my opinion. Light always travels in straight lines.
It varies from point to point to point. It doesn't curve down. It varies up as well as down, which is what Skunk Bay shows. If you watch Skunk Bay over 30 seconds, you'll see that sometimes the horizon's up, sometimes it's down, sometimes it's stretched, sometimes it's squashed. That's showing you that the light ray that's coming into your eye, as they describe it, is it's wobbling as it comes in. It's not following a straight or a curve. It's wobbling. It's deviating from the 0 point, and it's going above it sometimes below it, sometimes above it, sometimes below it.
Yeah, I agree, but I think it's a straight. I think that those are straight lines of light. They deviate at certain points, but they do travel straight once they do that. Light just can't curve unless it's being deviated every like you said, every 100th of an inch or whatever. That's the only way that it can look like a curve.
Yeah, but they always curve it. They always curve it down. And actually, when you look at it if you look at how it behaves through the atmosphere, Dr. John Dee did it, didn't he? He showed that light curves up, not down, as it goes through the atmosphere, because he did it on a cold night across the Bay of Brighton, and I think it was about 8, maybe 12 miles. But he showed that basically the target he was aiming at, the laser, you could see it was bending up in a straight it was curving up, not curving down the way that they describe it. No, I don't know whether it would work like that.
The light was an actual curve, like a belly, or was it?
Yeah, it was curving up. It was curving up like it was like a concave Earth, essentially. Like the light ray was like a concave Earth.
I don't know if I buy that. I guess I don't know. Maybe I have a hard time with that.
Well, he demonstrated it. So.
I know that light travels in straight lines. Well, then it would have to have been deviated continually over and over and over and over and over again for it to look like that. Because light travels in straight lines.
I agree. All I'm explaining is that, like, on the one hand, Greater Sapien showed it with ice cubes. On the other hand, Dr. John Dee showed it real world, that it curved up, not down. And you could see it down, like when you was looking down the barrel of the gun, you could see it was curving up. So it's like, have you not seen it, Dr. John Dee's laser test?
I haven't seen it. I'll have to look at it.
I'll dig it out for you. It's worth watching.
Thank you.
Here you also have the guy with the butane gas, right? Where they claim that butane made the clay visible.
Oh yeah, that was. I can't remember who that was, but what was that guy's name? Yeah, he did. He used freeze, like ice cold butane, didn't he? It was like freezing cold, in liquid
just
form.
Poured it on a cylinder, I guess.
Can't remember who that was.
We're not living in liquid butane, are we?
Where do these things happen in reality, though, is what I want to know. Things like this butane you're talking about, where does that happen in reality? It doesn't. So it's not a proper, correlation there. In my
Copy link. Right, yeah, dude. I'll put it in the live stream voice chat. Yeah.
Right.
This is probably, I think it's his most popular video. It's got like 5.7 thousand views. It's quite long, but if you look at the point that he makes, the conclusion of the point towards the end, he basically goes over the mouth, or it's like a cove or an estuary, and he's firing shore to shore, but there's a curve of the coastline in the way. But what he's trying to show is that if there is any undulations in the water with respect to the waves or whatever, like if you're like a foot off the water, you get above them when they're coming in towards the shoreline. But if that curve is always present in all directions, then it should be the case that there should be obstruction. And what he was showing is that there's no obstruction, but the light's curving up. So what he's saying is that things are squashing. That's the convergence. The things that are squashing is because the light's curving up and it's bending the light. The light is bending up. It's not the light. It's not the Earth curving away. The light bending up that's causing it over a distance. Basically, he's providing the equivalence position.
That's interesting. I'll definitely watch it. Thank you.
Yeah, meanwhile, they don't have any measurements for curvature, right? Because you shoot a laser over a large body of water, they claim, well, it's bending around the Earth, so of course you wouldn't work, right?
Yeah. I mean, does the type of light make a difference between a laser light or a reflection of the sun using a mirror or whatever different types of light? Do they act differently?
Yeah, the argument is one side of that argument is that it's polarized light out the laser, whereas they say that it's not polarized when it's coming from the sky. But I'm not sure that it's not polarized when it's coming from the sky. I think it is polarized. It just scatters because of like the atmosphere itself, which gives it the effect that it appears that it's not polarized. But I think it is actually polarized when it's coming through the sky because of rainbows. You can't recreate a rainbow without two lenses. You need a reflection and a reflection. You can't have just one lens causing it. It's got to be two lenses to cause a rainbow. So that indicates to me that the light that creates the rainbow is only possible through two lenses. And if it is going through two lenses, is that the same light once it's gone through two lenses? And if it isn't, what's the difference? If it is, then why don't we get that same effect without the two lenses? So rainbows cause a problem with the interpretation of whether light's polarized in the sky or not, because it can be viewed both ways, and I don't know the answer, but I just know that it's contentious.
Yeah, I've seen that where they put a curved mirror on the ceiling to get the rainbow effect.
Yeah, because you need two layers to do that, two mirrors or two reflections to do that, right? Two lenses essentially. So if you're able to do that with a mirror, then where's the other lens? And the argument is, well, it's the firmament, the sky dome or whatever. Well, that would make sense because you're only using one mirror to get the effect, but their model doesn't have the lensing effect. So it's like, well, we can create that. We don't know why it's doing it, but they can't create it on their model because they haven't got the second lens. So it's like, what really is going on? I mean, we don't need to make the positive claim about what's causing it, but we can just point out that, well, if we use a mirror and we know that you need two lenses to cause the rainbow effect, then we can do it with one outside, but we can't do it with one inside with normal fluorescent tubing or incandescent lights or LEDs. Then what's the second? What is the second lens that's doing it? it's an interesting conversation because, like, they say, well, where's the evidence of the container then for the gas pressure? Well, rainbows is one of them because you can't create a rainbow with just one lens; it needs two. Well, bend the light with a mirror, and then where's the other lens? It's coming in from somewhere.
Right. Yeah, that would seems like it would necessitate that for sure.
Yeah, if there was another bloke bending the light to your mirror and then you off camera and you couldn't see him, then yeah, that would explain it. But obviously on their model, they don't have that lensing effect that we postulate might be there in the form of a dome or whatever.
Right.
But nonetheless, the effect is there. So it's like that is direct evidence that there must be a lens of some kind up there because it wouldn't be that way if there wasn't.
Right. I agree with that.
Yeah.
There's still just a few mysteries out there that just are really quite boggling, isn't there?
I think the mysteries that are out there are proof that it's created by some intelligent design that's beyond our realm that we might call God with a big G or might call it God with a little g. But nonetheless, it's greater intelligence than what we are. And it's stuff that because we can't explain it and because we can't model it and because we can't make reasonable predictions with it and it becomes a quagmire of nonsense, isn't that in itself proof that there's stuff out there that's beyond our realm?
Yes, I would say so.
Yeah, I would say so because if it wasn't, then science would be able to science the shit out of it and understand everything. But not like it's like that Machu Picchu or whatever his name is. Michio Kaku says, yeah, we're out to a factor of what is it? We're out by a factor of 10 or something like that. He says, and like if that's as bad as what we are, then it means that we have to be created by something because we get everything wrong.
Yeah.
See you later, Roger. Is Hank Hill out? Or no, he'll be in bed asleep, won't he?
No, man, I'm cooking, bro. Cooking.
Cooking? Must be about 3 a.m. What are you cooking?
A turkey, bro. Tomorrow's Turkey Day.
That doesn't sound like you're actually cooking. In my head, I had this image of you chopping tomatoes and chopping celery and all that and cooking, making an actual feast. And really what you mean is you got a turkey oven.
Yeah, I got a turkey in a smoker.
Oh, that'd be good.
Yeah, it's like the old cooking is that argument that everybody exaggerates. It's like, you know, like when you argue over who's making food tonight and like the missus will say, well, I cooked last night for tea, it's your turn. And you say, what did we have for tea last night? And it was fucking pizza. She can't start cooking.
Yeah, man. Happy Turkey Day, everybody.
Yeah, back at you. Thank you.
See, do you know what? As an ignorant Brit, I've never really understood the Thanksgiving argument, the Thanksgiving celebration, because like we've got celebrations that you guys don't have. This is one of the ones that we don't have. Just humour me for a minute and just pardon my ignorance. But what's Thanksgiving all about? What is it a celebration of?
For being thankful for what you got. That's what the main gist of it is. It's supposed to be from the early times when the Europeans came over and they tried communism and failed miserably and starved to death. And the Native Americans felt so bad for them, they helped them out with some food. So they tried capitalism next year, and even the women and children were out planting crops, and they did okay after they tried capitalism.
Right.
Or at least that's my understanding of it. Someone else may have a different one.
It definitely was some sort of a food sharing incident between the natives and the immigrants, I guess. Yeah.
I would guess though, in this climate at the moment with like the virus and all that and how people are suffering, financially and economically and whatever, I would say that Thanksgiving would be an IOU from the state to the citizen, because like nobody really has got any thanks at the moment unless you're in the big drug companies called Pfizer and whatever. Because essentially, like most people have lost out quite a lot in this pandemic. So I'd be thinking it would be an IOU to the state rather than a give thanks for what you've got, because you used to have it and you've not got it anymore. So what are you giving thanks for now?
Yeah, they owe us all a turkey then, don't they?
Yeah, as a sacrificial lamb, I guess.
Yeah.
So do you guys have turkey at Christmas?
No, most people have ham.
See, we have the sacrificial turkey at Christmas.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, that's the traditional food in England. It's turkey dinner at Christmas. So you get turkey dinner at Thanksgiving. We get turkey at Christmas.
Yeah, I think most people do ham at Christmas. I'm not sure, and not all people, but I think that's kind of how it goes.
Yeah, the USA wanted 2 Christmases. Yeah, we get Guy Fawkes Night on November the 5th, and most
I know about that one.
You do know about it?
Of course I do. Yeah.
Oh, good. A lot of Americans don't know about it, and the gist of it, it's really weird because it's like, you know how the state don't like to promote anything that goes against the state? Well, Guy Fawkes was a guy that was trying to blow up the Houses of Parliament. He went into the basements, apparently. The legend goes that he went into the basements with a load of explosives, trying to blow shit out of it all, out the Houses of Parliament, and for whatever reason he got caught. But it's a celebration. Depends on how you want to interpret it. It's a celebration of the fact that he was trying to blow up Parliament, right? That's the way we view it as the citizen. But the state views it as, well, he got caught, so we celebrate that he got caught. So it's 2 sides of the same coin, depending on how you view it.
That's interesting. That's definitely interesting. That's the modern perspective. I think the ancient perspective, well, I say ancient, the historical perspective was that he was Catholic and you guys were trying your little Protestant thing and they were trying to get you back under the crown. Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I am aware of it. I always interpreted that to be the Catholic perspective of the same event. But the way I understand it is the bonfire represents the punishment, and the Guy Fawkes that was... Because there's always a Guy Fawkes on the top of the bonfire. The Guy Fawkes that everyone does is the proof from the state's perspective that they're burning him at the stake, right? So that the fact that there's bonfires and there's Guy Fawkes on top of the bonfire is the punishment that Guy Fawkes got basically for trying to blow up Parliament and getting caught. So essentially the state's saying, yeah, we'll let you celebrate that because the bonfires are representing us penalising the terrorist. But most citizens appreciate or perceive it as he took on the world or he took on the state and nearly did it. So they see him as a hero, which is the opposite argument. So it's just an argument of 2 sides. I think
I guess that's why it's lasted.
I think the fireworks came into it because once people realised that the Guy Fawkes on the bonfire represented the state punishing the perpetrator, then the fireworks came out to counter that, and they were using the fireworks to celebrate, not to celebrate his capture and punishment. It was to celebrate the honour of the guy trying to blow up Parliament. But again, it depends on how you interpret it. So I'm not really sure exactly what it's all about. And even if he even existed at all, it could be something purely propaganda that's made to make us think that the state is the almighty and all powerful, all seeing eye. And maybe there was never a Guy Fawkes in the first place. I don't know.
Sounds like propaganda. I think if, either one or 2 things, like either they were gardening or they wasn't, right? And I doubt they would have got it like that close because the way they make it out, like they stopped it at the very last second. And it's like, where have I seen this plot before?
If you go onto Google and type in "Did Guy Fawkes really exist?" there's no real questioning of whether he actually existed. There's no one questioning whether he actually existed or not, indicating that he did actually exist. But I suspect that all these characters like Eratosthenes and Galileo I wonder whether these people actually did exist, because, like, you call yourself Hank Hill. Would we refer to you historically as Hill? Or would we refer to anybody by their surname? Maybe. But Galileo, it's like, I'm not sure these characters actually even existed. Right, yeah, it says, the story of how Guy Fawkes was hung, drawn and quartered after attempting to kill the king and blow up Parliament in 1605 is well known. The famous conspirator is said to have smuggled 36 barrels of gunpowder into the cellar of the House of Lords before being caught red-handed, but many of the facts we're taught in school are actually common misconceptions, and the truth behind the nation's favourite villain is not as clear. So this article I'm reading from describes him as the nation's favourite villain, but if it was written by a pro-government site, it would be the terrorist, right? Totally different perspective. Here we take a look at some of the most common myths and lesser-known facts about Guy Fawkes and the gunpowder plot in preparation for celebrations on the 5th of November. Guy Fawkes fact number 1. He was not hanged, drawn and quartered. The traditional death for traitors in the 17th century was to be hanged from the gallows, then drawn and quartered in public. But despite his role in the gunpowder plot, which perpetrators hoped would kill King James and as many members of Parliament as possible, it was not to be Fawkes' fate. As he awaited his grisly punishment on the gallows, Fawkes leapt to his death to avoid the horrors of having his testicles cut off as his stomach opened and his guts spilled out before his eyes. He then died from a broken neck. So he basically jumped to his own death. His body was subsequently quartered and remains were sent to the four corners of the kingdom as a warning to others. Number 2, Guy Fawkes was not the gunpowder plot ringleader. There were a total of 13 conspirators in the plot, which was masterminded by Robert Catesby. Catesby was a charismatic Catholic figure who had a reputation for speaking out against the English crown. The others involved alongside Fawkes were Thomas Bates, Robert and Thomas Winter, Thomas Percy, Christopher and John Wright, Francis Tresham, Everand Digby, Ambrose Rockwood, Robert Keyes, Hugh Owen and John Grant. But it was Fawkes that gained notoriety after the plot was foiled, as he had the perilous duty of sneaking into the cellar beneath the House of Lords and igniting the explosives. It was he who was caught red-handed with 36 barrels of gunpowder, and for 2 days Fawkes was the only conspirator when the king's men had him captured. So it was a conspiracy then. When asked why he had so much gunpowder, number 3, Guy Fawkes won the unlikely admiration of King James I, given that he was trying to assassinate him, it seems. I mean, it's a bit bigger so I can read it easier. When asked why he had so much gunpowder, he replied that his intention was to blow you Scotch buggers back to your native mountains. Fawkes admitted that he had planned to blow up the House of Lords and expressed his regret at having failed to do so. Unusually, his steadfast manner earned him the praise of King James, who described Fawkes as possessing a Roman resolution. Number 4, Guy Fawkes was actually a Protestant by birth. Despite becoming the greatest enemy of the Protestant establishment, Fawkes was in fact born into faith. However, his maternal grandparents were rescuant Catholics who refused to attend Protestant services. In 1578, when Fawkes was 8, his father died and widowed mother married a Catholic, Dionys Brian Brigby. That's an Irish name. Fawkes converted into Catholicism when he was a teenager. Number 5, Guy Fawkes has an island named after him. He is one of Britain's most infamous villains, whose effigy has been burned and whose demise has been publicly celebrated for more than 4 centuries. It may come as a surprise that there is an island named after him. To the northwest of Santa Cruz Island in the Galapagos Islands, a collection of 2 uninhabited crescent-shaped islands is named Isla Guy Fawkes or Guy Fawkes Island. No way! Number 7, the Houses of Parliament are still searched once a year for conspirators. Before the state opening of Parliament, the Yeomen of the Guard searched the House of Parliament with lanterns to make sure that no would-be conspirators are hiding in the cellars. It's become more of a tradition than a serious anti-terrorist precaution. Number 8, the cellar that Fawkes tried to blow up no longer exists. It was destroyed in a fire in 1834 that devastated the medieval Houses of Parliament. So what year did he do this then? 1834, and he did it in 1605. So 200 years later, it was destroyed anyway.
They don't make them like they used to.
No. The gunpowder. Number 9, the gunpowder would have done little to no damage to Parliament. The 36 barrels of gunpowder that Fawkes planted in a cellar below the House of Parliament would have been sufficient to raise it to the ground. The 36 barrels of gunpowder planted in the cellar below the Houses of Parliament would have been sufficient to raise it to the ground, whilst causing severe damage to neighbouring buildings. However, some experts have claimed that the gunpowder had decayed, and it would not have properly exploded even if it was ignited. I don't know how they know that. And then number 10 says, not everybody celebrates his demise. Dummies have been burned on bonfires since as long ago as the 13th century. Initially to drive away evil spirits, but following the gunpowder plot, the focus of sacrifice switched to Guy Fawkes' treason. Traditionally, these effigies called Guys, as in Guy Fawkes, are carried through the streets in the days leading up to Guy Fawkes' Day, and children ask passers-by for a penny for the guy, which is true, we still do that, with fireworks representing the explosives that were never used by the plotters. Fireworks representing the explosives that were never used. But his former school, St. Peter's in York, does not celebrate Guy Fawkes Night, as they refuse to burn a guy out of respect for one of their own. It's really heinous, actually, when you think about it. We carry effigies through the streets. It's like if you think about what you're actually doing, however you interpret it, you're still carrying an effigy of somebody through the streets.
Well, we still trick our children, with fairies and bunnies and, some guy who's crawling up the chimneys, even though we don't all have chimneys. Right? The whole Santa Claus lie, it's terrible.
I know, but if you think about it, dragging an effigy of a person through the streets is condoning essentially Islamic State or ISS or whatever, where they dragged them on the backs of the cars and it like to scare everyone. But you don't realise that when you're a kid. You don't realise you're just dragging your guy around. Penny for the guy means you get a bit of pocket money, right?
Oh, you should look into the Dutch Santa Claus, which the American Santa Claus is like created out of the Dutch Santa Claus.
Go on.
He doesn't have fairies as helpers. He has black people, Black Pete.
No way.
Yeah,
Dutch
sure.
Santa's got black people helping him.
Yeah.
No way. I'd never be allowed in England now. Everything's so far left.
Oh, it's being phased out. We have so that this is going on for 5-10 years now that they want to phase this out. So these helpers now have smudges on their faces instead of a whole black. So the story goes, these people go down the chimney, which then they get the black face, right? Because of the chimney. But now they have smudges on their face. So they're just smudge Pete's. That's basically,
so are they going to be
basically what they're doing now.
Are they going to be depicted as white-skinned with black smudges on them? Because if they're being depicted as white-skinned, I'm offended.
Yeah, it's now just a human with smudges on his face.
It's interesting because I didn't even know that there was like I'm assuming they used black people to represent the helpers because they were naturally black and therefore already had the soot around the face. Because you're right, that's where the soot comes from, going up and down the chimneys. But actually, no, I don't think it does. The way we understood it as kids, as far as I know, was that the helpers all organised his deliveries at North Pole and Santa took them all in his sack and there were no helpers at all going down chimneys at all.
Yeah, same here. It was only the Fat Man coming. It was him himself.
Yeah, because all the helpers were left at the North Pole. He had one big massive sack full of prezzies. And then, I don't know, magically he managed to get through billions of houses in one night. It's amazing. Also has enough time to stop and eat mince pies at every house too.
So I posted like a new age Black Pete in the live stream. So this is what they are doing now.
So do you get taught that the elves go down the chimneys?
Well, the American Santa Claus isn't that big of a deal. We have the Dutch Santa, right? Sinterklaas, which comes late November to the Netherlands by boat from Spain, and then on the 5th of December, that's his birthday, and then the kids get the presents, and then he goes back home to Spain. That's the story.
Kind of like Beowulf, huh?
Hey, Jazzaconda, are you there?
Yeah, I am, man.
I was listening to you recently on Gem Pandas, I think it was, and you spoke with such elegance and poise for how obvious it is that we live on a sphere. Why is it that you're not able to do that when you talk to us? It's only when you do it when you're in with Gem Pandas that you sound like you're this authority in ball earthness. It was honestly, I was impressed. I thought, bloody hell, he can talk in that patronising, condescending tone.
No, I can, but I've been banned from here since like April last year. I've just recently been unbanned, so I don't want to get banned again.
You haven't been unbanned. You made a new account, bro.
No, same account.
I blocked your old account, so I couldn't stand you. Yeah.
Well, I've only got 2 accounts, so this must be the second one then. So, hence my reason I don't want to get banned again. So, I appreciate you for not re-banning me.
I'll give you a tip, Jazz. It might be something to do with the level of drunkenness, because the drunker one gets, the more rowdy they tend to be. And in my experience with you, like drunkenness, it's quite a regular thing.
Oh yeah, well that was during lockdown. I didn't really have that much to do, but you know things are getting back to normality here in New Zealand. So you know, pretty good now. But yeah.
So if things are getting back to normal, I mean, the news that I'm seeing relative to, I know you're in New Zealand, but in Australia, they're heavy on the lockdowns at the moment. Is that still the case?
I have heard that, but it depends what you listen to, I guess. I mean, we had some pretty harsh lockdowns. Auckland was in lockdown for just over 3 months. They're just coming out of lockdown next week. And, international tourists aren't allowed back until April 30th, so that's next year. So the summer tourist season's going to be missed, which is sad for a lot of tourism operators. But
you know, the way you say tourist, it sounds like you say terrorist.
Sorry.
Yeah, we live in the future, Jazz. So be prepared. So Friday there's another press conference coming on, and they're already softening the Dutch people for closing down the schools again. So we're already in a lockdown now. Bars, restaurants have to close at 8. But they're softening up the people for closing down the schools. So I'm betting that's going to happen Monday.
We're doing the exact same here. We're going through like kids that are passing the R rate through the roof. And basically the way that the society as a whole is viewing it is that they're not prepared to wear masks anymore. So, and the government's not getting the control that they want. So what they're going to have to do is re-lock down the schools to get that control, because the schools will do as they're told. But the kids are just saying, fuck you, I'm not wearing my mask anymore. So we're coming into a lockdown imminently. It looks like it's going to be a matter of weeks.
Oh, and I completely agree with the mask thing. I mean, I agree with it to stop the spread of it, but when you can open up in a lockdown to a certain level where you go into, like, I go into my local bakery and you have to wear a mask, but then there's 30 people sitting there that aren't wearing a mask because they're sitting down eating their food. So wearing a mask just a fucking waste of time.
I think wearing a mask is like the only thing it's stopping people from doing is spreading the lurgy that you normally get this time of the year anyway. And I do agree that there are some scummy people out there that sneeze not into a hand, and they don't use a hanky to sneeze into. They'll just sneeze into the open air, and that really pisses me off.
Yeah.
For those scummy people that do that, a mask is actually beneficial for all of us because they're sprayed. Instead of going into the hand, a cupped hand, and then they wipe it on their top or their clothes or whatever, it's actually going straight into the air. And I do agree with that because coughs and sneezes do spread diseases. The issue for me is, are they spreading the lurgy that we're being told they're spreading, or is it just a common cold? And we all think that it's the magical one because, well, everyone becomes an expert pathologist these days. Know exactly why people are dying.
So what about people touching their mask 500 times a day? Kind of.
Hey, this is one of the
defeating
conversations we're not supposed to have in this
collecting
room.
bacteria, right?
Yeah, I suppose we're not meant to have a conversation.
Yeah, you guys can continue in another room down below, but not on the live streams.
Oh, yeah, no,
Yeah.
you're right. You're right, Hank.
And-
Sorry about that.
Hank is correct. My apologies. But these are the facts that are now happening in the Netherlands. So we're in a lockdown and probably going in a much stronger one. But let's continue. Jezza, you have any glow proofs yet?
I got plenty, but I'll save them. I'll just listen for now.
Have you learned what the Black Swan argument is
Well,
yet?
let me interrupt real quick, Jazz. Sorry. Yeah, bro. I don't want you to be riding on eggshells. You know what you got banned for last time. Just don't do that thing again. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. I've discussed
Get in
this.
here, have fun, stir things up a bit. You know, we need Globers, and you're not too bad when you're sober.
I don't know. Yeah, I was going to say not sure about that one.
You know, I'm sober as a nun in a china shop.
All right, I'll get the ball rolling, get the conversation flowing.
Okay, go ahead.
Jazza, I'll get the conversation flowing and let's see where it goes. I'll accuse your side of teaching dogma and brainwashing children in education by knowingly teaching them stuff that's not science, and they do it for a pay packet. I'll give you an example. Conspiracy Cats. He teaches children that in science that gravity is a force. It's measured in newtons. It's calculated with a sum. And gravity is not a force in science anymore, but he teaches it anyway. And when challenged about it, he says, well, it's in the national curriculum. And I don't think that that's an acceptable position when he knows that it's wrong. Are you going to defend lying to children when they know that it's wrong? Or are you going to say that, yeah, they shouldn't be lying to children?
Well, in reality, we can take away gravity to prove that what is happening may not be, but more than likely is the theory or the thought of what gravity is thought to be.
Okay, so you just said that we can't take it away. Therefore,
No. I said that we can. Like, we can take a density column of liquids and fly a parabola into 0G, in theory, taking away gravity, and those liquids at different densities mix. And then when 1G comes back on, they separate back into their density column. So okay. we can manipulate what we think gravity is.
So that's a false equivalence, because what you're doing is claiming that you can... Hang on, let me finish. You're claiming that you can manipulate gravity, but in manipulating gravity, you take a parabolic flight on a plane. Well, what you're actually doing is taking a parabolic flight on a plane, but you're not manipulating gravity. And to say that it's an equivalence isn't true, because gravity is supposed to... Well, you don't even know... What is gravity? Let's define terms. What's gravity?
Well, I know you guys don't like the mass attracting mass thing, but that's... I mean...
Well, this is the lie that they're teaching children, because it isn't mass attracting mass, and it's not been since 1915. It's been redefined by Einstein to be the effect of curvature of space-time caused by the uneven distribution of mass, not by the proximity of mass. So you guys say it's a proximity of mass argument, but Einstein says it's an uneven distribution of mass argument. Now, whether he's right or wrong is irrelevant. The point is that it's not the position that you claim it is. And then when you criticize us for saying that we don't accept that, that's because Einstein replaced it. So you can't accept Einstein because it blows your mass attractive mass argument out the water. And for that, and only for that reason, you dismiss him, even though he's the current science. And essentially, you're condoning the teaching of children lies because you know that that's not true.
No, well, the way I interpret it is that between both of them is mass attracting mass is when you're on a mass, such as the Earth, and everything that has mass within its relative influence. And when you're talking about things that are millions and billions, hundreds of thousands of miles apart, that is the bending of space-time more accurately not portrays, but the understanding of it is easier to understand. I don't know how to explain it, but
so you described it as a more accurate way to describe it, but actually it's not an equivalence, it's not a refinement, it's a fundamental change. It's like saying this is the Old Testament and here's the New Testament, and we're not accepting the Old Testament anymore. We're going with the New Testament. That's the way it actually is. And why is it that way? Because he gave a whole new geometry. He limited light to a maximum speed. And the only thing that gravity affects by definition in his so-called current science is light light photons. It bends light, but it doesn't affect mass. So it's causing an apparent acceleration, whereas Newtonian caused an actual acceleration. So they're not comparable, and you shouldn't describe one as a refinement of the other, because it's the opposite. They're not mutually exclusive. They are mutually exclusive. They're not mutually inclusive.
But in comparison, if I could just make a slight comparison, I listen to you guys all the time. I fucking love 24/7 Planet Earth. If I could just make a slight comparison, and I don't want to piss anyone off, but the difference between Einstein and I can't even remember the other dude, bending of space-time. That's like saying, like I've heard you guys say all the time, how airliners don't account for curvature. They don't account for curvature. But you guys say they don't account for curvature, when in reality they actually do. They're just not accounting for it, per se.
That's a direct contradiction in terms. You can't have them account.
No. See, that's what I'm saying is that you guys say mass doesn't attract mass when it does. It's been proven.
So are you then saying that Einstein was wrong when he posted his paper in 1915?
I'm not saying he was wrong or he was right. One, I'm not a rocket scientist, but what I'm saying is you just can't take one thing and then take that as that you're right.
I'm not. I'm citing Einstein that said that mass doesn't attract mass. Mass distorts space-time, and it causes an apparent acceleration, but not an actual acceleration. So I'm not conflating the two like you are. I'm contrasting the two, and I'm saying that mass doesn't attract mass. You're wrong. He said so. He's the current position in science. I don't even agree with him, but I'm using him as a hostile witness because he is considered to be the current position in science. But you say, well, they're both the same. They're not. They're fundamentally different.
I know, and that is exactly what I just said. That Einstein is a well-known physicist, scientist, fucking scholar, a very intelligent man, despite what you might think. And because he's come out and said that in a paper, you guys have just jumped on it and said,
no.
"Oh well, he's done this. He's one guy. He's going to be we're going to use him as our friend to say that
no. That's
you other guys are full of shit."
That's a misrepresentation. Regardless of him as a man or as a scientist, he is defined as the current position in science today for gravity, the theory of gravity. However you want to describe that concept, gravity, he's the current position. Right? So it's not that he's a good guy or an intelligent guy or he's a mathematician or whatever, like you just described. It's that he's the current position in science today. That means that Newton's not And it means that mass doesn't attract mass. Mass bends the fabric of space-time, and it causes an apparent acceleration. And you misrepresent it all the time. You, not just you personally, but you and your friends, you say that mass attracts mass. You continuously rely on Cavendish. Well, that position's been superseded. It's been changed because mass doesn't attract mass. Mass bends the fabric of space-time, causing an apparent acceleration at the galactic scale with light. That's all it does. But that's not a force. That's an effect. And it's a perceived effect. It's not an actual effect. In other words, they're not even similar.
Well, we'll take something like a going slightly off topic, but we're talking about gravity. So take a helium balloon, right? Lighter than air, so it floats. Remove the air, and it sinks. Why is that? There's no density, buoyancy thing to talk about.
You've just said that if we take a helium balloon, lighter than air, that's relative density, right? You've just literally said it's lighter than air. What you should have been saying, if you're applying your model, is that the gravitational attraction to the medium that it's in is pulling down on the medium, causing an upthrust that pushes the balloon up. But that's not what you said. You said that it's lighter than air. Well, that's relative density. Welcome to Flat Earth.
It's still being pulled down. So if we take away your relative density, the air, the atmosphere, the helium balloon will sit on the floor of the vacuum chamber.
Well, it'll increase its size significantly because the pressure of the helium is pushing inside. But you're right, it will fall down to the base of the thing because it's more dense than the medium that's now become a zero value.
Exactly. So you now have no density and buoyancy. So what made it go down?
No. You have a binary position where the medium is a zero and the mass doesn't matter how heavy the mass is, it's become a 1, and you've now created a binary example of a differential, right? And that's why the feather and the bowling ball fall at the same rate, because you remove the medium and you've created a binary vector, a binary what's the word I'm looking for? Quanta, that all masses are now a 1 value because the medium is 0. So that's all you've done. That's a proof of relative density, mate. It's not what are you going to say? What, that the Earth's attracting it? Is that what your argument is?
That's what's happening. Because you say density and buoyancy. So
let's get a
the
1
medium.
kilogram.
Hang on. The medium that you guys class density and buoyancy is the atmosphere, and if you take that away, shit still goes down.
Not all shit, only stuff with mass.
What doesn't go down in a vacuum except a fucking rocket?
Gas,
light,
release gas in a vacuum.
No, Roger. I'm sorry, but I just said about the helium balloon. That's gas.
No, it's not. It's a balloon. Let me answer.
Hang on. Just very quickly, Roger. Even helium without a container will sink to the floor in a vacuum.
Can you demonstrate that? Because that violates the free expansion of gas law.
Well, I can't demonstrate it because I don't know any scientist that's been able to colour a gas to prove that that's what happens.
I can demonstrate that it doesn't. Would you like to see a coloured gas not doing what you claim?
If a helium gas in a container of a balloon is going to sink in a vacuum, then why would you think it wouldn't sink in a vacuum without a container?
I can demonstrate that gas in a vacuum will not go down. I can demonstrate that it does the opposite. It pushes into the vacuum evenly in all directions, compliant with the free expansion of gas law.
No, it doesn't. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it does. I can prove it. Would you accept it if I physically proved it?
I will accept it if you can prove it.
Excellent. So I'm going to get a couple of screenshots. So if you can open up your live stream chat, I'm going to put some screenshots in there so you can see it. It'll take me about 10 seconds each one while I screenshot it.
I forget where to go. Is that VC chicken voice text or is
live stream voice chat? It's the one right above the live stream that you're in.
Oh yeah, Roger, copy.
Right, so this is a vacuum. This is a chamber that's had the air removed from it. It is a vacuum by your own definitions, by everybody's accepted definitions. And what we've got here is, let me take a screenshot of that. And it's one of my most recent videos, Jazz. I'm surprised you've not been all over it, because it's the kind of question that I want you guys to actually answer. And today you're going to do exactly that for us, live in front of an audience, and we'll see where we go with it. Second image now, you've got bromine, a coloured gas that is concentrated in a small container, and separating the gas pressure that's the bromine from the vacuum is a little tap. And what you can guess what's going to happen, can't you? As you open the tap, it immediately, without any delay whatsoever, it immediately fills the volume of the vacuum chamber, right? So not only does it not go down, it goes sideways, but it does it instantaneously with force. It does it like fast. It's not a slow dispersal, it's an immediate dispersal. Now the pressure in the bromine is roughly room pressure, so it's like around 14.7 or so. It's not explosive, it's just air pressure at room temperature or room environment, and it's in there. They close the container, they evacuate the big chamber, and then this is what we end up getting. Just bear with me a sec while I screenshot this one. Copy. The minute they open the container, the valve, the minute they open the tap, instantly notice the change in the concentration colour of the bromine after compared to what it was before. You can see that it presses into it instantly.
Sorry.
Pardon?
And can you post the source video, please?
Sure. Copy that. Post that to here. Paste. Now, in this video, when this tap is opened, Jazz, because it's coloured, you can see that the concentration that was in there is now a fraction of what it was before compared to after, and it instantly does it, Jazz. It's explosive. It's like bang, straight away. Why is it that it doesn't remain in the down position? Why is it that it pushes into that vacuum?
Wait, so these two spherical globe Earth modeling things are in a vacuum chamber?
Correct.
Okay, but the pressure inside those isn't a vacuum.
The pressure inside those is a vacuum. The containers are in the classroom. The containers are in the classroom, and inside the container, the double bubble is a vacuum. It's been exhausted of the air content that was in there. It's now a vacuum. If gas pressure remains down the way you describe, when the tap's opened, it should stay down. It should not push into it. But when the tap is opened, instantly, it immediately fills the volume in line with the free expansion of gas law. And you guys claim that it won't do that. You guys claim that it'll stay down in its little conical flask, the little one. And you guys don't have a directionality of gas law to describe this effect that you claim it does. But we do have a gas law that says it will freely expand into the volume, and it's called the free expansion of gas. And it debunks your model, Jazz, because gas doesn't go down.
Hang on a second, though, because there's a few errors here. One is I'm sure you said before that the container with the orange gas, coloured gas, was at atmospheric pressure.
Correct.
Okay. The two spherical chambers are in a vacuum, is what you're saying.
Correct.
So, if they're two, let's say, atmospheric pressure 14.7 psi or 1,013 hectopascals on a international standard atmosphere day, the pressure from that chamber that is at atmospheric pressure is going to be divided. What's 1,013 hectopascals? That's 507.5 thereabouts into each chamber. That's why you're getting the colour depletion, because those chambers are no longer a vacuum, if they are a vacuum.
What's your point? If
the bottom chamber's at atmospheric pressure and it's releasing into a vacuum, then the atmospheric pressure is going to be divided between the two chambers. If those two chambers are no longer going to be a vacuum, and that's why the colour saturation, because the gas is spread between the two of them at half the pressure that was in that chamber.
That's right. That's called the free expansion of gas. But you claim that gas molecules won't. You say that they'll pool on the ground. They'll stay where they are,
and not go into that. Yeah.
No. You're right. You're completely right about gas pressure in this instance, and you prove it right. But it's got nothing to do with how the atmosphere works.
So in the last picture I've just posted is a lovely picture of the blue marble in the vacuum of space. Can you explain to me how it's any different?
Well, that's clearly CGI.
No shit, but that's not the point. What I'm doing is I'm using the vacuum of space to be the conical flask or the two bubbles. I'm using the Earth to be the bromine. Can you explain to me why it is that the bromine immediately pushes into it and fills the available volume, but with respect to the Earth that you believe that we live on, you think that it doesn't do that? You think it attaches to the Earth and it'll remain in situ? Totally contrasting what I've demonstrated with the actual real-world example of what gas pressure actually does, which is comply with the free expansion of gas. And I ask you, why is there not a directionality of gas law?
Well, see, this is where I get confuculated, in one of a better term, because I've been hearing you guys go on for so long about gas pressure when the atmosphere is not under gas pressure. It's got nothing to do with it.
So do you think that atmospheric pressure is somehow different to gas pressure? Is it like a special pleadings fallacy?
No, there's no fallacy, because gas pressure is gas pressure, and atmospheric pressure has a pressure gradient. Gas pressure, Hank Hill's famous propane tank gas pressure doesn't have a pressure gradient in it.
So can we have a definition for?
That's what makes gas pressure.
I want you to post a definition for any explanation. I want you to post an explanation or a definition for atmospheric pressure from any source that you pick, please. We'll go with the not your understanding of it. We'll go with the one that you choose that's defined.
No. I'm not posting anything right now. That's why I said earlier that I don't want to get into I was just listening, but
okay,
gas pressure.
We'll accept that as a. We'll accept that as a surrender.
Okay, of course you will, because you have to be right. But
no, if you don't want to have the conversation, that's fine. If you want to surrender, that's fine. But I'm challenging you to give the gas law, and you've said, well, atmospheric pressure. Okay, let's have let's have the definition for it, because when we define terms, Jazz, atmospheric pressure fails. So you don't want to go there because you know it fails.
No. You don't want to go there because you never understood it, and that's why you come up with the second law of thermodynamics gas pressure thing. That's all you have. You never understood how the atmosphere works. If you did understand how the atmosphere works, then you wouldn't be a flat earther. It's as simple as that.
Well, I do understand, and this is the reason why I'm not a ball
you
earther.
don't.
Yes, I do, and I can demonstrate it.
No, you don't.
No, you don't. What we'll do, Jazz, is I'll do it for you, right? And I'll go to the one that you guys normally refer to, and it's Wikipedia. So Wikipedia says, in most circumstances, atmospheric pressure is closely approximated by the hydrostatic pressure caused by the weight of air above the measuring point. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Yes, a datum, a column of air directly above your head, surrounding your shoulders, directly above your head all the way up.
Right, now I want you to focus.
That's what atmospheric pressure is.
Right, so now I want you to focus on what the underlined bit that says there, because there's 4 words there. It says caused by the weight of air, right? The key word is weight. So in physics,
it is.
Yeah,
but I'm not going to say the word that you want me to do it, because I can use other words.
Nah, in physics the word weight is defined, isn't it? Weight is the mass times the acceleration due to gravity, right?
Yeah.
Now, before we go there, you know what's going to be coming next, because we've used the word gravity, right? But before we go there, I want you to ask yourself. I never brought it up.
Just accept that.
I want you to ask yourself this: do you know what Pascal's law is with respect to gas pressure?
No, it's in respect to atmospheric pressure, not gas pressure. That's where you get yourself cocked up.
So Pascal's law with respect to gas or liquid mechanics, not atmospheric in gas, right? It states that the pressure is transmitted equally to every portion of every surface. Do you agree, or have you never heard of this before? I don't mind if you've not. I'll screenshot. In fact, I'll put it on screen.
See now it doesn't matter, because what's going on here is and I don't need to read that, but what's going on here is that a good mate of all of you guys, in terms of gas pressure, has severely put every single one of you is completely wrong.
Well, we'll come to that in a minute. You can rebut with what I'm about to say in a sec. You can rebut in a sec. Pascal's principle, also called Pascal's law in
I know what
fluid
it is.
which says gas or liquid, not just liquid, mechanics, is a statement that a fluid at rest in a closed container, a pressure change in one part is transmitted without loss to every portion of the fluid and to the walls of the container. Well, if there's pressure pressing against us, but you say it's only a column of air above us, Pascal's law says it's all the way around us in 360 degrees, plus the surfaces that we're touching, in other words, Earth. So
yes,
the pressure's not in a column around above us, is it, pressing down? It's all the way around us.
No, the air pressure we use hectopascals in the southern hemisphere. In the northern hemisphere, they use inches of mercury.
Yeah.
An international standard atmosphere in the southern hemisphere is 1,013.5 hectopascals and 29.29 degrees, inches of mercury in the northern hemisphere. When you convert them, they are exactly the same thing. When you go from feet to meters or meters to feet, they're exactly the same thing.
So when we're Jazz, look, I'm using a human aura as a visualization for you to picture what's happening. You claim that atmospheric pressure is a column of air pressing down. In real world, actual physics, it says that it's the pressure exerted against the surfaces of the container plus everything that's in it.
Yes.
So it's not a column then, is it? It's not a column down then, is it? It's all the way around us in 360 degrees.
So if you take a vertical line from each side of your, or whatever the fuck that is, going vertically, that is the column of air that is pressing down on you, that goes all the way up, and it gets less and less and less as it goes all the way up. At 10,000, hang on a sec. At 10,000 feet, at 10,000 feet, half of that atmospheric pressure is pressing down on you. 20,000 feet, half that again.
You jump in the gun. So you said if you look at the guy's head and shoulders, you didn't say head and shoulders. I'm explaining it better. So the guy's head and shoulders are exerted on him a pressure, a column of air pressing down on him. However, along the bottom edge too, Jazz, there is an equal amount of pressure that's pressing the opposite direction, so that the net force is essentially zero.
Well, no, that is inaccurate, because that, and what I meant to say is his outer wrists, not his shoulders, two vertical lines. Those waves coming off his anus are the atmospheric pressure pressing on him onto the earth, him or her, or whatever.
But what about the bit on the underside of him that's pushing up to an equal amount? Basically, it's balancing out the force that you claim is pressing down. There's an equal force pressing up.
No, that's what I just said. That's what balances it out. That for those wavy streaks pointing down are the counteractiveness of the atmosphere pressing down on him on the surface of the earth.
So therefore, there isn't a column pressing down on him, is there? There's a column also pressing up.
Holy shit, balls! There is. Yes, good God.
No, there's not. But let's just say, for instance, just so we can move on, that there is. There isn't. I've demonstrated there's not, because Pascal's law states.
Oh, of course you have. Of course you have.
Pascal's law stating it presses on you in all directions. That's what it says. But you're telling us it doesn't. It only does it from above and on your shoulders and up to your elbows.
Yeah, it does. But if you're sitting on the earth like a monk, the atmosphere's not pressing back up on your asshole, is it?
I'm right. Don't take the seating position demonstrated to be a representation, right? But the point I'm making is that Pascal's law states.
I just explained that.
No. Pascal's law states that the pressure is exerted equally in all directions all the way around you. So it's not a column pressing down. It's sideways and up from below, Jazz. And I used an illustration of a guy sat in the monk position to demonstrate it, because he's got the pressure, the angles that I want to show.
Yes, but you even got that slightly wrong, but carry on.
Well, it's demonstrating that your claim that there's a column of air pressing down on you is countered by an equal column pushing up.
So your claim is one-sided, but it's actually omnidirectional. It's all sides. Yes.
No.
That's what the science says, Jazz.
There is no. Who the fuck said there's a equal column pushing up? Where the fuck did you get that from?
It's in the definition from Pascal's principle.
No,
I've got
it's
it just
not.
above. Look what it says. It says a pressure change in one part. It says a pressure change in one part is transmitted without loss to every portion of the fluid and the walls of the container. Well, if you're in there, you become one of the surfaces or the walls of the container. You become it. So it's pressing equally in all directions, Jazz, not just down.
Dude, here's another example of you guys finding something and completely misinterpreting it.
Okay, explain the misinterpretation.
Just like I said, you had that image and you had energy all around it. I could see spiritual energy.
Right, but the spiritual energy is supposed to represent the pressure.
Yes, but that spiritual energy underneath the monk or whoever the fuck it was that was flowing down is counteracted by the weight of the column of air pressing against it down to the surface of the earth.
Jazz, you're claiming that I've misrepresented that, misunderstood it, but actually it's you, because you're claiming there's something pressing down on him from above, but it demonstrates that there's something also, Jazz, it's demonstrating something that also is pushing up from him from below, because it's applying Pascal's law, which states that it's to every portion of the walls of the container. The human becomes the container, and everything's pressing on him equally in all directions, not just down, Jazz.
So I think I get where you're going here. You're still talking about gas pressure, am I right? Equal.
No. As
pressure on the
I've
container?
cited, Jazz, as I've cited in the document above, it's atmospheric pressure caused by a column of air, a weight of a column of air from above. That's your citation that you guys use from Wikipedia. We're not talking about gas pressure. We're talking about your atmospheric pressure.
No. It's not my citation. That's what the atmosphere is. Do you not agree that there's a pressure gradient?
No, we're not talking about. We haven't got to there yet. We're still talking about the pressure of the column. Remember what I said to you? Focus on the line that I underlined, caused by the weight of the air above the measuring point, right? So there's a column in your model, in your belief, in your redefinition of atmospheric pressure from gas pressure. You say that there's a column of air pressing down. But in real world, actual science, Pascal's law states that the pressure is pressing all around you in 360 degrees, Jazz. It's not down on your shoulders and your neck and your head.
And it is 360 degrees. It's not my fault that you don't get it.
So it's not a vertical column pressing down then. Thank you very much for the concession. Then atmospheric pressure doesn't work then, does it?
It sounds like a semantics thing.
Dude.
It's not semantics.
In some world.
What the problem is they've got a redefinition of terms to justify their nonsense, right?
Dude.
So when we apply their redefinition of terms, it doesn't work.
You don't understand Pascal's law.
So, explain it to me then. How have I got it wrong?
Okay. Let's just say, I don't know how tall you are. Say you're 6 foot tall, and you're standing in a cylinder, and 100 mils off each shoulder is where the cylinder is, and it goes all around you, and there's a lid on your head, right? Because from your feet to your head, even though it's 6 feet, there is a pressure difference. It's probably not that measurable, but it probably is. So within that cylinder, let's assume that there's no pressure difference. In that 6 feet cylinder, the air pressure is pressing on every surface of your skin all around you equally. That's what Pascal's law is.
So not a column above you pressing down then.
It's equated to the. Okay, Jesus fucking Christ. Hang on. Say the cylinder that we just explained is a continuous cylinder, 100 mils off each shoulder that goes all the way fucking 1 million miles into space, into past the dome. It smashes through the dome. It just keeps going. What I'm saying, and your the cylinder, the lid above your head is a sealed cylinder, and it's got a gasket and a seal above it, and it stops a foot above your head, the weight of the air pushing down on that flap, that gasket, stops it. That's atmospheric pressure, which presses equally down upon you.
However, that's violating Pascal's law, which states that it presses down all around you, not down.
No. Because it presses down around you and you're in a cylinder. Okay, oh no, you're going to get me on this one because I'm going to use a container, but I don't give a shit because you didn't understand it to begin with. But that's what is pressing atmospheric pressure 6 feet above you. All those molecules are pressing down nice and comfortably, evenly around you.
No, they're not pressing down, Jazz. You've got it wrong. They're pressing in all directions off all surfaces of the cylinder.
Exactly.
Off the cylinder and pressing against you in all directions, not down.
But they're all equal. That's what atmospheric pressure is.
They are all equal, so there is no down, Jazz. It's omnidirectional pressure. Pascal's law proves it. So what we have here is we have a cherry-picked perspective for the ball earthers where they don't tell people that it's all around them in 360 degrees in accordance with Pascal's law.
Hang on.
They only tell them that it's down because they want people to think that there's a weight pressing on you only from above, and that's not true.
Hang on. Let's clear this up. If you're talking about Pascal's law, this is what I was saying about the cylinder and the gasket and the flap. Exactly what you were saying. I agreed with you that I made the mistake of saying down and you jumped on that because you think that you're right. All I'm saying is the pressure in a tank under your second law of thermodynamics is that in that everything in that 1,013 hectopascals, 29 fucking inches of mercury in the northern hemisphere, the pressure pressing down on your skin all around you is the same.
It isn't, though, is it? It's pressing on you in all directions. So therefore, there isn't any down being pressed on you, Jazz. It's all directions. So you are getting a pressure on your elbows laterally, under your scrotum from below. You're getting the same pressure.
If it wasn't pressing down on us from all directions, we would have no such thing as wind, my friend.
No, wind is lateral. Right, so no, that's a false equivalence. I don't want to take the distraction. It is.
No, dude. You're just saying.
You don't know what causes wind. You don't know what causes wind. I do, and we're not explaining that. We're staying on this point. We're not moving until we get it addressed. Your claim is that a column of air is pressing down on you. It isn't. It is pressing down on you and sideways and up on you equally in all directions, and it hasn't got a directionality to it.
Okay, big dog, you just said sideways. I just said about the pressure is not, I made the mistake of saying it was pressing down on you. It's pressing all over you. That's what atmospheric pressure is.
No, atmospheric pressure says by definition, it says caused by the weight of the air above. Lord. No, it's a column of air, is it not? Column of air pressing down on you. That's what you're claiming.
A still body of air. We know that the air is not still.
Right. Your definition for atmospheric pressure is defined as the weight of a column of air pressing down on you, is it not?
At every second of every day, not for 5 months of the year.
In real world, that pressure
in the real world, yeah.
No, in real world, not in your your restriction. In real world, that pressure is pressing equally in all directions all of the time. So essentially, there isn't a directionality to it. It's omnidirectional, and your misrepresentation or your globe, your argument for your globe, the atmospheric pressure definition, doesn't tell people that, and it should tell people that because there isn't a column pressing down on you.
I've sort of gone off this topic. I'd love to know how much more you know how wind works than I do. That'd be fucking amazing.
Well, we can go to that if you concede that there isn't a column of air pressing down on you.
I'm not conceding to anything unless you concede that you don't understand shit. I'll understand that I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I've cited Pascal's law that states that the pressure exerted against the surfaces of everything is equal. Now, you're trying to tell me that its directionality is down, and it isn't. Pascal's law states that it's equal in all directions.
Oh, okay, so you can't. So you have to be right. That there is a name for that, but okay, yeah, fuck it. Oh no,
It's called citing the current science against the pseudoscience, and when you're presented with evidence that doesn't agree with you, you can't say, oh, maybe I'm wrong here. Maybe there is pressure all the way around me, pressing in all directions, up as well as down. Maybe there's not a column of air pressing down on me like my definition says.
Well,
there isn't. Pascal's law says the opposite.
Well, see here, big dog. If I've been listening to every single video for 6 or 7 years now, and if there had been evidence, I wouldn't still be on the other side of the fence. So let's just
You shouldn't be on the other side of the fence. Here's the thing. We haven't even gone back to the bromine example, right? Because you haven't addressed why it is that the bromine doesn't stay in its position when the tap's opened. You haven't addressed why it doesn't stay down. Because you're saying that it should stay down because the vacuum, it's more dense than it. But when the tap opens, it immediately evacuates, explosively evacuates instantly. And I want to know why it didn't stay down the way you said it did in a vacuum.
I've got no recollection of that, and I have no expertise in that, so I have no reason to talk about that.
It was time posted at 10:23 and it's now 10:50, so it was like 30 minutes ago. And you've got no recollection of a conversation just 30 minutes ago, have you not?
You told us that helium will fall down in a vacuum. You told us that.
And it does, Roger. You can test it yourself.
It doesn't. We've got it on screen now. It's time stamped at 10:23. 10:23. We've got it on screen. When the tap's opened, the helium, in this case bromine, it does not go down the way you say. It presses the opposite and it bounces and it fills the available container in line with the free expansion of gas law that you don't have for a directionality. Why does it do that, Jazz? If you say it stays where, if it stays down?
Fuck, dude, I'm not a rocket scientist, man.
No, but you are debunked, Jazz. It doesn't stay down. Gas pressure in a vacuum fills the available volume in line with the free expansion of gas law, and it's demonstrable, it's repeatable, it's verifiable. That's the current position in science. You believing that it doesn't is a delusion, Jazz.
Okay, I'm fucking nuts. Jesus Christ. I'll check myself in.
So is that a concession? You admit that you're nuts?
No, fuck no.
Right, so explain why the gas pressure doesn't stay where it is then.
I'll come back tomorrow night if you don't. I'll probably come back and probably get banned.
Got him!
Oh yeah, that's how you do it.
See, that's the funny thing, the mental health thing. How you guys think that's so hilarious.
Nobody mentioned that but you, Jazz.
No, but the music bot, that's not really doing you guys any favors if you're looking for people.
Yeah, you not being honest doesn't do you any favor, Jessica. So
no, hang on, Roger.
That's the behavior you get when you do that, right? That's what you get.
Roger, can I just ask you one question? And this is why I fear that I'll get banned. I'm not going to be an asshole. I'm not trolling. I'm not going to be an asshole. But you keep saying to be honest. And when you say to be honest, to me that means if I don't believe you, I'm a troll and I'm going to get banned. Is that how it works?
No, you're not going to get banned. But when we show you how the helium or the bromium does not stay at the bottom, you just throw out a bunch of, I don't know, I don't want to be offensive, but you just don't want to concede that it is actually happening, right? And that is what I mean with being honest.
It goes one step further. When we started demonstrating to you actual gas pressure, right, and the way gas behaves, you said that doesn't behave the same as atmospheric pressure. So we then brought up the definition that you guys often cite, went through it, and we realised that violates Pascal's law, which states that there's not a column pressing down on you. It's in all directions evenly, and your definition doesn't account for that. So it's not just that we demonstrate it with real-world gases, we then debunk your counter, which was based on atmospheric pressure, and show that it doesn't represent real-world. Therefore, your claim of atmospheric pressure is debunked. That's not us being dishonest. That's you being dishonest.
No, it's not me being dishonest. It's me obviously not having a look at the information that you're looking at, because it doesn't say anything about that in my textbooks.
That's because your textbooks are telling you lies. That's the reason. Real world, it debunks your claim. Real world, pressure 14.7 in the vacuum of space presses into it. That's what that video demonstrates, Jazz. So come back tomorrow when you've got an explanation, because we've been through your rebuttal and atmospheric pressure was rebutted with it violates Pascal's law. So come back tomorrow and tell us how it doesn't.
I will indeed, but what I want to know is if you guys have rebutted that, is how have my textbooks that I got from my father in the 70s, I used the same things to pass my exams, got me through? What the fuck?
Show me where your textbook said anything different than that. I'd love to see it.
There's no mention of flat Earth.
Who said anything about flat Earth?
Oh my God.
No one mentioned flat Earth, Jazz. We just mentioned gas pressure next to a vacuum and what it does.
Yeah, but we all know that it doesn't do that, so...
Yeah, it does. It's demonstrable. So unless you've got a rebuttal showing
not.
where it'll stay where it is, then it is demonstrable that it doesn't do what you think it does. It doesn't have a directionality to it. It will fill the volume. It's got the free expansion of gas law that describes that exact process, and you don't have a directionality of gas law to describe anything different.
Actually, you saying that is about the second thing that I got banned for, which was invoking murder, which again was taking shit out of context, but I was talking about taking people on a flight up to altitude to prove the gradient.
Jazz, it comes down to this point, right? We've got a gas law that describes the behavior of gas, and it says it freely fills the available volume. You don't have a gas law that describes any directionality to it, yet we are in a gravitational field, according to you. Vacuum chambers do exist, and you should be able to demonstrate this gas law that you believe exists. Yet completely ignore that there's a gas law that says the opposite, and that gas will freely fill that available volume, in other words, the vacuum chamber. You completely ignore that and think that you know better. Well, I'm telling you, Jazz, you don't, because we've got the gas law, we've got every demonstration that supports it. You don't have any gas law, and you don't have any demonstration showing that bromine or helium or any other gas, for that matter, will pool at the bottom of a gas chamber, a vacuum chamber. You're an idiot, Jazz.
Yeah, no, bro, I got shit. You're completely right.
Good. So is that a concession?
No, absolutely not. Fuck off.
So what is it? Is it a lie then? Is it a lie?
No, I'm just saying that you don't understand what the fuck you're talking about. This is all I'm saying.
So what's the rebuttal then if I don't understand it? Because we've dealt with the atmospheric pressure rebuttal. We demonstrated how it violates Pascal's law. We used the illustration for you to understand it. So what's the rebuttal, Jazz? What did I not get?
Everything you talked about.
So you think that Pascal's law,
You don't understand what it means. You don't understand the atmosphere.
Expansion of gas, and I understand that there's no directionality of gas law, and there are no demonstrations claiming that.
No, you don't.
Yeah, there's only heliocentric priests that claim that there's a directionality of gas. In real science, no one claims that. Only you people.
You don't understand the atmosphere and how it works, and you
see the inflection in your voice. Then you
No.
And the atmosphere, like a question at the end of it, asking for my permission. No, Jazz.
Okay. Well, here's the big one. You claim to have understood how the atmosphere works because you were a glober. If you were a glober and understood how the atmosphere works, you wouldn't be a flat earther.
I never made that claim. You just put them words into my mouth. I did not say that.
Oh, no. I was just assuming because every flat earther says they were a glober to gain friends.
No,
I was just...
We were all globers. That's factually true. We were all globers. We were all indoctrinated by the school system, right? The same system that indoctrinated you.
Okay,
yeah, so it's not to gain friends, then, is it? It's not to gain friends, then, is it? It's because we went through the same system that you went through, and that's why we were globers.
No. What I'm saying is that if you just were in school and went, And the teacher went, oh, there's the globe and it's spinning, it's going around the stars and the planets and all that shit. And you went, oh, yeah, that's all right. And then later on in life, 5-6 years ago, you went, oh, fuck. Flat Earth seems fucking easy as fuck because all the other shit's hard. And that's when you research Flat Earth. No, that's exactly what happened.
Do you know what would be hard, Jazz? It'd be hard if you brought up a directionality of gas law that gave the example where we see directionality of gas, and that directly violated the free expansion of gas law that we cite to say how it's not possible that a ball can exist in a vacuum of space with a 14.7 psi pressing against it. That would be difficult, but you haven't done that. So it makes more sense to me that the free expansion of gas law trumps anything that you've come back with, which is essentially nothing. So I'm not seeing where you've got your rationale to justify your claim that we thought it was easier.
Okay, just really, really quick. And any of you can test this. Are you aware? You all claim the old second law of thermodynamics. The atmosphere's under gas pressure, which is not. It's under atmospheric pressure. But anywho,
it isn't. We've just been through that, and now it doesn't describe the way we see the gas pressure.
Yeah, but anywho, you do know that the air, the atmosphere, can be thought of, especially in aerodynamics, as a gas, and in situations, especially around mountains, as a liquid.
No, the word that you're looking for is a fluid because it behaves like a fluid. But that doesn't mean that it's a liquid.
Yes, you're a fucking professional.
It's called fluid dynamics, and Pascal's law is part of fluid dynamics. It describes the behavior of liquids and gases.
And it absolutely is.
Gases, it says the pressure presses equally in all directions. That's not what atmospheric pressure does, though, is it? Yours is directional.
No. Atmospheric pressure is exactly like fluid dynamics.
No, it's nothing like it. Fluid dynamics says that it's
absolutely like it.
No, it's nothing like it because I've just demonstrated.
No, dude. Have you seen rapids going over? Rapids, a river going over rocks.
I cited how Pascal's law in gas, with respect to gas, behaves.
Okay, dude, you know way more shit than I do about what I'm fucking where I work. So I'm just gonna go and have a smoke, and I'll come back and talk to you in a minute if you're still here.
Whilst you're having a smoke, I'll just read to you something that I cited to you earlier on. I know you've probably forgotten about it now, but it was time-stamped.
I'm going to have a smoke. You know way more shit than I know about what I do. So
yeah,
you just
10:34. So it was 30 minutes ago almost.
10:34. I'll be sure to time.
Just before you go.
No. I'm not wasting fucking Jesus fucking Christ.
You go for your cigarette, and I'll tell the audience. Right? It says Pascal's principle. Also, Pascal's law in fluid dynamics, so it says fluid mechanics, is a statement that a fluid at rest in a closed container, a pressure change in one part is transmitted without any loss to every portion of the fluid and to the walls of the container. Well, the human becomes the container, and we're describing exactly what Jazz is trying to use against me because we've already covered it. But Jazz is pretending that he knows something more than I do, and somehow citing the thing that I used against him and is trying to use it against me. Shows who's talking science here and who's not. Enjoy your cigarette, Jazz. I'll be here waiting for you when you come back.
Jazz knows how to drink, so he knows that very well. Yeah.
Yeah, you should ask why a helicopter can stay stationary for a few hours above the ground. It's always a fun discussion.
I want to pin him on this.
Yeah. It's painfully obvious. So.
I just want him to admit that what he needs to do, if he's an honest guy, when he brought up the honesty point and he said that you mean agree with you, the honest position is say, fuck, I hadn't thought of that. I'll go away and I'll have a look. That's what he should say. And he's not going to do it. He's just going to say that I don't understand. Well, I'm the one that's citing actual current position science against him. And he hasn't got a rebuttal, but he's acting like he has, and he acts like, oh, I don't understand. Typical MO from a ball earther that I don't understand. And then bringing up the argument that I used against him to try and use against me, not realising I'd already brought it up.
He's not a ball earther. He's an alcoholic.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with being an alcoholic.
I don't say it in a mean word. I mean, I pity for him because, he's wasting his
I don't
time.
pity him. He's lying to people. This is what the teachers are teaching children, and it's a lie because they know that it's wrong.
Yeah, this is what all alcoholics do. They lie a lot in everything.
I think it's ball earthers in general, not necessarily alcoholics. Although you are right, alcoholics do have a delusion of reality. You're right. They don't think that they've got a problem with alcohol.
Yeah. And they will lie every time, with every occasion,
Oh, yes.
Yeah. But I know that is actually not how they were brought up in the world.
But once they realise, it's like conspiracy cats. Until he realised that, quote, without the balloon, there can be no pressure. Until he realised that the Earth is the balloon, he then had to make the decision about whether or not he carries on the lie, or does he go, oh, hang on a minute. Yeah, there isn't a balloon around the Earth, is there? So what keeps the pressure? And he decided to be dishonest. It was literally the turning point.
It's like Spaceballs, Sleeping Warrior.
Go on.
Well, it's the movie, right? Where they have these vacuum cleaner and they turn it on and then it all got sucked out.
Yeah. I don't think Jazz actually understands that Pascal's law debunks atmospheric pressure claim. I don't think he realises that the pressure is applied against him equally in all directions. That's why we don't feel the weight of the air pressing down on us, if it did exist, pressing equally in all directions. I don't think he actually understands that.
Yeah, I don't think I understand either. But I mean, where does in Pascal's law or like atmospheric pressure, where does it say those two can't work together? Like,
well, they can't.
Is there any?
Because
is there any? Right, but like, is there any like papers, proof, evidence, or is it just like?
Yeah. It's because of the way that molecules bounce off the surfaces with an angle that is equal to its angle of incidence. Its angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection, right? So it comes in at 30 degrees, it bounces off the surface at 30 degrees, and it equals that incoming angle, it equals the outgoing angle, right? Because it does that, that means that there's no directionality because they're moving around it equally in all directions at all times, applying pressure all the time.
Omnidirectional.
I guess I still don't see really how they don't work with one another.
Well, it would have to be like rain. The way that the molecules would be bouncing would have to be like rain falling out of the sky. When it falls from the sky, it lands on the ground and then doesn't go anywhere else. That would have to be the behavior of molecules, but that's not how they behave.
Well, it seems to behave that they have some sort of like downwards direction, being that there's more pressure down here, right?
Yeah, but
so
we know why.
Because of the gradient.
We know why there's more pressure down here. It's not because of the way that you just described it. It's because of the sun. The sun basically does something called, it causes the biogeochemical cycle, which is a collection of gas behaviors or gas creation mechanisms, all powered by the sun, where gas is all created at the ground level. So what you're perceiving as a downward direction is actually a concentration of gas being created at ground level and slowly dispersing up. It's not a directionality down, it's the opposite. It's an equivalence argument.
Yeah, I want to ask Octane one second, because maybe you can help us out, right? So if we release a gas in a vacuum, does it pool on the bottom?
So this question is interesting because how big is the vacuum chamber and how much gas are you putting in it? But one thing I will say is that will be consistent is that the gas inside will be denser at the bottom. That I could say for certain. but it really depends how big the vacuum chamber is and how much gas.
Well, when you say bottom,
that violates Pascal's law, though.
Yeah.
Wait, which
Pascal's
part
law
did I
states that
say?
when you have one fluid, be it gas or liquid, it presses equally in all directions, equally against all surfaces. It doesn't say that there's a gradient. There's only a gradient when you put two gases in there, and you've got a fat gas and a thin gas, and they're trying to basically they will form a gradient at that point because you've got two different mass particles, atomic numbers for the gases. So there is going to be a little bit of a bias there. But when you've only got one, it doesn't, because Pascal's law states that it's clearly bouncing in all directions evenly against all surfaces. In other words, no gradient.
I guess I would have to see this.
Yeah,
see something involving that.
Well, when you
Can
say,
I ask
yeah,
something?
I could say that pretty much for certain. I mean, this really applies to really like any liquid or
gas,
like liquid or gas. Yeah, it's always going to be denser at the bottom.
It's not.
I don't know what to tell you. I mean, because if you fill a swimming pool only has so much stuff in it, but it's fairly well mixed equally. Yet when you swim to the bottom, there's more pressure.
Yeah, but the difference between liquid liquid
they're
rather
similar,
than
like
gas
I said earlier.
Intermolecular bonding exists with liquids, but it doesn't exist with gas because of the intermolecular bonding. Because of the intermolecular bonding, you've got the ability with liquids to form a united whole. So the whole flows in a united whole. Now you can divide it up into half and whatever, but you can't divide gas. So they're always occupying the same space. So the difference between the two perceptions that you've got with liquid is not the same with gas, because intermolecular bonding allows liquid to become a united whole, whereas it doesn't with gas. That's the reason why we have the difference that you think that's not there, but actually is.
That, I mean, I'm not trying to be offensive or anything. That kind of just sounds like a word salad to me. So like, let's say I fill a swimming pool with one liquid and one liquid only. There will still be more pressure at the bottom, yet even though it's the same liquid. And the reason why we have liquids is because we can see them.
Okay, that's
right?
because liquids.
Okay,
I
tell you,
they act the exact same.
One moment, mic check. What if you fill that pool with superfluid liquid helium? Are you going to have a higher pressure at the bottom?
Well, is
that what you're saying?
Well, is this happening like in a chamber or just in the atmosphere? Because the helium's just going to rise. I don't know what you mean. What's the
superfluid liquid helium?
Superfluid liquid. What's superfluid liquid helium? All I know is helium.
Very cold.
You never heard of superfluid?
So the helium's really cold?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had never heard of this before.
Below the lambda point.
If he doesn't know about it, there's no point talking about it.
Yeah.
He doesn't know.
So, according to what you said, you're saying that the deeper you dive into this liquid, the pressure will increase. And this is blasphemy to science, because the pressure inside this liquid is constant, no matter how deep you dive.
So this doesn't match with reality, though. In reality, every fluid
is reality. This is reality.
Pressure at the bottom.
Listen,
no matter what.
This
And
is reality. It's quantum mechanics.
Let's go back to.
You can't throw it out on the window.
Let's go back to the point he was making. He was
obviously there is stuff that you don't know about reality.
Well, of course, I'm not God.
Yeah.
So get I think you're getting mistaken with helium being lighter than air, and then when it's a liquid and when it's very, very cold, if it's in a tank and the tank's very, very deep, the deeper you go, the more pressure you're going to feel, my friend.
Listen, your reality is between 40 Celsius and up to about 50, 60. These temperatures, despite that minus 40 Celsius, you call it very cold, and 50 Celsius plus, you call it very hot, both of these temperatures are super hot for helium.
No, well, get when
for liquid helium. Liquid helium condensates at 5 Kelvin. That's like minus 268 Celsius.
But I
I'm
think
so
what you
confused. I feel like we're going down a rabbit hole here.
I think gets getting confused with helium being lighter than gas, and then when it's cold, it's heavier, which means. Sorry, go ahead, Octane.
Let's bring it back to the swimming pool. Let's bring it back to the real world.
I was gonna say, like, let's just use a basic fluid we all understand. Let's not jump to.
Let's go with the swimming pool, right? So you're asking why it is that there's pressure with depth in a swimming pool, but then you're making out that we should then
that gases should be similar because they act the same.
Yeah, but there's a big difference though between the two. When it's the liquid, do you know what intermolecular bonding is?
Who gives a fuck at this point, man? We're just talking about real basic shit because we're talking about flat Earth.
Yeah, but that's the difference. The difference is intermolecular bonding. If you don't know what intermolecular bonding is, then that's where you need to put your focus of attention, because it's the thing that allows the water molecules to bind together to give them a united whole. And when you've got a mass that is a united whole, then you've got pressure, or you got weight of that matter pressing on you because it's a united whole. Yeah. But in the atmosphere, you haven't got any intermolecular bonding, so you haven't got the united whole pressing on you. You've got billions and billions and billions of little molecules bouncing off you in all directions, Jazz, not just down. But that's why you've not got the weight of the atmosphere pressing on you, because it's not a united whole. It's disunited. It's only individual molecules that we can't even see, but there's billions of them. And that's why there's no weight.
But here's a question I have to ask you. You come up with all this shit. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I think you come up with all this shit unintentionally, that people that are on the fence hear what you're talking about and think that you're actually clever.
So if you just admit that you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, how can you say that I don't understand?
You just answered my question.
I didn't. I asked you a question back.
You literally just answered my question.
No, I didn't. I asked you a question back. I asked you.
What did you just say to me?
Your point to me was that I use sophistry to make it sound like I'm intelligent to persuade people that are 50-50. I then rebutted by saying, if you admit that you don't understand what I'm saying, how can you say that I don't understand?
You just answered my question. I just said that I don't understand what the fuck you're saying. You're coming up with a heap of bullshit, and people that don't know fucking nothing will go, oh my God, this cunt knows fucking everything.
Okay, so wait, real quick. Do we have a video, or do we have any proof or evidence of...
Hang on, Octane, wait a sec. If you say that you don't understand what I'm saying, but you then qualify that you think that I don't know what I'm talking about, you say that I don't understand, but you don't understand what I'm saying, that to me is a double negative. Because if you don't understand what I'm saying, the equal and alternative explanation might perhaps be that you don't understand that I might be right.
Oh, no. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing in the flat Earth and the globe. One of us is right 50% and one of us is wrong 50%. How much of a percent are you?
No, that's wrong.
No.
That's the middle of the road fallacy.
One of us is 100% wrong, and one of us might be 20% wrong.
No, that's completely false. One of us is 50% right, and one of us is 50% wrong.
No, that means it's stalemate, Jazz. We're not in a stalemate position.
No, hang on. That's my status. One of us is right, one of us is wrong. How right or wrong are you?
That's wrong. You're saying if one of us is half right and the other one is half wrong, that means we're both half right and half wrong together. Therefore, we're at a stalemate, and that's not the position. We've got a gas law that tells you that gas pressure will bounce freely in all directions. You don't have one with directionality to it. We've got demonstrations that show that's what happens, and you don't have one that shows that gas pressure pools in a vacuum.
Dude, I'm still saying to you, I just said to you, one of us is half right, one of us is half wrong, and you're saying that you're pretty much saying that you're right and I'm wrong, and I'm still saying to you that your gas pressure shit is null and void. It's got nothing to do with the atmosphere. So who's right and who's wrong? It's 50-50.
You've already admitted that you don't understand the words that I use, and what you were describing was my use of sophistry, intelligent-sounding words to be deceitful, right? That's basically what you said.
Dude,
but it's possible, Jazz. Jazz, isn't it possible? Just be honest. Isn't it possible that you might not have understood what I said, but I might be right, and it's your own ignorance that makes you think that I'm wrong, but I'm actually right? That is a possibility, isn't it?
Listen to what you just said, dude. You just said.
Answer the question. Answer the question. Isn't it a possibility that I might be right and your ignorance is the reason why you think that I'm wrong? Isn't that a possibility, right?
You just said in your last statement that I am definitely wrong and you are probably right. That's a mental health issue. Dude.
So now we've gone from you don't understand my position and that I don't understand based on your not understanding of my position, so I've now got a mental health issue.
If you listen to what you just said, you just stated this. Holy shitballs. Anyway, good talking to yous. I'm gonna back the fuck off.
Bye.
But
do come back with a rebuttal for why the gas didn't fill the volume, like or why it should have stayed where it was and when it didn't actually in real world. Come back with that explanation. Come back with some science to support your delusion that there's a downward directionality to gas when there's a free expansion of gas law stating the opposite. And then come back with us for why you've not got a gas law to explain that behavior that doesn't exist. Come back and tell us all those things. And then tell me how I don't understand and how I've got a mental health issue.
I know. Well, I did come up with all of that, but you don't want to hear it. But anyway, thanks for.
You didn't come up with anything, Jazz. You just said I don't understand. That was your rebuttal.
Yeah. Well, I guess that goes with just like you've had 6 years of explaining the flat Earth and moron. Yeah. So I guess we're equal. I guess we're tied,
no, not really.
matched.
Jazz, we're not equal at all. But one of us is not half right here and the other one is not half wrong, Jazz. You are completely wrong. You've got no science for your delusion. You haven't got even the behavior of gas right because it doesn't have a downwards directionality to it. But liquids do in a swimming pool, and that's because of intermolecular bonding. And I was trying to get your mate to accept or not, at least look into that, because that is the explanation. But again, if I don't understand it, you should be able to come back to me with why it's not intermolecular bonding. Or you could just call me a mental health patient and say that I've got issues.
Well, see, dude, that's the thing. If you don't understand it, then you're not going to understand. If I say to you that you don't understand what the fuck you're talking about, then you're not going to understand my explanation, are you?
Yeah, but you haven't given any explanation. The rebuttal you gave was countered with why it was wrong. But I've now got a mental health issue according to you.
Holy fuck. All right,
I'd love to know, Jazz, tell me which mental condition you think it might be.
No, I'm not qualified to say that.
You are qualified to correct somebody when you actually admit that you don't know what the fuck I'm saying. You are qualified to correct me and say that I don't understand, even though you admit you don't understand it yourself.
Dude,
sounds totally consistent, that, Jazz. Well done.
Dude, just bear in mind that you're in a room with fucking like 30 people. So thinking that you're right, that's a little bit of a...
Well, if I was wrong, you would be able to come back with the gas law that describes directionality to gas. You would come back with the demonstration that shows that when you have a vacuum chamber, helium or any gas will pool in the bottom of it. You'd come back with that and show me. But as it happens, you just
and I explained that to you, but because I couldn't show it, you just
then when you explained it, we then went through your rebuttal and showed how it was wrong because it violates Pascal's law. So nothing that you brought to the conversation had any scientific validity to it. But I've somehow ended up with the label of a mental health issue, and you think that you were right.
All right, dude. You think that you're right, and I think that I'm right. So we're both in the same cage. So
No, we're not. I've based it on current science.
Oh,
and
we're
you've
not.
based it on your admission that you don't understand anything I just said. So mine's
we're
based on
not.
science. Yours is based on self-ignorance.
So again, you just proved what I said. You think
No,
that you're
I
right,
didn't prove
and
what you said.
every single fucking scientist in the world is wrong because
Jazz,
you know
you
everything.
didn't say that. What you said was that we were both
I didn't
equally
say
right
that.
or
You
wrong.
never said that,
And
but
that's
that's
not
what you're
what it
saying.
is. Jazz, listen, I've cited the science and I've given the demonstration that supports the science, and you gave me a rebuttal back, which we then dissected and pulled apart. I have not done anything other than apply science. But somehow, when you admitted that you didn't understand what I'd just said, somehow I've ended up with a mental condition after the end of your ignorance. But that seems to be a logical conclusion to the argument we've just had from your perspective. But from everybody else's perspective, we've seen you present zero science, zero evidence, just your misunderstandings and your acceptance that you misunderstood it, and your flippant remark that there's a mental health issue here. That's what we've seen.
Okay, dude, I'm sorry about saying about the mental health issue. I take that back.
No, it's not. I'm not bothered. I'm not offended. I'm just pointing out that your interpretation of having no science, no supporting experiment, and when your rebuttal was countered with why it's a violation of Pascal's law, and you admitted that you didn't understand what I just said, we've just shown how the conclusion that you came to was a mental health issue. Yet everybody else watching it can see that you were basically hung, drawn, quartered, and now you're going to bed. That's basically what's happened.
No, well, it had nothing to do with Pascal's law, to be fair, and it was well before that, and you were just coming up with a heap of bullshit. Well, I won't say bullshit, but anywho, let's catch up another evening.
Bring some science with you to rebut why the gas pressure didn't go into the vacuum, Jazz. That's what we want to know. Because we can demonstrate that it does.
I mean, I've said before, I can bring some actual experiments. If you can get yourselves here to New Zealand, we can go for a fly and test some shit out.
Presented an actual experiment, Jazz, and you seem to have basically said, well, you don't really understand it. But I want you to come back with the rebuttal. Why did the butane go into the vacuum? Why did it not stay where it was? Because that was in the down position, and that's what you guys think should happen. You think it should stay down. It pushes into the vacuum, Jazz.
I explained that.
No, you didn't. Your explanation was rebutted with how it violates Pascal's law, and we've shown that your explanation was wrong, Jazz.
Holy fucking shit nuggets. I'm not going to go through it again. It was in atmospheric pressure, and there was two chambers that were in a vacuum, as you claim. Then it's going to be separated into the two chambers, half atmospheric pressure between both. That's why the colour of the fucking gas changed.
Which is the reason why your model can't be true, because your claim is that it's got 14.7 psi next to the vacuum, and it doesn't press into it. But we've seen by experiment that it actually does.
No, it proves that what happens in the atmosphere happens. You tested something that is not in the atmosphere.
No. What it proves is if the atmosphere...
I'm sorry.
No, what it proves is if the atmosphere is the way that you guys say it is, next to a vacuum, it shows that it'll push into that vacuum and it won't stay where it is. So you need to come back with the rebuttal to that and address it directly.
So the whole chamber, the two chambers on the left and the chamber with the gas, the orange gas at the bottom, were they secure of the atmosphere?
Yes, Jazz, they were a vacuum.
Okay. So the chamber with the orange gas was at atmospheric pressure.
Yeah, it's filled with bromine, Jazz. It's got bromine gas in it, under pressure.
Okay. So that was at atmospheric pressure, that tiny little chamber with the orange gas?
Yeah, it's got bromine in it at pressure. Yes, Jazz.
Okay, so the two chambers to the left were in a vacuum?
Yes, Jazz.
Okay. How do you not get this? How the fuck do you not get this? Holy shit. So if there's two chambers that are in a vacuum and you have... I said this before. If you have something that it's atmospheric pressure, it's going to divide itself instantly between those two chambers. Henceforth... Why did the fucking colour of the gas become half of what it was?
Can you see the picture I've just put in Livestream, Jazz?
Oh my god. I don't even think I want to take the time of fucking...
You need to, because this is going to show you who's being stupid here and who's not. Go and look at the picture in the Livestream.
Fuck me days, Jesus fucking Christ.
Can you see the picture in the live? Can someone get it on screen so that the audience can see it?
No, I can't see it.
Right, it's a picture of Earth in space. It's a full picture of Earth. It's like the blue marble in the vacuum of space. Can you explain to me how it's any different than what we've just been describing?
I can't see it as yet.
Imagine the blue marble in space.
BC Chicken voice text.
Pardon?
Am I looking in BC Chicken voice text?
No, in the live stream, in the one that you're in, the room that you're in, right above it, it says live stream voice text.
Oh, yeah, got it.
Scroll down to the bottom, and you'll see the picture of blue marble in the vacuum of space. I want you to tell me how it's any different that the blue marble in the vacuum of space represents the bromine next to the vacuum that we're just about to release the tap of. How is it any different?
It's just a GIF going backwards and forwards as though they're on.
No, above the GIF. That's not a GIF of the Earth in space, is it? That's a GIF of one of those cheating astronauts.
Oh, those dirty motherfuckers.
Right, there's two now. Can you see them at the bottom, Jazz? Earth in space, blue, black, blue marble.
I think you left.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, I'll take a break. Somebody else can play with the mic. I'll take a rest.
You see, I'm just too drunk to even debate, so you don't understand fully, halfway.
Oh, he's back. Back in action.
He probably doesn't remember anything tomorrow.
No, Roger, I remember shitloads. You're from the Netherlands, and how's your lockdowns going over there? We're just coming out of them all. Oh, fuck, we're not allowed to talk about that.
Jabba jabba doo.
What's playing? The song with the horse with no name?
I don't know. This ain't YouTube. I think people should be allowed to talk about other topics too. It's like a community.
All right, peeps, I've got to go. I got to go to work in the morning. Hopefully I haven't been an arsehole and going to get fucking banned again, but thanks for having me.
Bro, we told you quit walking on eggshells. You know what you got banned for last time, right?
Yeah, I know. I think words got taken out of context.
Good luck with that.
Sorry,
Look, man,
what were you saying, Hank?
I was here when you got banned. I know what you got banned for. Just don't do that again. And you'll be fine.
Was it what I think it was that words got taken out of context? We have some slang words here where I live that
this is Jazz telling you that you don't understand
what they do in other parts of the world.
Hank, this is Jazz telling you that you don't understand why you got banned. When he says that I think words got taken out of context, that means that you don't understand, Hank.
No. Shut the fuck up. That's not at all what I meant. As long as you understand what I meant, Hank. Hopefully you're all good.
Bro, I remember running my fingers through my second birthday cake, bro. I remember why you got kicked out of here this time.
Dude, well, yeah, thank you for having me back. I'll fucking behave myself, and yeah, we'll have some yarns.
Bring some evidence. Hank,
Absolutely.
you did realise. See you later, Jazz.
All right, dudes. Well,
Yeah, later, man.
Yeah, cheers, Roger. Yeah, we'll catch us later. Yeah. All and every one of you have a good one. Catch
Good
us
night.
later.
See you later, dude. Sleep well.
You do catch up.
Hank, are you there?
Yeah, bro.
Are you up early or are you up late?
It's really late. Yeah. So
you haven't been to bed yet, no?
Mm-mm. I got a really weird sleeping schedule. I work nights.
Oh, right. Come on, Jazza. If you're leaving, just leave because I want to talk about you when you've left. I'm just killing time whilst Jazz leaves. I actually want to point out that Jazz said
because I think he
when
left.
words were taken out of context, it actually means in Jazz's language, it means that Hank doesn't understand. That's what he was meaning.
Probably is.
And I'm pretty sure Jazz
Oh,
left.
sure. You were there in the flat earth debates in the early days in 2015, 2016, right?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
were there?
Oh, the 2016 days were good.
That's all they had back in those days was, you just don't understand. Argument for incredulity. It's like, okay, I don't understand how, space time works. Therefore, it doesn't work. Like, was that ever our argument?
No.
We never said we don't understand how it doesn't work. We're saying we understand how it doesn't work.
I remember when sextants was a common topic for them to say, how does a sextant work on a flat earth? And we now use that argument against them because obviously we're developing our understandings, knowledge and perceptions of the topics. But we've narrowed them all down now, and that's why Nathan's housekeeping questions do exist. It's because they don't have suitable or acceptable supporting evidence to support their claim. But did everybody notice how Jazz basically literally admitted that he didn't understand what I'd said when I was talking about intermolecular bonding? And because he didn't understand it, he then deemed that I didn't understand what I was talking about. Did you all hear that? That was like...
Yeah.
His standard of deciding whether or not I'm right or not is based on his own ignorance. That is literally his position.
Unfortunately, Jazza has a, yeah, and he admits it, right? He has a drinking problem, so it's difficult to have a good and cordial conversation. Difficult.
Difficult when he doesn't realise that he doesn't have a gas law, and I do have a gas law, and I do have supporting experiment that demonstrates it, and he doesn't have any supporting demonstration that supports gas pressure having a directionality doubt to it, when he doesn't realise that he hasn't got any evidence for that, but I have, and he still thinks that he can flip me off with a, you don't understand, that might have worked when we were all blue, but we're not blue anymore, are we? We're all hot now. We all understand these arguments and what their rebuttals are, and a lot of the times they don't have any evidence. At least there was a time when they used to cite things like soundly. I mean, no one mentions him anymore, did he?
Oh yeah, I remember Stanley selling everybody a curved bridge.
Yeah, and then like Andrew John popped up and a variety of other people popped up and did the same observation different times of the day, and it didn't do it. So then we realised that he was cherry picking the time of the day, the humidity conditions that he knew that existed to support the claim that he knew that he would get. Basically cherry picking. Sometimes it bends up. It's like, what's it called?
Skunk Bay. Sometimes it bends up, sometimes it bends down, but over the day you can see that it's dancing, and he just knows the time to go when it's dancing in his favour. But you'll never see him going up. I'm sure there'll be times when it shows it being curving up and supporting concave Earth, but I mean, to be honest, it'd be interesting to see if that even did exist, but he doesn't show it when it doesn't support his assertion. He only shows it when it does. Well, I've been out and done loads of observations, and it looks flat sometimes, and it looks round sometimes, and I've even rang Nathan and said, look, man, this looks flat, bendy, curved as heck. And he's like, nah, it's all optical. And it's like, and then I realised it was optical, and then you don't know what the baseline position is, so you see it go both ways. You never see Soundly presenting anything that doesn't support his assertion. And you know,
you were on the fence for a while too, weren't you?
Pardon?
You were on the fence for a while too, weren't you?
Well, yeah, because I couldn't tell whether or not what the baseline, because like most of the time it'd appear flat, but there were other times when sometimes it would look like it was spherical and it would look like there was obstruction, and I'm like, well, how can I tell which one it is? And the only conclusion I had at that time was that you'd have to go with the one that it's mostly, because that would be the average position, and it was mainly 95% flat. There were times when it looked round, but cause unknown, and which is the default position. Well, Rumpus would argue that it's, well, you always go and do refraction at the end of the day when the refraction's at its most. And for a while I thought that might be legitimate. But then when I realised what I'm looking at the horizon in the either in early morning or in the late evening, it's all settled down. It's all, none of it's jumping around like a lunatic and bouncing like in erratic. It's calming down, so it's going back from an erratic state back to a tranquil state. And that to me is the stablest position that you can do your observations at. But they hijack that and say that's actually the most refraction. Well, really, when you're out there doing it and you're looking and you're like, is it the most refraction or is it actually the least amount of refraction? And they've hijacked it. And my conclusion was Rumpus was lying to me. It wasn't the most refraction at all. It was the most stable time you could ever be, because Rumpus is dishonest. He's a liar.
So you have to believe that when the conditions are worse and there's lots of refraction, that you can see further. And when conditions are clear, you can't see as far. That's what you have to believe to be anti-flutter.
To be honest with you, I do have times when I'm on the fence because I'm actually looking for arguments for the ball to make my life easier. Because, like, if you walk into Gem Pandas, for example, all that happens when I walk in there, and I don't go in there anymore, but all that happens is you just get meme after meme after meme in the chat, and it's just all abuse. None of it's good. None of it. I mean, we can all take the piss out of each other. Right? I take the piss out of Nathan or Arwin all the time, and it's good spirited. But when you go in there and it's none of it's good spirited, it's like I did start looking for reasons for it to be a ball again, just so that I could like jump ship based on some credible evidence to support me jumping ship. I was looking for it because I thought maybe this is wrong. Maybe I have got this wrong, but I never found anything to support it. Every now and again, I'd find it to be, oh yeah, that does look like it's. What, so is it because? And then Nathan said to me, it doesn't matter which way round it is. The fact remains that it's optical, and even when it's not optical and it looks like it might support one or the other, the fact that the other argument does exist means that you haven't got a way of knowing what is the truth by looking at the horizon. It can be either, and he's right. I've seen it go both ways, and it's like, so whatever we're looking at the horizon, it is mishmashed up because by the air that we're looking through. So yeah, I've been on the fence as best I can be for as long as I can. And, you know, I can understand why it's easy to just accept the ball, but it's not easy to go and prove the ball when you go out there. And I've seen people go out and claim that they've got ball earth proofs. Like I remember Mars Delia Davis doing one, and I looked at that and I just thought he hasn't considered the effects of compression or convergence. He's just looking at it from the linear perspective of drop. And I'm like, how do we know how it behaves on a flat plane with the result of distance and looking through a medium that's constantly moving whilst you're looking through it? It's like, you can't make the conclusive argument when you're at elevation. The only argument you can really make is at sea level. But when it's at sea level, the effects are like turbulent. But when you're at elevation, what should it look like on a flat plane? And can we see as far as they tell us we can? Because they say we can see stars that are millions of light years away, and they apply that to the horizon when you stood on a mountain.
But the reality is you can only see as far as what the opacity of the atmosphere that day allows you to see. Plus you got clouds that are at the horizon as well that are all compressing to make it look like a band of wishy-washy whiteness. Well, you then can't see where the horizon actually is because the clouds are obstructing that and you can't see through the clouds. But even with infrared, that raises the elevation angle, the observation angle, the dip angle. That raises that because it gets rid of a lot of it. But you can see when you're looking at J. Toller Media's stuff that you are seeing that far. You're looking down a tunnel, and every time you go that little bit further, you're looking further down the tunnel, so you can never get to the point where you're seeing forever. But they tell you that that's what we should see. But we do actually see that. But we're limited by our own ability of our own eyes, the ability of our own cameras, the atmosphere at the time, the conditions to stop us from seeing that far. And then they use those reasons why we can't see that far to say, well, why can't we see France from New York? Well, because you can't see forever. Like, atmosphere stops you from seeing. You don't have bionic eyes. You don't have P900 lenses in your eyeballs. You can't see forever. But yeah, I've looked for evidence for ball all the time, and I have come up with some evidence that supports ball sometimes, but then I go back on other days and like 9 times out of 10 it's flat. But now and again you do get one that supports it being a ball. Is that enough for me to declare that it's a ball? Nah. Like, probability states that the one that's most consistent is most likely to be the true. So for me it's like, well, it seems to be flat more than it ever seems to be ball, so I just accept that I don't really know. And now I accept that stuff at the horizon doesn't really prove it either way because it's too much of a mismatch.
You know, I was thinking about like getting on the phone and calling like hotels, right, and asking them like in a bay or something like, "Hey, just wondering, you know, can you see the bay on the other side? Like at night, can you see like fires over there or whatever?" Because just calling like hotel after hotel after hotel, right? Like
Well,
asking like
Ranty did it, didn't he?
Oh, did
Ranty
he?
did it looking south from Barrow, looking back to Blackpool, looking over the ocean, looking over the Irish Sea, and none of the front of Blackpool should be visible. But he saw it all. He was able to pick out individual buildings because he's familiar with the terrain, and he's like, none of this should be seen at Barrow because it's too far away and there's too much earth drop. And he knows that he can see that, but obviously Ranty's jumped sides now because he knows that he can make more money being an anti-flat earther than he can being an actual honest ball earther. So he's just become an anti-flat earther for money. But he knows that the Earth's not a ball because if it was a ball, he wouldn't have seen the Barrow observation that he did with his own 2 eyes. He wouldn't see that if it were a ball, but he seems to have conveniently forgotten that.
Man, that is something else. Jumping sides like that, like based on what evidence? A picture with no horizon in it? Come on.
I mean, that image that he spent all those 60 hours just gazing at like it was a horoscope or tea leaves or whatever. I mean, the reality is the moment he found out that it was clipped on the left-hand side, whoever clipped it off, doesn't matter. But the fact that once he realised that somebody had done that at some point and he was basing it all on not being able to see the horizon, and then when you see the horizon and you realise the stuff that you're looking at behind the horizon should be behind the curve, honest to God, I don't know how Ranty can hold his position other than for money because it's debunked. But he ignores it because he doesn't want to believe it's true. But I showed him that there's a mound that's 1,000 feet above the horizon, and none of it should be seen. But he just ignores it, and I'm like, so you are just an anti-flat earther now because you're ignoring the evidence and you're just dismissing it like Jazzaconda does, just flipping me off. So I wouldn't.
I think Ranty came into a little bit of money there recently. His background looks very much improved. He used to live in a council house or something that he bought. It seems like he made a lot of money. I don't know.
I've not spoke to Ranty for nearly more than 12 months now, I don't think. But the last thing that I remember speaking to him was that he'd moved out of his mum and dad's house because he was caring for his mum. And he'd moved in with his new girlfriend, and they were pooling each other's income to buy a house. And it was a decent house as far as I could tell. I don't know what his position is now, but I don't know if he's come into money or if he's lost money. But I believe he's either split with his missus or he's only recently got back with her. And I think it's cost a lot of money in the fight because I think they had a couple of fights. But I don't believe he's come into money recently other than money from super chats and people propping up the ball lie. So I don't know whether he's I don't believe he's coming to any money, but to be honest, I'm ignorant. I don't really know because I've not kept up with him since that picture where he spent 60 hours gazing into it like it was tea leaves at the bottom of a cup.
Okay, yeah, I'm the same. I'm ignorant. But yeah, that was like the biggest flip flop in the last year or two, and that's like Jose was that was a big flip flop.
It was.
It's all fine, right?
It was a big flip flop. It's only a big flip flop if you don't realise the background to it. Because Ranty basically fell out with Nathan, he fell out with QE, he fell out with Arwin, he fell out with me, he fell out with Roxanne, he fell out with Jaren, he fell out with Bob. He fell out with everybody for whatever reason, right?
Doesn't play well with others.
Pardon?
He doesn't play well with others.
Well,
like
he
he
came
had a
to me
falling out
and
with himself.
he wanted to attack John on light. Now, light's a very contentious topic on both sides because, like, we claim that they don't even know what light is. They claim that they might not know what it is, but they know what it does, and it's definitely a massless particle, right? Now, John would say that that's a violation of the law of non-contradiction because you can't have a massless particle. That's like giving a zero value of a quanta. You can't give a zero value a quanta, so you can't have a massless particle. And I completely agree with that. You can't. It's a violation of the law of non-contradiction. However, mainstream science describes light as a massless particle. So John argues the mainstream position because there's nothing more stronger than it to explain what light is. He even says that you've got to debunk the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, the photoelectric effect from Einstein, and the uncertainty principle if you want to challenge what light actually is. And Ranty came to me and he said to me, I want to attack John. I don't think he's being truthful about light. And these are my reasons for why. And I said, listen, Ranty, I agree with you. I think that the light's a bit of a mishmash. I don't think he's being dishonest. I think he's arguing the current position. I said he's got two Nobel Prize winners plus a PhD to support him. I said I'm not going to go against that with my own beliefs because he's got three strong pieces of evidence there to counter me. And he didn't listen. I said, well, don't do it publicly because you'll just commit suicide. So Ranty went and publicly attacked John and Nathan on a live show for no good reason because he thought that light behaved like buckyballs. And I tried to explain to him that there's a way to do it and there's a way not to do it, but don't attack him because it's not going to go well because he's got all the science behind him. He's got the current mainstream science and there is no alternative. Everybody in science seems to think that it is a massless particle. And even though me and him don't actually agree, if he does it publicly, it'll just be suicide. But he did it publicly for some reason. And then I knew I wasn't going to be able to repair the bridges that he'd just burnt because he'd done too much damage already because he'd already fallen out with Arwin over the camera. He'd fallen out with a few other people along the way. And he was on his way to self-destruction mode. So I couldn't fix that. So then because I couldn't fix that, he then basically used that against me to say that I'd threw him under the bus by not fixing it, essentially. And I was like, you've done too much damage. But then once you've fallen out with all your friends, what are you left with in this topic? There's only really 2 or 3 camps that you can be in. You're either in like Bob and Jaren's side, you're on the English side, or you kind of play the neutral position where you're kind of renegade and you're all by yourself. And Ranty wants to be loved, it seems. He wants to have incoming super chats and all that. So I think the only way he could go then was to jump ship because he didn't have any options left. He doesn't like apologising. He doesn't like saying I might have been wrong. I'm sorry. He doesn't like being a human. He likes to be. Well, he's got pride and ego like Bob does, and so many people in this topic that have pride and ego end up falling out with people because they take it personal when someone says that might not be right. That here's the evidence that shows it might not be right, and then they get all upset with it, and that's what he did.
Yeah, lose your ego, save your life, bro.
Yeah, but when you say he's the biggest flip-flopper, if you put it in the context, the perspective that it needs, it wasn't really because he was falling out with everybody and he was being generally disruptive. And obviously then COVID hit, didn't it? And then COVID, his claim on that Infectico hangout was that there'd be a 90% infection rate and a 13 to 15 or a 15 to 17% mortality. Well, if you look at that from England's perspective, we've got 56 million people. 90% of that's like 50 million people. And then of them 50 million infected, he reckons that 15% is going to, like 15 to 17, I think he said it was. So like 50 million, that will be 7, it'd be about 7 million deaths due to COVID.
Right.
There's more people.
Yeah, hold on. We can't go into the jabba dabba. We can't go into the jabba dabba do. But I just would like to say, Anthony, I'm not blowing smoke up your ass or anything, but I've only ever heard you stick to facts, science, what can be proved, etc. So you're doing a good job, bro.
I mean, that's all it is. It's like, what can we prove compared to what can we disprove? Because, like, I hate it when they say, oh, science doesn't prove things, but they then say, it's the whole body of science that proves we live on a globe. It's like, when you see that they're doing that flip-flop between what science does and doesn't do to suit their own narrative at the time, that instantly should ring alarm bells for most normal people. But for some reason, they ignore it. But there's loads of examples where they do stuff like that, and they just completely ignore it. It's like Jazz came in and basically thinks that there's a downwards pressure pressing on us all from the sky. And when I show him that Pascal's law states that it presses evenly in all directions, all around us, all at once, and it's not it's not a unified, a one direction. It's an omnidirection. He just doesn't.
One moment, Sleeping Warrior.
I have to call you a fucktard.
Sleeping Warrior.
Yo.
Sleeping Warrior. The Pascal's law does say that, but it says it about the ideal gas, which does not exist. And actually, gases that we physically have, we have access to, is the air that we breathe, you know. And when we take any of these gases and put them on a tank, inside the tank, they will have a higher pressure at the bottom and a lower at the top. The gradient is very small, and in tanks manufacturing processes, they take this gradient as negligible.
So let me rebut. So you said that it was based on an ideal gas. I would say demonstrate that that's the citation, because I've not seen that said with regards to Pascal's law. If you've got a supporting citation, let's see it. But to be honest, it's kind of academic from our perspective, because these would be the arguments that he would have raised against me, and then I'd have just took him through them one by one. But at the end of the day, there is no directionality to the atmosphere pressure pressing on us.
Yes, that's true. That's very true. Gases, I mean, those gases from the bottom will eventually rise to the top, and they will have collisions at the top of the tank, but they will be a little bit lower than on the bottom. You know, so they move omnidirectionally inside the tank. Yeah.
I don't know whether that's hypothetically true or whether it's actually true, but I believe that it's only true when you've got a mixture of gases, a composite of gases, where there's 4 or 5. If you've got 2 gases in the one place, you're going to get a gradient. But if you've got only one gas in that container, you're going to get equal pressure all the way around it, because that's what Pascal
one gas will comes with gradient. Gas pressure itself
so you say,
comes with the gradient.
I haven't seen evidence that that's true.
Yeah. You know why? Because when you feel like a tank at sea level with air pressure from the outside, you open and you just close the lid, and then you go on top of the Mount Himalaya. You will have a lower pressure outside, so when you open it, the gas will gush out, and it will come to the equilibrium with the air from that altitude. But now you seal it again, and you come down to the sea level, and when you open it, the gas from outside will rush in to fill it and come to an equilibrium.
Correct, but so what though?
Yeah, but this happens. This pressure differential gradient, it still exists also in the tanks. It is not as high.
I don't believe that's true. I believe that you're claiming
it is very small, but it is.
Right, I know you're saying that. Let me answer.
It's taken by the height from the ground. According to this height, the altitude, you also have the gas pressure.
I know you're saying that, and I know you probably believe that, but I haven't seen any evidence that a single gas in a container will have a gradient. My understanding is based on the science.
To be honest, this has to be, this, I mean, I haven't done it myself, but to confirm, we have to put it on a paper coherently and propose it to a lab or something, because,
Yeah, but what I think you're doing, I think you're conflating the air that we breathe with just gas generally. No, it's not, because the air that we breathe...
Nitrogen, yeah.
The air that we breathe, it's got several gases to it, mainly nitrogen, it's got oxygen, it's even got a little bit of hydrogen and helium from evaporation, right? So what we're breathing is a composite of gases. It's several gases all in one. It's not homogeneous. It's not homogeneous. Now, when it's a homogeneous singularity of gas, like the bromine example, I don't believe that there is any pressure differential between it, a gradient within the container. There might be. I haven't seen any evidence that says that that's true, and I understand that it's hypothetically, at least, it makes sense. Sure, but I don't know that it's actually true. I've not seen that evidence. But if you have got evidence that shows that there will be a gradient in a singularity of a gas, let's see that, because if I'm wrong, then we go with that evidence in future. But unless you've got evidence that says that, you shouldn't say that there'll be a gradient unless you know that there actually is. Because I don't believe that there is.
Yeah.
Safir studie.
Say again?
Well,
no, I'm just kidding. I'm messing with get.
I will try. Soon I will have a holiday, some days off, and I will try to go to a library. But I'm in Germany, and German libraries, they are very rich in books. So I will search for this. Yeah, and try to get with something.
If we get a gas container with different gases in them, and all of them have different density, they can't be.
Yeah, well, this is something that I proposed even earlier, and I made the claim that.
But however, if it's one gas which has the same density, it won't be gradient. It can't be. There is no reason for it to be gradient.
That's what I believe.
What's the density? Wait. What's the density of oxygen gas?
Well, it's got atomic weight of, is it 8? Or is it 14? I can't remember which way around it is. Hang on.
Yeah, but what temperature is that?
Temperature?
Yeah.
I'm not sure I'm with you.
Well, when you vary the temperature of a tank, that contains a pressurized gas, pressure increases with temperature.
That's right.
Yeah, it's never constant. If you lower the temperature, the pressure will decrease.
Yeah. But let me just echo what Mai just said, because he just said the point that I was making that I'm not sure that Get is in agreement with, and I'm not sure he's got any supporting evidence. But Mai said that if it's a single gas, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mai, but if it's a single gas where the atomic numbers are all the same, then it's not going to have the gradient because there's nothing for it to be gradiented with. But if it's a collection of gases, 2, 3, 4, 5 different gases, particularly like it is in the air.
So you have the same oxygen concentration on the top of Mount Himalaya comparing to the sea level, and I mean the oxygen concentration, not.
No. What you're doing there is you're using the being on top of Mount Everest and saying that there's less pressure to support your perspective, but the equal and opposite argument is the gases are being radiated from the ground, they're being created from the ground, and they're slowly dispersing up. And what's happening is that as they get cooler, they condense and fall back down again. But that doesn't happen on their model. But what you're seeing at the top of Mount Everest is that when the gradient's getting thinner and thinner and thinner, you're seeing that as a reduction in particles caused by what? Is it a weight of the atmosphere pressing down?
Well, no. When I say about concentration, I'm saying something like this. When you, let's say, the air that we breathe, 70% nitrogen. If we make it like 1 to 100, then yeah, we will have 70 atoms of molecules of nitrogen, 20% of oxygen, let's say. That means 20 molecules of oxygen, and yeah, the other 10% other gases with their percentage. And this is what I mean by concentration. You have 20 atoms of 20 molecules of oxygen to 70 molecules of nitrogen. At sea level. But when you go on top of Mount Everest, you don't have 20 molecules of oxygen. You will have 16 or 15, and you will have more nitrogen.
No. So when you go up with elevation,
You have to show me. You have to show me that these ratios are the same.
the atmosphere is described as
Yeah.
non-homogeneous but also non-isotropic.
Exactly.
No, so the proportionality of the molecules is still the same. It's just the volume of the molecules is getting less because you're rising in the density chamber. Imagine that the density tower. Imagine that's different gases. You're rising in there now. In that density tower, there's 5 gases.
Yeah, and on top of the density tower, you can pour some this sulfur hexafluoride gas, yeah, and it will stay on top of them in that container, correct?
No. If you
What do you
pour
mean, no?
in
If
the
you
liquid,
pour sulfur, if you
you
in
mean in the
nothing, you can't pour the gas in the liquid. I mean, you said about the density tower, yeah. You have those liquids one on top of each other,
yeah.
correct? Yeah, and you
Yeah.
still have 100 centimeters of that container empty with air on top.
Well, yeah, it's not empty with
Yeah,
air.
and
It's got air in it. It's not empty.
it's air. Yeah.
Yeah.
What I meant, there is no liquid. Now,
Correct.
on the top, you pour sulfur hexafluoride. It will
Yeah.
stay on top, correct?
No, it'll stay on top for a short while, but give it enough time, it'll disperse. The
How
infusion
much
rate,
time is that?
the
I
dispersal rate.
mean, uh, show me that it disperses. I mean, that sulfur hexafluoride leaves the tank.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
mean,
Okay.
it does
I'll show you.
stay.
No, it doesn't stay. I'll show you. Look.
Yeah.
Just give me a sec while I get it.
Oh.
So in the same video that I was using against what's his face? What's his bloody name? Jazz.
So is that isolated room where there is no wind, no air currents and stuff like that, constant temperature?
Hang on. Let me make my point, and then you can rebut it if
Yeah.
you want. Just let me make it.
Yeah.
Did you see the presentation that I did against Jazz where I used the bromine gas in the vacuum? Did you see that?
Was it the video or a link that you?
It was about an hour ago. Jazz Conda was in
Yeah,
here.
I listened to that. I heard. I was here. Yeah.
Okay, so now I'm going to use the other side of the argument, not against you, but I'm going to use it to show
Yeah.
that what you're saying is wrong with regards to the pouring of the sulfur hexafluoride gas. You said that if you poured the sulfur hexafluoride gas, it'd stay there, yeah? So in that screenshot that I've got on screen now, can you see it in the live stream chat?
Okay. Yeah.
So this is when the bromine was put next to just normal atmosphere. So it's not a vacuum chamber at this point. There is air in that other side of the chamber, and it's at air pressure.
Yeah.
It's at the room pressure, right? So it's basically the room, but it's contained. And what the guy does is when he releases the tap, let me get the next picture up.
Yeah, they will mix. Okay.
No.
I don't
It's not
know.
that they'll mix. It's not that they'll mix. The issue is how long does it take for them to mix? And it's a slower process because the pressure is similar to the pressure that he's got in there with the bromine.
Yes.
Now, in your
Yes.
example, you're saying that if you pour, so
Then
there's the next screenshot. It shows after several minutes that the bromine has only gone up beyond the tap by a few centimeters, and that's after a period of time. And what that's showing is a slower dispersal rate of the bromine mixing with the air, which is the same way that the sulfur hexafluoride would mix with the air. The only difference would be the duration of
okay.
time it
How
takes for
long?
it to disperse.
How long did it took to fully mix?
It
Does
would
it
be
show that in the video?
no, but it says after a few minutes it only went by a few centimeters. So it would be maybe an
Okay.
hour.
So, did the guy made the claim that it will fully mix after 2 hours or 3 hours, 24 hours? Did he say that?
Well, no, but if you think that it wouldn't,
Then
then
we don't have a confirmation. Yeah. So it's unknown for us.
So hang on. So
Yeah.
you're saying that because I only show it for a few centimeters, you're saying that it doesn't continue to diffuse into that medium?
Yeah, I
Really?
know. Listen.
No, that's bullshit. Because what
When
you're then saying is
no,
that gas molecules
you
go down, go boom boom,
you
and that's
don't
bullshit.
get what I'm saying. You don't get what I'm saying.
I do. I understand.
When you pour, when you pour sulfur hexafluoride in an aquarium, yeah,
I'm listening. Go on.
it is not enclosed, so is in direct exposure adjacent to the air that we breathe, which is
Correct.
of much lesser density. Yeah, and at this layer between the air and the sulfur hexafluoride, you will have a gradient, or I don't know, 5 centimeters, 10 centimeters, where the air from outside penetrates inside the hexafluoride, and the hexafluoride also is risen up by the different speeds of the air molecules that are traveling, and yeah, it causes perturbation. So there will be a mixture between the normal air and the hexafluoride at its surface level, and that is, I don't know, 5 or 10 centimeters. But anywhere lower than that, there will be higher concentration of sulfur hexafluoride, and you will have less air, normal air that we breathe.
Listen, just stop a sec. I understand what your
Yeah.
point is. I've put a picture
Yeah.
in the live stream. Can you see it? It's of the fish tank.
Yeah. Okay.
Why does it have a lid?
Nice thing.
Why does it have a lid?
A lid?
If you think that it doesn't mix over time and you think that it might stay there, why does it have a lid?
Well, you can make a tank however you like, but I
I'm not
was
asking you.
talking about
I'm not asking you how to make it.
pouring
I'm
it
asking
in
you
an aquarium.
Why does it have a lid?
Aquariums, true aquariums, they don't have a lid, you know.
I know. But in this example,
Yeah.
this is some sulfur hexafluoride video. Would you like the link and you can go and watch it? This guy uses a lid to contain the bromine. Now your position is that you think that it'd stay there. Yeah, some of it might disperse off, but you think that it'd stay there. Well, there's a link for the video for the clip in question. He has a lid on it.
Well,
if
I
bromine
agree
would
with
stay
you.
there- if the bromine would stay there, he would need a lid.
In 24 hours, yeah, I agree with you that all
So it
that
doesn't stay where it is then, does it?
sulfur hexafluoride will be vented out.
Yeah, so it doesn't stay where it is
Yeah.
then. It only does it for a short period of
Yeah,
time.
but,
Over time, the entropy will increase
yeah,
and it'll
when
disperse.
this is where I was pointing that when people make these claims, they also have to give us calculations and tell us, hey, we show you what happens in 5 minutes, but according to these formula calculations and stuff, yeah, this gas will be vented out from this container in this amount of time, and we have knowledge of these things. We can
Right, so
calculate
stop,
how
stop a sec.
fast they are
Stop.
happening. Let me
Listen,
finish. We
no, because
can
you're waffling.
precisely calculate how
Stop, you're
fast they are
waffling.
venting out.
Stop, please stop. I beg, stop. That sulfur hexafluoride in that tank is 2.5, roughly 2.5 times more dense than the air that it's in. Okay,
Yeah,
the lid
yeah.
is there to stop it from filling into the room that it's in. So not only does it not go down because it's 2.5 times more dense, it goes up and out of the container and then fills the available volume. So given that your belief is that there's a concentration of more dense molecules at ground level and there's more oxygen and there's less oxygen up at the Mount Everest, this demonstrates that even if the oxygen was 2 times more dense than the air that we are in, it would still be up at the top of Everest. The issue
Okay,
is volume, not pressure. There's
yeah.
not enough volume of gas up there.
I get what you're saying, and I don't contradict you on this, but I need to test you to see if you have the proper understanding. When you have a bucket with water, yeah,
Yes.
and you tie a rope and you swing it, you can spin it above your head, and the water will not fall from the bucket. It will stay because you are spinning it. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Now, fill one with sulfur hexafluoride. What will happen? Will it stay in the bucket?
It'll pour out of it because it'll push against it
No,
and come back out.
it
the
will
opposite
not
way.
pour out. It will
Yeah,
not
it will.
pour out.
It
No.
will, because what you're doing is you're creating a turbulent.
No, it will not pour out. Liquids pour, but sulfur hexafluoride will vent out.
What's the
Will be
difference between
vented
pour out? What's the difference between
Yeah,
pour?
it's a huge difference between pouring and venting.
So in fluid dynamics, liquids and gases
Yeah.
are treated to be fluid. They have the behavior. They have the
Fluids,
properties
yes.
of fluids.
Liquids can be poured, but gases, they are vented.
So are you arguing the difference between the word pour and the difference between the word?
It's a different term. It is a very different term and has different meaning.
Okay, so but we
yeah.
both agree that the SF6 will come out of the
Yeah.
bucket. It's poured or vented. We agree that it'll come out.
Yes. But I see Globers doing this mistake. They will say, "Oh, the hexafluoride will stay in the bucket, just like the water does," because
Just one sec.
actually, what's
my phone's
happening
ringing.
there? Yeah.
Round 2. Fight!
Are you back? And by the way, this ain't no fight. I'm not fighting Sleeping Warrior. He's my brother. Mic check.
Mike's good.
Yeah, I.
Oh, hey, Roger. Yeah, Sleeping Warrior said 1 second. Uh, that's a long second.
A very big second.
Yeah. I wish I live that place where he does, and seconds are that long.
It would feel like you were living forever, eh?
Yeah. I mean, this second I had time to drive all the way to my work and even park and then get back to you guys here.
That could have debunked Einstein's theory of relativity at this time.
Yeah.
I could have built a bunker to protect me from the alien invasion that's incoming.
There ain't no aliens coming.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah. They
People are
fear
scared.
God coming. They fear God coming. The stars from the heavens will fall on the earth. Yeah.
Let them. I don't care.
Well, when they will come, there is nothing that we can do because against these entities, living beings, angels, and God Himself.
Yeah, that all depends if you believe in God, eh?
Well, the realm of the sky, we officially don't know anything, nothing about it. But if you try to compare, like our physicality, what we know about air, liquids, behavior, solids, crystallization processes, and stuff like this, they all seem logic in our physical, natural world. But when you go into quantum computing, and I'm not meaning like software. I'm not talking like that. I'm talking like hardware. How the quantum computer actually functions, works. And you find in a realm here which is below the lambda point. The lambda point is actually a threshold. It's a limit between two distinct physicalities, states of physicality. This hot one, yeah, it's our reality, and it is as we understand it, and as we describe it. But when we go beyond that temperature barrier, things change.
I no
Like
longer.
not like 180 degrees, but they change like 10 to the 120. Everything that you understand about this, our reality, has nothing to do with that one.
Yeah, okay. I no longer think in
Yeah.
terms of physicality. I'm no longer in the physical realms and heats and temperatures and shits and shapes of things and whatever. I know they're lying. I'm pretty sure they're lying.
Yeah.
I'm more into consciousness. creation theory and end games and that kind of thing. I think consciousness is far more to do with it than physicalities.
Yes, I mean spirituality is a very important plane of existence. I mean, people without spirituality, they are I don't know how to describe them, but I see them like cold-blooded snakes, you know. So yeah.
I know it's hard to explain. I don't think the questions left to most of us now isn't about people who are seeking truth, etc., and where we come from, where we're going, why we're here, etc. I think it's more to do with who the hell created this, what is it all about, where are we, and why? What's its purpose? Because everything happens in the mind. It's all in the brain, bro.
Yeah.
I think physicality is probably a fucking illusion. It's made to look real.
No, it's not an illusion. It's a actually it's a fallen state. It's a separation. You see.
Well, when you say
Now I
fallen
see
state,
it's
we're
like
talking about God again and us transgressing and that we deserve to be here and go through the shit that we go through every day and see the things that we see and see the horrors that exist throughout human history until today. Does that seem like it doesn't seem right to me, bro. There's something wrong. That's just my philosophical, which is obviously also nonsensical viewpoint.
oh my god, where is my lighter?
You what
I'm
now?
getting old.
Yo,
Getting old. I forget where I put things.
yeah. No, I'm getting old if I forget my fucking name, eh?
Yeah.
Yo, what's up, flatties? How's your day going?
Oh, not bad. Getting ready for work.
Good to hear, bro.
What's that in the background, California? You fucking.
I'm at work, you
Yeah,
see.
the electric dumpster, huh? Or what? Container.
Some
It's a
kind of a
baler. It's a baler with a hydraulic press.
Hey, you
Yeah.
can't call California a dumpster.
I didn't call him that. I was referring to that hydraulic press at his work. Yeah.
Isn't California the place where all the shit to the earth ends up?
Yes.
I agree. Yes. Okay. You going to work yet, Baguette? You poor bastard.
Yep. In 10 minutes.
Ouch. I got 3 days off.
Yeah.
3 days
Ouch.
off.
Yeah.
I'm going off with out to the buddies tomorrow night. I'm going to get pissed tonight or today.
Oh,
Time hour it is. I don't know.
lucky you. What do you work, PMAC?
I pull pints. I'm a barman and something like that.
Pull pints?
Barman, bar work, bar. I make you a cocktail.
Oh, bartender. Yeah.
I pour pints.
I pour a pints.
Pints. Yeah. That's a nice job. Work.
It's
Yeah.
not bad. The tips are good too. You know, people every 5 minutes are shouting, "Take one for yourself," and I put a $5 on it, and I make like fucking 40, 50 quid a night just on tips, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a hotel. It's madness. Madness. Drinks in the wits out. You gotta see the way people behave when you're drunk, man. It would almost turn you off.
So you're talking with a lot of people. Do you tell them about flat Earth at work?
No, I actually don't. No, I let them tell me about it.
You let them tell you about it? Is that what you said?
Seems they're waking up, huh?
Well, that's good.
Yeah, I say nothing. They're telling me about the Great Reset and the shape of the world, and I just nod and wave. Fine. Yeah, right. They don't know. They don't know me. They don't know me.
You know what, dude? You should, dude, under Bill, we should write the link to the Discord under Bill.
No, you'll get in trouble with your boss.
Discord.gg flat earth.
Yeah.
That's crazy. The boss just lost. My boss just lost his dad. He took a bad turn one night there about 5 or 6 days ago, and 3 days later he was buried. He's living with his dad. He's a very well versed. He's been living in Argentina for 7 years, lived in Europe for 4 years. Manager of a hotel. Can speak a couple of languages.
Yeah.
But he lost his dad, and then he told me then too. I went up to him the other night, and I was like, "Jesus, Alan, I'm really sorry to hear about your dad. I understand what it's like to lose a parent, and etc." And he's like, "Well, not only that, Paul. We also lost the other uncle and the auntie on the same fucking day. They lost, like the dad died, say on the Friday.
Yeah.
His brother and sister both also died on the Thursday before that, on the same day. I'm like, holy shit, bro."
That's horrible news.
Yeah, yes. And he's still going. You can't otherwise. There's nothing else to do. You just got to keep on going, right?
This is the fallen state of life.
Yeah, it's not great, is it?
We have to deal with this kind of news. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not the nicest experience.
Yeah.
Speaking about fallen states, have you guys ever done shrooms?
Train, sorry, we couldn't hear over the buzzing that whatever it is.
I said, speaking of fallen states, have you guys ever tried shrooms? Mushrooms.
Yeah.
Have you?
Yeah, they grow wild here, by the way. They grow wild here in Ireland. In the
Really?
fields. Yeah, some island mushrooms. Yeah, we can pick them out of the fields, bro.
Oh, that's sick. But anyway, the reason why I brought it up because I've done it like twice, and the second time I did it or eaten it, I had a crazy fucking like trip, bro, to the point that it was like almost borderline spiritual, bro.
Almost what?
Like I said that I had a trip that was so fucking like incredible to the point that it was almost like spiritual, bro. And like it felt like my soul, bro, was trapped in my body. If that makes sense. I don't know if you guys ever like have had that experience with shrooms, but it felt like that there was something greater than myself, and I wanted to be that thing. If that makes sense.
Did you feel really, really small? Really tiny?
I felt like my consciousness was like just nothing, bro, compared to the universe. Like I literally felt like the microcosm in the macrocosm.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to, or should I say good afternoon, good evening, good morning to everyone on the channel.
Good
afternoon.
afternoon.
Hola, mi
Good morning.
amigo.
Welcome.
But
How
yeah,
is
bro.
everyone this fine? How is everyone this fine, beautiful? Well, bit slightly overcast here, but yeah, on this beautiful flat plane that we live on.
Well, we were talking about mushrooms before you so rudely interrupted us, bro. I'm just kidding.
Yes. Well,
carry on. I do apologise.
Carry on my wayward soul.
Well, yeah, dude. I felt like a really strong spiritual connection to, I guess, what you would call God when I was really tripping balls.
Mm-hmm.
Have you felt the same?
Yeah, no, definitely. I know exactly what you're talking about. The microcosm, you small, you feel so your consciousness is like it like takes it like wow, is it really this fucking tiny? It's like
Dude, right, bro. And honestly, it felt beautiful, bro. Like it was so beautiful, dude. I was crying, bro. Like it was just amazing what was going on.
yeah, because you know you don't have to take it that seriously anymore when you realize that it's just a blip in the whatever it is. It's just like boop. There's your consciousness. Boop, it's gone. It's,
Right. Shit.
yeah, that
Has
freaked me
anybody
out.
else? I'll go ahead.
That freaked
Yeah,
me
but
out.
don't how
Underplay.
do you say this? Don't when people do these things right and they
Hola.
get this feeling. Hello?
Yeah, Roger, I hear you.
Yeah, yeah. So the problem is it people say, well, I felt really small and I was part of the whole, right? But this feeds into this new age thing where they are like, oh, I am consciousness. Consciousness is everything. It's you're all part of the right. Being tricked into this new age stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. It could be taking you in the wrong direction, but
Right.
it's strange how a lot of people experience this microcosm of the consciousness, or to the point where it's really really small, tiny, and you don't really have to care anymore.
Up in the heliocentric model, like well, we're just tiny specks on this uh, speck of dust, planet Earth, right? And we're part of the
Well,
whole. And I felt it, and we're
shit.
right.
Well, Roger, the
Oh,
difference is, Roger, the difference is that instead of the globe, we're meaningless, right? We actually have meaning here, right? On this beautiful flat plane, there's an actual meaning to our existence. So, like, I wouldn't really say that it's the same, with the globe, because, like I said, the globe they teach us that we're just nothing but specks of dust, and that our lives are completely meaningless, right? There's no purpose to it.
you're
We're
just
all
a
just space.
dreamer.
Sorry,
You're just
what?
a,
Friend,
you're
right?
just a dreamer experiencing the dream. That's it.
Right.
Yeah, I have a friend which is into this. He did some ayahuasca, right? And and I'm glad for him because he had a very spiritual. Uh, um, he had this very omen experience, right? And that's awesome for him, right? But now he's into yeah, I'm part of the whole and consciousness and yada yada, And, like, dude, Earth is flat. There's no heliocentric model, and
Well, what see what that does is that tells you that we've been lied to for hundreds of years. It's some kind of magical mystery fucking thing that they've made up that has no basis in reality whatsoever. So therefore, now you have to start questioning what reality is. So the whole reason why they constructed this construct is to fool us into thinking that we are somewhere we are not.
right.
Yeah. So the reason why they do that is because they want to keep us bamboozled, dumb, stupid, and in the dark. So then,
So my point is, and then I'll stop talking. My point was more like keep your feet grounded, right? Don't get lost in some spiritual mumbo jumbo, right?
yeah, that's good advice. I'd never do that, Roger. Yeah, you're right. Correct, 100%. Because the
Because when
spirit,
you get out of the trip, you're on Earth, right? You're on Earth in this objective reality that we all experience, right? We're not brains in a jar. We're not dreaming each other, right? We're here, and we experience the same stuff, everyone. So of course you can get a trip by using stuff, right? But when you get out of it, you're still here.
There you are.
Right. We're on Earth. We're not on the ball.
I just think it's the first step to a greater awakening. That's just what I think. I think that's just the first step.
Well, hey, speaking about that, have you guys ever heard of a Glober saying that, I did this drug, I tripped balls so hard that I've actually seen the ball Earth? Has anybody told you that before?
Nah.
Okay, because I've actually had the Globers in the lobby, and then other servers tell me that they've done shrooms and other drugs, and that they've seen the globe Earth for themselves.
I had a vision of Jesus, and I saw a flat Earth. My vision. Oh, serious? I'm not joking.
Oh, you did?
Serious. Oh yeah, I'm not lying.
Nice one.
But I can't understand. There's some pastors that I know. They're really good pastors and they're nice people, but they seem to see. I don't know why they see the globe in their visions, but maybe that's just. Maybe visions are kind of like what you believe, kind of. So you, even though God's true, the vision you only see part of the thing of God, like according to what you think. So once they become flat Earth, maybe it'll come right. You know what I mean? That's how I see it. So if you like deceived, you probably your mind bends it, the vision into what you want it to be. But as soon as you come right and you start seeing the flat Earth, then you probably see it correctly. That's what I'm thinking. It works.
Yeah, lekker soos 'n klekker.
Isn't it?
To how your faith, you know.
Doesn't that like destroy the point that the vision or dream is from an outside force because it uses your cognition for its basis?
Well, God uses your imagination for visions. So there's an element of you in your vision as well, because it's a direct vision that's very personal. So there's a personal touch to everyone's vision. So, I mean, there are visions like where you actually see real things in, like say you're sleeping, you'll actually see a real living vision, which will be like 3D, like total, like high res vision, where you actually see things happen and events, and it looks totally like real life. It's kind of like different to a normal dream, or like there's different dreams. There's dreams where you, and then there's a vision where you actually awake and you start seeing pictures in your mind. But some of those are created like it's like a blend of your imagination and God. So if your imagination's got some errors in it, then God will even use your errors, but He'll still speak to you in your errors. You know what I mean? It's kind of like He meets you where you're at, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Je klink je kom van Suid-Afrika, toch?
Oh ja, jy's 100% reg. Ja, jawel. Lekker. En jy's van Holland, right? Nee?
Nee, ek is van Ierland, maar ek het in Suid-Afrika groot geword.
Okay, goed. Ja, jy praat baie goed Afrikaans. My Afrikaans is nou 'n bietjie heeltemal sleg. Net hier maar 'n bietjie en it's my Afrikaans is not good because I just was in the army, so I didn't speak Afrikaans much because you never use it. I mean, you never use it and you just never talk it except in the army. I spoke it. That's the only place.
Yeah, my avatar is me in the army in 1992. Voertrekkerhoogte, fire service, army fire service.
Recognized your uniform on your picture. You had a that's I recognized you. I knew I saw you there. I recognized you. I was in Grahamstown.
And where are you now?
Oh, I'm everywhere. Yeah. I mean in heavenly places in Christ Jesus, and I'm kind of everywhere. Yeah.
Okay, dokie. Yeah, it's just nice to hear South African people now and then. I mean, I'm from Ireland, but I have a friend who's South African. She's back there at the moment. She's sorting out her kids. She's coming back here.
Yeah, my brother lives in Ireland, and he's been there a couple of years, and his family is there, and he's having a great time there in Ireland. He loves it. And he was in England. He just moved over to Ireland now.
Whereabouts is he?
I don't remember. To be honest with you, I haven't got a clue where he's. But he's in a cool place, somewhere near Castle. That's all I know.
Oh, Jesus, there's so many castles here. Castle Durg, Castle Green.
Okay. Well, he lives near Castle, and he goes to the castle with his children. And I saw some photos, but I don't know exactly where. Just somewhere in Ireland. Yeah, haven't thought about it much. Yeah. But
Are
yeah.
you still in South Africa, are you?
Sorry.
Are you still in South Africa?
Well, South Africa is not such a good place to be in at the moment. But I know one guy who stays there. He's on here quite a lot. He's from Cape Town, and he knows some of the people that I used to know as well. And he comes here quite a lot. He's pretty good on Flat Earth. I'm trying to remember his name now, but he's really good. He knows he's been into this for a short while, but he's really good with this stuff. And he got a camera recently, and he's really pretty good. And there's quite a few South Africans here on here. Yeah.
Isn't his name Flat Earth Solar?
Yeah, that's the one. I met him I met him before. Yeah, he's pretty cool. And
That's the
he
same
knows
guy you're
like
talking
people.
about. Sorry, what?
Yeah, yeah. That's him. Right.
Yeah, well,
and he's pretty sharp. He's pretty sharp. He knows his stuff, and well, I'm still learning a lot of things. I've got a lot of other things that I'm doing at the same time. So, Flat Earth isn't. I'd like to just delve into Flat Earth, but I've got a lot of things I've got to do at the moment. So.
Yeah, it's not the best place to live at the moment. I have a few friends over there I'm still in contact with, and they're not too happy. They have to live in gated communities, and it's a little bit dangerous.
We've got a lot of people that are very hungry and that don't have food. You know what I mean? Don't have jobs.
Can I ask why it's dangerous besides the white genocide going on there?
Well, precisely that, yeah.
Well, of course, it's politically fueled murders and hatred and blame, because people live in poverty there. A lot of people don't have jobs. A lot of people don't have food. They live in their little places with their shacks, but they haven't got food. They haven't got money. They haven't got a way to earn a living, and they are very hateful and very because obviously they get riled up and then they get supplied with weapons as well from the government and from special organizations like. So obviously they're going to, and they get riled up with propaganda, hate propaganda. So they're getting fueled. You know what I mean? It's a organized, orchestrated, weaponized,
slow genocide,
civil disturbance. It's created from the outside, but it's also there's lots of reasons for it. And then they fuel it. They play on the weakness of the people and create war. Creates distension, creates. There's a war South Africa has been at war for ages. They're killing farmers and left, right, and center, killing people on the streets, murdering people in the crime in their houses, and it's at war. It's been at war for. Most countries are at war right now. We are in a war right now, but people don't even realize it. The whole world is at war. World War III started long ago, but World War III started in South Africa a long time ago too, because a lot of hate there. But there's, the white people do. They also, a lot of them did treat the black people kind of give them a second-class rate as well. So there's from both sides, but the thing is, like, there's solutions, and to bring the solutions, you've got to have jobs. So basically, it's all about creating jobs, and you got to get rid of all the fear. You got to create love and create jobs and create a good place for people to live, and fairness. and unless they do that, but there's some places they do that. Cape Town's pretty good because they don't have the ANC is the government, so they got like well, I think they got the other guys back again. I think they just did an election now, but basically they haven't got an ANC government, so they're trying to help everyone, but it's not very easy to give everyone jobs when people don't have qualifications and they're not well trained at school, and they have to get more education, more jobs, more better things going. So it's quite a challenge, you know. And a lot of people, all the people that make the jobs, they've left the country in the last 20, 30 years. They've gone to New Zealand or all over the world to get away from all the, problems, you know what I mean? So it's kind of like a big challenging situation where the government just can't make enough jobs, or people can't make enough jobs, and there isn't just enough fairness, there isn't enough to go around for everyone to get involved to get jobs. But I suppose people could do it, but it's pretty hard. It's pretty challenging, I'd say.
I'm not sure what Indio just posted. New photocatalytic produces ammonia from atmospheric nitrogen.
Is Helio in here?
No.
Oh. So, have you had any good blubbers recently, guys?
Yesterday, I think that was the afternoon for you guys. This guy Davinsky came in as a YouTuber with. Well, yeah, it started. It started like rough, right? The more we talked to him, the more I thought he understood and opened up. So yeah, that's already a win, right? When people open up.
Right. So.
But yeah, I talked to him in the VC, and the first thing he said, well, all these academia and all these people in universities say that the Earth is round, so you guys are wrong. That was his main argument.
Davinsky was my great grandfather.
I wouldn't be surprised, Roger, if I'm not talking to you, Glenn. Sorry. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, Roger, if that guy was recording a conversation. Maybe that's why he didn't want to like give in or agree, right? Because he didn't want to agree with the stupid flat earthers, you know?
Sure. Oh, that's on to him, right? At the beginning, he was pretty going against and not wanting to understand or something. But at the end, he was opening up and then realizing, well, these guys have pretty compelling arguments. So if he then goes out and chops up the conversation to make us look ridiculous, well, that's on him. Because we have it all recorded, right? So he can chop up the conversation, but it's all recorded. Oh, now I see. Indio has posted some new type of view. So they made ammonia from atmospheric nitrogen without fossil fuels. Cool.
I think that was really interesting, that article there was yesterday about the getting electricity out of air. That was pretty interesting. With moisture and stuff. Was on here.
Yo.
Yo.
Vax, baby. What the hell just happened, about? Vax, baby.
Yo, what's up, my fellow flat earthers? Anybody here?
Yeah, but you're making a lot of noise.
Isn't that the point? So, any new globe proofs yet? So, I know that guy Davinsky from earlier, or yesterday afternoon at my time zone, was just ridiculous. Didn't Davinsky say that straight lines are curves? Whose mic is that?
Roller coaster.
Yo, yo.
Yo.
Who's the guy I was talking to before about the sulfur hexafluoride? Is he still here?
Oh,
Get. He's away to the slave job.
PMAC, can you please turn it down if the YouTube algorithm catches it?
Sorry, he's
Get
away to his work.
struck.
Did anybody else? The last thing I said to him was, "Why is there a lid on the sulfur tank, sulfur hexafluoride tank?" And I never got an answer. Did he answer that question?
No, I don't think he has.
The point is that the sulfur hexafluoride will still escape, even though it's more dense than the air that it's in. It'll still escape, and the reason for that is because the gas molecules are bouncing around in all directions. And although there's air above the sulfur hexafluoride, it'll still disperse into it because of entropy over time, even though it's more dense. So up at the top of Mount Everest, when it's less, it's not that there's less oxygen molecules, it's that there's less oxygen molecules and less nitrogen molecules and less hydrogen and oxygen, all the other gases. There's less of them all up there, and it's because of the diffusal rate is being created at ground level, and it's dispersing slowly over time, but it will disperse. But because we live in a dynamic system charged by the sun warms everything up, gives it energy, but the kinetic energy, and then when it's not there anymore because it's moved around the plane, starts to cool off, loses that kinetic energy. Doesn't happen on their model, but that is the reason why we have less oxygen at the top of Mount Everest, because the oxygen is being created, generally speaking, at ground level, and that's why it's dispersing up there. So it is kind of rushing out into space, is the way they would say, but it's doing it slowly because it's slowly dispersing part of the hydrological cycle or the biogeochemical cycle, which is what I was trying to get back to. But I got an important phone call and I had to respond to it, so I ended up missing the last of the conversation.
Carl?
Crashing down. down. I don't feel alright.
Oh, it's just night. Life, crashing down.
Crashing down.
Oh, it's just night. It's a satellite. Crashing down.
Crashing down. It's too much. Investigation till not 2004 navigation, but I don't feel alright.
Going to bed tonight with those satellites come crashing down.
Going to bed tonight with your satellites crashing down, crashing down. Investigation till not 2004 navigation, but I don't feel alright. Going to bed tonight with your satellites crashing down, crashing down. I don't feel alright. Going to bed tonight with your satellites crashing down, crashing down. I don't feel alright. Going to bed tonight with your satellites come crashing down, crashing down. Crashing down. Crashing down, crashing down, yeah. Big up to our musicians for truth.
They fucked it up a little bit.
If you know how they race you in the system, stunt your growth, blunt those hosts, you get the gist then. On your own when you're grown, never learned at school or home, paying off that student loan, it got you working to the bone. Do you know how they race you in the system? Tell you lies, hypnotize, tell you listen. Praise the thief, give you grief, feed you nothing but belief, till you're crying for relief, and you listen to the chief.
If you know how they raise you in the system, broken men, yo girls, you need to listen. Save your children, turn your boys into good men, and the future will be good then.
If you know how they raise you in the system, must conform to the norm, you don't resist them. Be a slave till you cave, cause they dangle what you crave. Make you think that you're unsafe, make you think that you're not brave. If you know how they raise you in the system, got you stressed, never rest, you get the short end. Working hard, pay with card, backs I've gotten through our God. Young children being scarred, fat cats packing lard.
Do you know how to even tell the difference? Live a lie till you die with indifference. Bound by chains, cannot see, still you miss them. Take the reins, it's your life or be their bitch, man. If you know how they keep you in the system, flashing pictures, glow past scriptures. Take your money, oh you're funny, it's a reset. Pay their debt, that's a threat, don't forget you're a pet.
They race you in a system, so you trust to your dust, no resistance. Young or old till you're cold, better stick within the mold. Best believe the story told, better get your kids enrolled. Now you know why they race you in the system. Full control of your soul if you let them. Open eyes, see the skies, but you look beyond their lies. See the devil in disguise and the truth it mystifies.
If you know that the globe is inconsistent, in your mind cannot find non-existent. Cannot trust, truth's a must, globes a bust, no cosmic dust, just free of wanderlust.
Do you know how they race you in the system? Of the fear, lose what's dear, open prison. Broken mind, hard to find, so it scares you to be kind. So you choose to wear the blinds and it leaves you in a bind. Now you know why they race you in the system. Kill your god, raise the rod, you don't need shit then. Stars align, it's a sign, there's no bendy space and time. There's a getting all their dime, but their content is a crime.
If you know the truths, you can list them. Draw the line, genuine, effie baseline. Grow a spine, get online, and meet me and mine in the new paradigm. If you know about the rulers of the system, it's a bloodline, foul, clandestine. World decline, not divine. Makers of the storyline from long before Byzantine.
Do you know how they keep you in the system? Kept in debt, under threat, so hard to leave them. Stand up strong, you belong, that's the purpose of the song. Doesn't hurt you to be wrong. Now you know why we should change the system. Free your mind, meet your kind, let it disco. Ocho Choco, cracking crypto, Bambi, Lulu, QA, Mickey, Sonny, such a wig if you acting funny.
Now you know why you should join the disco. Get informed, break the norm, it's time to let it go.
Hello, Bev. Can you hear me okay?
Welcome, Bob. Yeah.
I'm glad to be here.
So, Bob, since you're here, I don't know if you heard about our little laser waving thing. I know you want to get into it with Mobius, but I just want to ask you one question, if I may.
Oh, please.
We're asking people for their prediction. So we got a 11-mile laser waving thing going on. At what height do you think the laser should be visible at 11 miles?
I've got no idea. I'd have to do the math. What height's it starting at?
No, what do you mean?
What height are you firing the laser from?
0.
So right on the ground?
Yeah.
That'd be kind of tough. There's so much refraction near the ground. Why don't you do it from about 15 feet up or 20 feet up?
Because we're doing it from ground. We're doing laser waving.
Okay, well, have fun with it.
At the seaside.
Have fun with it.
We're doing Logic Night tonight as well, Bob. And we're specialising on the Black Swan. So if I were to say no Glober has any geometric evidence of the globe, would you have a Black Swan for me?
I mean a Black Swan for you?
In the sense of the Black Swan, the one that would disprove the statement there are no globers with any geometric evidence of their...
I've got plenty of geometric evidence of the globe, but I'm not... that's not a Black Swan. It's just reality. It's normal.
Do you have
But
any?
Black Swan, you're talking about trying to come up with an exception of some sort? Or a deal killer?
Yeah. I'm saying for the geometric evidence, I say nobody's got any. Because you call it Earth curve, right? I'd call it curvature of level. And whereas I say level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, you would disagree. I'd say you've got no geometric evidence for that. Geometric meaning in reality.
What would you accept? What would you accept as geometric evidence for that? I mean, a specific thing, a specific type of an experiment that you and I could both do would demonstrate curvature to your satisfaction.
Some sort of geometric evidence to back up evidence in reality. Do you not know what geometric evidence is?
I don't know what you consider geometric evidence is, but go ahead and tell me what you would consider geometric evidence.
I would consider that vertical and horizontal being perpendicular as a geometric evidence.
All verticals and horizontal are always perpendicular by definition. It's definitional.
I know.
So if you have a vertical, if you draw a perpendicular line to that, that would be a horizontal. And that's just simply a definition.
And if you could travel along the horizontal and drop another perpendicular to it, that would prove, as is already geometric proof, that all perpendiculars to a plane are parallel.
All perpendiculars to a plane are parallel, by definition.
Yep.
What's that have to do with the Earth?
Well, horizontal and vertical are perpendicular.
Yes, by definition. You're not telling me anything new here.
And a horizontal plane, if it can be shown that a horizontal plane does exist, then...
How would you define that horizontal plane? As being perpendicular to a particular vertical?
Yeah, water level.
No, water level is not parallel, is not plane.
It does. It's a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
No.
That's what level is.
Level is an equal elevation above datum of some sort. So, for example, if things were 5 feet above sea level, they'll be 5 feet above sea level everywhere, and every point that's 5 feet above sea level will be level to every other point that's 5 feet above sea level.
Yeah.
That's not a plane.
Level's a horizontal plane, isn't it?
No.
Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. Like I said for ages.
It's an equal distance above a datum. And if the datum is curved, the level will be curved. If the datum is flat, the level will be flat. It will be a plane. But first, you have to show that the datum is a plane.
Yep.
Yeah.
You use geometric proofs for that too, as well.
Like what?
Like being able to prove that no two straight lines can share a common segment.
Two straight lines can share a common segment. What does that even mean?
Geometric proof, isn't it?
Oh no, you tell me what you mean by no two lines can share a common segment.
What do I mean by it?
Yes.
It's a statement.
Okay, what's the statement mean? What are you implying with that?
That you can't have two straight lines that share a common segment. Surely it's self-explanatory, Bob.
Okay, so I can't draw a line from A to B and have it share a segment with a line from B to A?
It's the road up is the road down.
Correct. So those would be two segments, wouldn't it? One would be defined as A to B, and the other would be defined as B to A. Correct.
It's the same line.
Okay, so what's your point?
Oh, I don't know what your point is.
I'm just trying to figure out what you're trying to make a claim of here.
It's just a statement. It's not a claim. It's a statement.
Okay.
It's a proof.
All right.
A geometric proof.
Well, if it's geometric proof, what are you proving?
A shared straight line segment, then you're showing that it's the same straight line. Or parallel planes.
The gift of low gas that was given to me, and I know how water flows, and I know what level shows it. You've been wasting your time trying to change what's been defined. I know what I know.
Yeah, let's redefine the word level, right?
Yeah, that's Bob is one of the dumbest Globers. It's so pompous, man. I just don't like that dude at all. But anyway, it's going to be kind of slow today. But anyway, that Hank Hill interview, did you listen to that?
No, let's play it. How long is it?
It's a little over an hour. It's about an hour and 15 minutes, something like that.
Oh, we can play it.
And I'll start playing it after. No, when I start my stream again. You already know you have to wait like 10 minutes before you start your stream again, or it'll start the same stream on YouTube.
I usually use 3 minutes to let YouTube figure it out.
Did you notice my freaking talk bubbles aren't working?
No.
Well, on my stream, for some reason, put that thing. I mean, the stream kit overlay where it says show speakers only. It's just not working for me, so that's why it hasn't been up for the past few things where it shows the user speaking. It's just it's just not working for me.
Try to reload that HTML.
Dude, I created another window. Still doing the same thing. It just gives the whole list. And I can't fit all that in the window. Yeah, but it doesn't really matter. Most people are just listening anyway and watching voice text. So yeah, I was just because I went to your stream and I noticed it was working on there. I was like, I don't know why it's working for you and not for me. I don't know what happened to it, but anyway.
Okay.
So as soon as I start my stream again, I'll play that Hank interview. It's really good. And I got permission from Shogun over on the roundtable to go ahead and mirror his video, and so that's what I'm going to play on here, and it's really good.
Sure. Cool, man. If you got it, do it.
Yeah. Well, I got to wait a couple more minutes. I just don't want it to. You know how if you start your stream too fast, it'll be the same video. It'll start streaming on YouTube again. It's the same video, and I was already at over 11 hours. And if you can go. Have you noticed that if you go like 14 to 15, it'll cut off. It only saves 12 hours, but it'll upload your video. But if you go like 18 to 20 hours, it won't say it. Nobody can watch that video anymore, or at least from YouTube. Like you can grab mine from Twitter will archive, long videos up to 24 hours, I think, and you can grab it from there if you can. But and I'm also streaming on Facebook to the Facebook group that I created for the Discord. I don't get near as many views there, but people still check in. Maybe we get some people from there. So we're on. I don't even check out the D Live stream anymore.
D Live is dead.
I mean, it's still going on D Live, but it's just I just don't check it much. I don't. And when I have checked it, there's only there's nobody watching there. So I'm gonna wait a couple more minutes and then I'll start it. But yeah, if you haven't heard this yet, Roger, you're gonna dig it, man. Hank killed it. It's good stuff.
Oh yeah, leave it up to Hank.
Yeah.
Hank is ace.
That should be good now. I'm gonna go ahead and update my titles. Go to OBS. Start streaming.
You just say the word and I'll play it. I have it ready.
Okay, cool. Let me do something. I'm gonna just hit start, so we might wait for a couple of people to join the live stream before we start it. Put my slow mode on. There's so many trolls in the chat, man. For the most part, it's civil, just having to pay. I have a couple people that just want to destroy, the YouTube chat. You get them on your chat too? It's crazy.
No, it's no.
I love to hate flat Earth.
Fun stuff was I was setting it up, right, and fiddling around with OBS and YouTube and whatever. So I had it running for like half an hour, and then I told nobody. And then suddenly Sean Hawkins came in my chat and shat on it. I mean,
That's because he can't come in my chat anymore.
How did he fucking find it? I mean, it was like a half hour on.
Well, there's a link. There's a link in my. I put your link on my Nightbot.
Yeah, but this was before. This was before, man. This was just when I was setting it up, right?
They
testing.
These guys like Sean Hawkins, they for some reason they troll around YouTube to find flat Earth chats and try to destroy them. It's just it's insane. What's wrong with you? Don't you have anything better to do? It's I don't get it. It's like I'm not on NASA's website all day, freaking or YouTube page, just like obsessed with their chat, and I'll go through all the different. And I mean, there's so many freaking space videos is a channel. There's so many space channels and stuff. I don't go to their fucking live chats and and spam their chats all day. That's retarded. But anyway, let's listen to this Hank thing. Go ahead and start playing it. You said you already got it ready. We got 4 people watching now. They'll start coming in.
Okay, let's go.
Cool.
Hello and welcome to the Roundtable Podcast. My name is Shogun. Joining me today is my friend Hank Hill, an expert in the subject of flat Earth and all the questions surrounding the Earth-shaped debate and the problems, anomalies, and questions around the heliocentric model and its alternatives. So before we get into this and the free discussion and debate to follow, please make sure you've joined us on the Roundtable Discord server. We record special events every day at 9 p.m. Central. You can see upcoming events in the announcements channel and all our hundreds of great past special events in the #RT podcast channel. Check out the YouTube and BitChute channels there. That being said, welcome Hank Hill. Thank you so much for joining me. How are you, my friend?
Good. Yeah, thanks for having me on here. I really appreciate the opportunity to get to speak my mind and share information. So thanks very much.
Thanks so much for joining me. So please just take us through this journey in whatever way you think is appropriate.
Yeah, so first of all, I would just ask everybody to be open-minded. Science is never settled. Like, it's not like a religion, right, where you're like a heretic if you're outside of it. In fact, most scientists are supposed to be outside looking at things from outside the box, and that's how new information is found. But not everything is science that appears to be science, and that's the problem with today. We find ourselves in, we're in dire need of a reformation of science, because what is it, right? Is it just knowledge? So can I just say, well, I know how many toes that I have, right? So that's science? That's not exactly how it works, right? So I just want to go over, the basic fundamentals of the scientific method, also known as natural science, right? So the way that it works is that if you have a caveman, he sees a hot spring, water boiling. Well, what causes that? He comes up with a hypothesis. Maybe it's the heat, right? So he goes and he tests it. He adds heat to some water. It boils. It stops boiling when he takes the heat away, and it boils when he does it again. So what did he just show with the scientific method, right? He just showed that you make observe a natural phenomenon, right? The water boiling, right? And then you form a hypothesis. Well, what's the hypothesis, right? It's the independent variable, that thing that's causing the naturally observed phenomenon. And when you turn it on and off like a light switch, 0, 1, 0, 1, you can see the cause manipulating the effect, right? So it's kind of like going into a hotel room. You've never been there before, and you flip on a light and you go, oh, that's my side, right? And then you think it's settled, right? But then the other person in the hotel room with you, they flip the switch and it affects the same light. So there could be two causes to the same effect. For example, with the water, if you put in a vacuum, it boils at very low temperatures, right? So the science is never settled for this reason. So we're always like 99.something% sure this is the cause of that, but it's never settled. So what we have here is like a really old argument over the shape of the Earth, but it's never really been settled. And the reason is because it's not science, right? This is geometry. We're measuring the shape of something. So really, I don't think we should be called flat earthers. I think they should call us flat waterers, because what we're doing is we're going out into the natural world and we're measuring over water. And the best way to do it, obviously, is, still water, right? That's, not a whole lot of waves, not during the tides. And what we're seeing is that we can see too far. Now, I would ask everybody to participate in this part, because this is really interesting. You can search right now, what is the radius of the Earth, right? And then they'll tell you, Google, whatever search engine, they'll tell you what it is, right? And then you can go to an Earth curve calculator right after that, right? So it's 3959 miles. You go into an Earth curve calculator and you type 1 foot observer's height, or eye height, and you just look at the horizon distance, and it'll tell you where the horizon should be, because we can work it out mathematically. So if we can do that, then we can actually measure it for ourselves and falsify it. Now, see, here's where science really becomes important. You got to pay attention to this part. If you're not doing the scientific method, then it's not a scientific theory. And if there's no science involved, well, I could just dismiss it as poetry, right? Because anybody can say anything. Any village idiot can describe something and explain why he thinks this is happening, but you don't really know until you manipulate the independent variable and you see the cause and effect relationship. That is where you know something is true. And what I find, a lot of people are just going around committing all these false cause fallacies. So it's like this. How do you know the moon's gravity is affecting the tides? You can't manipulate the moon's gravity to see the cause and effect relationship. So it's just something that's widely accepted that nobody really knows what's causing it. I mean, you could say it has to be the moon's gravity, right? But that's a fallacy. What if it's the sun's energy? Just for example, like, we haven't tested it, so we don't know which one it is. Both are equally true. Now, a lot of people will say that, it's knowledge that they have that the Earth is spherical. Has they been out there and directly measured it? If you haven't directly measured it yourself, you believe that someone else has done it. And if you believe that someone else has done it, well, you're just believing what they're saying, right? So it's a belief that you have that it's spherical. It's not an actual knowledge type thing. So what you have to do is you have to ask yourself, how do you know? How do you know these things? How do you know that if you measure the curvature over the water, which it should be 8 inches per mile squared, then you should be able to measure yourself and detect that. But the thing is that all over the world, people are doing this with different apparatuses like lasers and flashlights and mirrors and telescopes, long zoom cameras. And we're all agreeing that we can see too far, right? So the question is, why? Why are we seeing too far? Well, the flat earth is going to say because the Earth is flat, or at least it's not the size of the sphere that they told us. Maybe it's much, much bigger. And some of the measurements I've seen with the black swan indicate that it could be, the Earth's radius could be the what was it? Like the moon, like the moon's circumference, 238,000 miles away. Like, that would be a really big Earth, and they would be hiding a lot of land, and this whole global warming thing wouldn't really make sense under such conditions. So what we're trying to figure out is, if the Earth isn't curving anywhere, well, what is it? Well, you would say that's what you call flat. That's what we'd say it's flat. So you believe that it's spinning because you see the stars in motion, but according to classical relativity, all motion is relative. So how do you know it's the Earth spinning or the stars spinning or the Earth going around the sun or the sun going around the Earth? You don't. You can't tell. It's relative motion. So ever since you stepped foot in kindergarten and they started saying, you live here and the sun is over there and we're spinning, that's not really true, is it? Like, we can't verify that inside the solar system. You would have to have a third reference frame outside of the solar system and observe the Earth from there, and which you can't do. So because you can only observe the Earth from here, well, we all say that it appears geocentric. And that's what we all witness. Sun, moon, and stars make an orbit overhead roughly once every 24 hours. So you might believe that this is settled science and the Earth is spinning, but science has never settled and it's never been proven. So you might believe that someone else has proven it, but that's just a belief that you have because you yourself haven't done any test or experiment, and there's none that you can do to prove it because nobody can feel it, nobody can measure it, nobody can falsify it. And Karl Popper, he was all about, if you can't falsify it, it's not science. So he was really into that, it has to be empirical, it has to be testable, it has to be repeatable, but most importantly, it has to be falsifiable. So the third claim is that if you go high enough, you can see the vacuum of space, right? So if you just keep going up and keep going up, you'll see it turn into a sphere. You'll see it start to spin, and then eventually you're in the vacuum of space. And we all know that you can't buy propane without propane accessories. I mean, Hank Hill said that on his show every single time, without fail. Got to have the propane accessories, man, because you can't just take gas pressure, right, and put it in a vacuum without a container. If you got a vacuum, you got some sort of container that you've used to create that vacuum. And we can't have high pressure systems sitting next to low pressure systems anywhere in nature without a container. So if you want to, grill for your mother on Mother's Day, make sure you get your propane in a container, because if you put it in your hands, by the time you get home, your mother's going to be very sad, right? It's not going to work out for you. So here's something I want to illustrate. Like, imagine if you could, okay, this is your 3 beliefs. Here's my 3 beliefs, hypothetically. Now, this isn't actually what I believe, but let's say I go high enough. I believe that you could see like unicorn nipples and Pegasus breasts. And then I believe that if you keep going higher, then you can see, green grass on the dark side of the moon. And that's what's causing the tides. Like, those 3 claims are just as scientific and unfalsifiable as the claim of curvature, spinning, and the moon gravity thing and the vacuum thing. We can't verify any of that. So they're all on equal footing, scientifically speaking. They're not even really a scientific theory. It's more like a postulation that nobody can disprove. So when they say, well, you got to prove it, if it's your claim, you have to back up your claim. And then if you don't, they can just miss your claim without evidence. It's easily dismissible without any evidence. So all I'm trying to illustrate here is that anybody can go out and measure where the horizon should be and see if they can make observations that they shouldn't be able to see. All you need is an Earth curve calculator, binoculars, a mirror. I mean, these sort of things will get the job done. And I've been out there and I couldn't detect any curvature at 1 foot above water. I was standing in the water at the ocean. So I'm not asking you to take my word for it. I'm not asking you to do anything but to test it yourself, because it is falsifiable. It is something that you can actually prove. And when you ask globe earthers, they'll tell you to look at the sun, look at the moon, look at the stars, look at the shadows, right? They'll tell you to look at everything, look at a pendulum, all the stuff they tell you to look at, but they'll never actually tell you to go measure the Earth's surface. And I'm not talking about, the Earth is like completely flat, like a piece of paper. Of course, there's topography, right? That's why we measure over the water, because if the Earth is over 70% water, then you would expect it to be curving at 8 inches per mile squared. It would have to be, unless the Earth is 70% flat. Well, that's what we're measuring right now. We're measuring flat water all over the world. And this is what the argument boils down to. And this is where the nitty-gritty part is, so you should pay attention right here the most. So we see an object with the horizon further than 10 miles away at 1 foot observer's height. The horizon should be at 1.225 miles, but it's not. It's somewhere else. And we're saying that this is because it's about weather conditions. It's about how the eye works with perspective. It's about, how far you can see, because you can't see forever if you're in the atmosphere. You can't see forever, period, because you don't have, owl eyes. You have human eyes, and they're very limited, right? They're really good at detecting food or danger, within 100 yards. Not so good at 3 miles away, right? We can't really detect danger from 3 miles away with our eyeballs very good, because where in nature would we have danger 3 miles away, So when you look at this thing, you have to look at it like, why would the globe earthers tell you to measure the sun, moon, and stars? Why would they tell you to look at everything but the surface of the earth? But the flat earthers, the one that, the dumb ones, they're telling you to measure it directly. Now, if I were to go buy you like a new pair of custom boots, right? They're going to measure your feet, right? They're not going to go in there and measure your head, right? They're going to measure your feet directly. So that's what we're asking. All flat earthers are asking for is show us some curvature over the water, right? And what they do is they show us, partially blocked images or objects, right? And oftentimes they don't even know it, but that itself is still a black swan. And this is how the black swan works. If you have a woman that's 9 months pregnant and she's pregnant with triplets and she lays on her back and the doctor says, "What color are your toenails?" She's going to say, "I don't know," right? So if she can see her toenails, then she's not 9 months pregnant with triplets. So with these observations that we're making, you guys keep showing us white swans and going, no, it's not a black swan, but it only takes one black swan to debunk all the other white swans. And you could show me 1 million white swans. If I got one black swan, then I've debunked you. That's how the black swan argument works. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every observation must be, sorry, I forgot it, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if the Earth doesn't have that radius, we can see too far, which we can, then it's not an Earth with a radius of 3959 miles. So what we're saying here is that we're testing it and it's failing. And this is the crux. This is where it's at. They say light is bending down at 8 inches per mile squared. So I don't know how you would verify that, because light travels in a straight line until it reaches a different medium, right? So this is what refraction is. Light goes from atmosphere into water, right? You can see the straw bend in the glass, right? Now that's a big bend because that's a huge difference in density, the water and the atmosphere, huge difference. So what they're saying is light is bending down because of temperature. So the temperature would have to be getting colder and colder and colder and colder and colder and colder every mile for it to keep bending down like that. So if they want to prove that this is what's happening, they have to get a black swan observation, and they have to get people out there, like 10 people every couple of miles or whatever, and measure the temperature to prove that that's actually what's happening, because so far this is their just so story, right? We're seeing things we shouldn't be seeing in places we shouldn't be seeing them, way past the horizon. And they're saying the light is bending down around the curve. Well, they got to prove it. They can't just use a snapshot of the temperature of that day. They got to measure the water, the air, everything for 10 miles to prove that it's getting colder and colder and colder, causing the light to bend down, down, and down. Otherwise, light travels in a straight path like it normally does. Now, it does bend when it goes into glass, or there's from atmosphere to glass, or atmosphere to water, or water to glass. It does bend there, right? The light doesn't actually bend. What it does is it changes its angle of attack, right? So it's coming in at this angle, it hits a different medium, and the light slows down, and the angle changes. But then it goes in another straight line until it comes out of that medium. So light usually travels straight. It's not really bending. The light is just changing direction. So if they can prove that light is bending down at all these different angles because this temperature, now I don't really think the temperature does that. I don't think there would be any way for them to demonstrate this, but this is what they need to demonstrate at this point to explain why light is bending down. So I think I just about wrapped it up. So make sure you don't make like the same mistake of putting like a false cause on something. How do they know that's why the light's bending down, or that the light is even bending down, period? How do they even know that? They would have to be able to demonstrate it, and I don't think they can. So, Ronan, I'm going to go ahead and open it up for questions.
Thank you so much. So we are going to open it up for audience questions, but I'd just like to take the privilege to start by asking like a very short interview of maybe 2 or 3 questions, and then we'll go to the audience from that point on, if that's all right.
Sure.
So, Hank, for someone who is brand new to this, and obviously you just gave a ton of great information, right? But say you had someone who's brand new and you only had the chance to point out one flaw that they could intuitively grasp with the heliocentric model that would make it clear to them that they should look into it further. What would you choose at all the different things you've researched to be that one introductory wedge to get someone to look into this?
Well, I would say the surface of the water, right? But a lot of people are going to say that that's so dumb that they're not even going to entertain it. So let me give you something that you can entertain. Imagine you have all the matter in the universe in one spot before the Big Bang, plus 95% of the universe that you can't see or observe, which they need for their model to work, which is the dark matter and dark energy. So everything you can see, plus everything we can't see in one spot, that would be a pretty deep gravitational well, wouldn't it? If mass attracts mass and this causes the bending and warping of space-time, or whatever kind of gravity they choose, that would be a pretty deep gravitational well with a hell of a lot of pull, wouldn't it? How could anything escape that gravitational pull?
Right. Well, thank you, Hank. So there's a lot of people here. So let's open it up for questions. Does anyone have a question that comes immediately to mind for Hank? And again, obviously, always being respectful is the name of the game. But does anyone have a question? I have plenty more, but I want to give everyone a fair chance.
Yeah, I got a question. Hank, when it comes to the flat Earth theory, the most striking situation about it is the fact that the UN made over 123 countries sign a treaty, the Antarctica Treaty, and preventing people from going to Antarctica. I've seen flat Earth model, and most of the models states that the Antarctica is basically the edge of the flat Earth. And it makes me curious why the UN made over 123 countries sign that treaty. And, it kind of boggles my mind the more I think about it.
Well, the flat Earth isn't a theory. We all observe a natural stationary plane of existence. I don't think anyone here can say that they've experienced curvature or axial rotation, right? So it's not a theory. It's what we all experience. It's what your senses are telling you. So I would say if you believe flat Earth is a theory, what secondary knowledge has convinced you that your primary knowledge that you receive from your own senses is lying to you? So, and another thing, it's not a model either. A model is like a toy, right? It's like, this is what we think is going on. This is what we're going to use to make predictions off of, and they may or may not benefit us in technology and other aspects. But a model isn't reality, right? The dirt between your toes is the reality. And I would just say that the whole UN thing, I think it's a lot like Iceland. They told the Norsemen told the rest of Europe that it was Iceland. So they said tundra, basically, in modern English, right? They said, oh, it's just tundra. You wouldn't want to go there. You wouldn't want to live there, right? Because it turns out that they were ethnocentric and didn't like foreigners. Imagine that. So I think that's what's going on down below, right? They say that down south, it's all tundra. Well, wouldn't it, if Yeti crab can exist, right? And these are just crabs that can live in the deepest, darkest part of the ocean near these geothermal vents. Wouldn't it be possible with these geothermal vents to irrigate that thermal energy and maybe make even places that were livable if they did it correctly? So I think that it's just hidden land. That's what I think it boils down to. Hidden land.
Thank you. If I could ask another question, with the advance of technology that we've had, right, all the different technology like drones and rockets and videos and cameras and so forth, is there anything that's come out in recent times that is sort of like new visual evidence that helps to prove either that the Earth is flat or to debunk the globe or anything like that? Like, is there anything that's come out new as a result of technology that flat Earth has been able to show?
Well, yeah, it's not actually a new technology. It's the sextant. It's actually a very old and ancient technology. And we're understanding that it has to be a triangle, right? When you're triangulating something, it has to be a triangle or it doesn't work, right? So if you're trying to get your position here on Earth, right, and the light is bending down at 8 inches per mile squared, then it's not going to be a perfect 90 degrees at that angle, right? It's going to be some more acute angle, and you wouldn't be able to get they wouldn't work. The sextant it wouldn't work. Now, there's a big misunderstanding. A lot of people think that you have to go up to measure the curvature, but why would you have to leave the Earth, the thing you're trying to, measure, to measure it? You're right here on the surface. Wouldn't it just make a lot of sense to measure it here directly? And because of topography, that's too many variables for the average person who isn't like a mathematician. So we say do it over water, because anybody is smart enough. It doesn't matter who you are. You're smart enough to plug in the numbers in the Earth curve calculator and decide for yourself whether it's flat or it's curved. And that's all we're asking people to do.
Does anyone else have a question or comment? So Hank, you also believe in the firmament? Is that a necessary component in your thinking as well? The solid or semi-solid dome over the planet as well?
Well, we don't know the shape of it, but a lot of us think that it's a firmament dome shaped. Some of us think that it's a flat top, a flat ceiling. And because of this, think about how perspective works. Let's say you have a drone, right? And you lift off and you stand on the liftoff pad. It's going to be right over your head at the zenith position, 12 o'clock, right? And you start, let's say it's a really good drone. Okay. So you start going west and it gets lower and lower and lower and lower till it kind of disappears into the horizon, but the altitude of the drone isn't changing. It's still, right under that 400-foot ceiling that they give us here in America. And it's still at the same altitude, but it appears to get lower, right? And then let's say that, once